We're gonna play it. We're gonna finish it. We're gonna beat it. And we're gonna move on. Not that I'm gonna say that it's it's gonna be a bad experience. I have no idea since I've never played a visual novel. But we'll find out here in a moment. And let's get started with Cryste, The Faith of Fire, Volume 1. Where's my timer? Timer misbehaving? There we go. Let's see how this goes. I'm gonna imagine it's probably just mouse operated. I don't know if joystick is necessary. All super cute and everything. All right, let's watch the intro. This might just be the trailer, for all we know. It's looking familiar. Oh. I want to turn it up a little bit. There we go. So it is a princess goes to sleep and wakes up as a man. I think that's what the intro said. It definitely has a castle-y, princessy look to it. The cathedrals, stained glass window, ramparts, castle walls, noble clothing, shining armor, the two colors of eyes. I'm not sure the appeal of two different colors of eyes. Like, we got your typical maid. Glasses. That insinuates like intelligent, right? That one with the glass, the fancy, like, I don't know if that's steampunk glasses over there. That guy on the left. Ooh. She must be the one with the fiery eyes, the Fire Kingdom. Oh no, someone's in trouble. Sparring. So that one had blue eyes. I'm wondering if it's this looks wild. Yeah, I know. I didn't expect a visual novel, but I should have expected it eventually. It took us 24 games before we got a visual novel. But oh, did she have red eyes? Is the Fire Nation falling in love with the Water Nation? CV, I should know. Is that cinema? Like CV. Like I said, I haven't played one of these, so some of the acronyms might be a little lost on me. Loading. Hey, it's in English, so config. I don't see a place for the. There it is, text. I still don't see a place. Maybe when I start the game, it'll give me the option to the text speed. Definitely want to increase the text speed. Auto read page. Full page text is displayed on click. Yeah, I don't mind that. That'll allow me to skip. Let's say I have to repeat a part, and I can just fast forward the text, right? Text fast forward shift key. Let's actually use shift. Fast forward options, just read text or all text. Screen skip during fast forward. That's a tough one, but I think since I'm not going to try to skip anything, when I do skip it, I'm going to want to skip it. So, ooh, they do have voices. Yeah, I think that's important. Just to follow along easier. Oh, let's leave the name on there. I don't want the name to go away. I'm assuming that's what that means. End voice before next sentence. Yeah, I don't want the voice to carry on into the next sentence, right? Yeah, I do want screen effects. Yes. Okay, I think we're good with that. I didn't see. Is it an English patch? I get to download an English patch? Okay. When everything hasn't yet begun. So this is how it feels to be reincarnated. Shrill young voice echoes gently in the spacious room, like sand slowly following after a gust of wind. A young girl with hair, the color of silver, was sitting quietly in front of her dresser beside her bed. She tilted her head to gaze through the window at the coming dawn. Ooh, so we have options down here. Save. That's interesting how it starts it off with English. It doesn't have... maybe the Chinese version is the patch. Oh, so do I click, right? Okay. Under the pure blue sky, birds chirped as they flew across the horizon. Above the soldiers in armor standing by the wall, the sunlight filtered through the curtains, and I could see the room clearly. The feeling after seeing all of this, I'm afraid even she was too bewildered to comprehend it herself. It would be normal to feel surprised, but everything around her feels strangely familiar. The young girl was sitting naturally on an ivory-colored wooden chair. Her body feeling so light. She unconsciously sat up straight, unlike someone used to slouching over a computer. I didn't expect I would have to worry about this yesterday. She consciously raised her arm. What a slender white arm. She was amazed enough by its appearance, but even just the weight of it was enough to surprise her. It's so feminine. Oh, so is it the other way around? Is it a guy who wakes up as a girl? Did I read that wrong? She's wearing a white nightgown, although the clothes were heavily adorned with lace and piping. They don't look out of place. She gazed down at herself. With her previous life over, her elongated legs stretched out from her gown. Her toes repeatedly touched the floor, but from her feather-light feet, there was no feeling. With some difficulty, she stood up, but a sudden feeling of fatigue sent her lying on the bed. Small, sweet breathing echoes in her eardrum. It can't be a dream. It's too real. Probably gonna need a lot of this if I'm gonna be reading this. Just yesterday, this thin body sat in front of the computer desk in his dark room, peering into the world through his narrow electric window. But looking at himself now, I'm so beautiful. It seems kind of boastful, but it's an undisputable truth. She stretched up and looked again into the dresser mirror. A familiar yet strange young girl looked back. She had long hair flowing down to her waist. Her unusual silver hair was almost translucent. It was obvious that someone took a great deal of effort taking care of it. So, reincarnated in the middle of somebody else's life. I'm guessing, right? So you got to figure out. This is a new trope on the. You're an anime hero and you lose all of your memories, and you got to figure out who you are, right? And so your adventure leads you into learning who you are. Well, this is like you reincarnate as someone else, and you have to figure out what that person is doing. Well, we'll see if that's the truth. Braided hair curled slightly inward, but because it was so light, she could hardly feel it against her body. Her face was petite and tender. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. From the boastful words she just said out loud, her pupils, like red jewels, radiated fantastic beauty. So this might be the proof that you're part of the fire kingdom or the fire town. It would be too depressing to say that all this is just a sleepy delusion of an otaku. I'm gonna say Cryste, like crystal, right? So Cryste Rubiar Maysfield. It was a difficult name to pronounce. But it came out of her lips so naturally. This language is not like the one of her previous life, but she could already use it fluently. As for her memories, there's some faint memories of the Princess Cryste, as well as her memories as a normal man. I'm wondering about normal man from the previous life. Slouching over. Oh, that's not good. I remember I was playing an online game last night. I picked out some good weapons for the raid and said hello to my friends in the guild. I was feeling fine, but I suddenly felt a bit hungry and I went out to go buy something to eat. Hey, kids, this is proof that Grubhub can save your life. On my phone, I was playing a mobile game with my head down while crossing the road. And then... Yep. This is why I don't have games on my phone. I can't remember it clearly. I can only vaguely remember that I was struggling to breathe, looking up at the red moon dyed with blood. Shallow breath from my mouth made the winter night white, and my body gradually became ice cold. Feels like all this had just happened. However, my other memory is telling me I should have just been tired after reading the storybook yesterday, and I fell asleep in my bed. So the memory of going to sleep as the let's assume princess is overlapping with the memory of being killed by a car. Interesting. I gradually clear my mind of the chaos. This body belonged to the second princess of the Kingdom of Garnet. Garnet known as the Kingdom of Fire. So there we have it. It is the Kingdom of Fire. It reigns over the western continents of the continent of Iocard. This girl seems to live in the capital, St. Ludic. The mansion she lived in was in the center of the royal capital, so there were guards patrolling everywhere. Princess Jasmine style with Aladdin, where not able to do her own thing, go do whatever she wants, wherever she wants. Slave to the kingdom. I searched my mind and tried to remember more knowledge and details. She's 12 years old. Considering her situation, it makes sense that this spoiled princess grew up with an aristocratic education. I tried to remember some names, but it seems that I can't recall all of my memories. Due to her lavish lifestyle, she had no motivation to study and has no common sense. Oh no. But this is not just spirit possession. My memory, even some of my previous personalities, seem to have been affected by the dominant consciousness of this body. The memories of this life seem to still be strong. Really an unbelievable experience. Quite lavish. If not a bit small, like this room looks a little small, unless we're just getting a snippet of this room. I looked around again. For a normal person, it would be incredible to live in a room as spacious as... I just called it small. But no, I think she's talking about the living room. And to be decorated with lavish furniture, even on the most overlooked wall. The quality of the wallpaper is too high for normal people to afford. The cool morning wind brings with it the freshness of a new day, but it's not like the frigid wind I had grown accustomed to. Now it's confusing, like the cold, frigid wind of the past life or of this life. Because if you live in Garnet, Kingdom of Fire, and you're experiencing cold winds, that's not good, right? Is it? Well, for a normal person. The corners of my mouth gradually began to curve upward. Well, it's almost time to admit it. Since I can't wake up, I should just admit the fact. I certainly can't say that this is a bad thing in a way. I'm a girl now, and a beautiful girl at that, holding a noble status. I was saying, kind of lucky in some ways, right? In a situation like this, would a normal person even think about going back to their previous life as a man? Nah, I don't think so. Only idiots would want to go back. The shrill yell echoes throughout the room. My frail shoulders shivered as my heartbeat quickened, full of excitement. I just missed that last one. Can I go back? Well, it was only one sentence, it seemed. I bumped the button twice. I tried to recall what was happening. I used to be a normal young man. Although I wasn't ugly, I'd somehow become a very insular person, like an otaku. I don't mean it in terms of someone who loves anime or games, but in its more literal sense. I didn't have a stable job, and because of my gloomy personality, I didn't dare party with my friends. I didn't buy fashionable clothes, and I never went to the hair salon to cut my messy hair, not to mention having the initiative to invite a girl out to eat something delicious. During my middle school years, I somehow lost the ability to talk to girls, causing me to be very lonely. I wanted to be noticed. I wanted to be loved. I wanted to be respected and to achieve my dreams. Yeah, I fear that it's an all too common experience with some people. Talking IRL. We're in the For Tomorrow chapter. I didn't focus on work hard on my talents. I couldn't even consistently devote all my energy to playing video games. I had nothing, and I did nothing. If I had died in my room, it probably would have taken a long time for people to find my body. A bit sad. To be a girl like in the mirror is a godsend. But calming down and looking at this beautiful body, I don't know why tears were streaming down from her rosy cheeks. Even though my life was boring and lonely, I never loathed it. I made a lot of mistakes. It's impossible to say I didn't have any regrets, but I didn't hate it absolutely. Both my parents died in an accident. Even in my life, I was lonely and painful. I never even considered abandoning my life through suicide. I remember that man standing alone and struggling to get a job, even if the salary was low, never making up a lie for money, acting normal, but never having anything worth missing. My life was nothing to be proud of, but at the same time, there was nothing to feel guilty about. That's good. That's quite good. I don't want to die. If I became another person and lost all my memories, and the life I worked so hard for was totally gone, it would make me a little sad. But fortunately, even though I am reborn, the consciousness of my last life is still here. I don't have to restart everything as a baby. While I thought about this, I suddenly noticed the sound of footsteps coming from the hallway. Someone must have heard me yell. It's time to go back to this girl's original state, the state of a royal princess. My skirt is a little wrinkled and my hair is a bit messy. Compared to who I used to be, a normal person who had to wait and serve the customers quietly. I did it again. I don't think I pushed the button twice. Chapter 1. Oh, there we go. There we go. So can I? Previous. Okay, so now we can. Oh, darn. It doesn't let me go back to see what I missed in that text. Does it? Let's save. Yes. Ooh, we can lock it from being saved. Cool. No, looks like I missed the last text of those last couple. Come in. As gracefully as usual, she called out to the one knocking on her door. Excuse me. The wooden door is pushed open carefully, revealing a woman with elegant brown hair. If she were not obviously in servant's clothing, one might have guessed she was a lady. Oh, Catherine, isn't it a bit early? Don't you usually wait until noon to trust me? Oops. Oh man, I thought that I didn't. I'm slipping up. I loosely remembered what I had told the maids yesterday about coming in so early. Although, having said that, it seems very lazy of me to get dressed at noon, even for a royal princess such as myself. Even for a home otaku who couldn't tell day from night, this would seem a bit lazy. Come on. There it is, okay. The text sliding here is a little confusing. Oh, okay, you can actually hear them speaking. Although having said that, yeah, this news, even for a home for otaku tonight, would seem a bit lazy. Catherine blushed a little. It seemed that this little princess... Am I missing something? Princess, for this... Cryste was her first time to see the so-called beauty Catherine up close. She could barely finish her sentence. Okay, I suppose I shouldn't have used such a tone with her. Just now, after all, I have a few memories of who I was before. I was ordered to get you by Princess Radia. I hurried here without thinking. Please forgive me if I am intruding. I know what you told the maids yesterday, but today Princess Radia gave me an order that no matter what happens, you need to come down to the training grounds. Okay. Sister Radia, I've heard that Princess Radia believes you are now old enough to start your training, and it's bad for your body to stay in your room the whole day anyway. Catherine stopped talking suddenly. She was thinking of how to explain this without making Cryste angry. Is it Cryste? Maybe it's Cryste. This kind of training was the training of swordsmanship, she knew. Although she couldn't remember the details of the training. From her memories, she would usually spend most of her time in a room reading, somewhat similar to her life as a man. But I don't want to be seen as mean, but in order to have a better life in this world, I will need to make some initiative. After all, Cryste seems to just accept the memories of my previous life, so she doesn't seem to want to change at all. I know the training is very important, but I'm feeling a bit sick today. Is it okay if I do it tomorrow? Cryste lowered her head slightly, trying to hide the look of embarrassment on her face. It was just an excuse. This was the usual kind of response, but Catherine kept silent in the doorway. She seemed to be thinking. Princess, what are the symptoms of your sickness? You have a sore throat and a headache? Within half a second, she resumed the posture of a bow immediately after realizing her etiquette was wrong. Yes, you're right. I understand. If you're sick, you should stay here and rest. Bluff success. Catherine suddenly became very understanding. It seems that she will agree with anything I say. Rest well, Your Highness. Please call for the maid outside the door if you have any requests. The situation didn't seem right. Catherine was the head maid, but she didn't pry further into the princess's childish excuse of not feeling well. On the other hand, these so-called symptoms would only make people worry. That's true. Okay, got it. But no matter, I can do whatever I want after she leaves. It's a good thing anyway. I'll retire for now, Your Highness. Catherine bends into a bow and before carefully closing the door behind her. I want to go to the library and find a new book. Please guide me there. Cryste tried to start a conversation with the maid combing her hair, the one who served her every day. The maid was only a 15 or 16-year-old girl, but not until just now did she realize how young the maid really was. Cryste didn't concern herself too much with anything, it seemed. Her memories were full of clothes, storybooks, her strong, self-willed personality, an ability to level of 0 for building interpersonality relationships. Strange that people didn't find her dread to be around. Clink. The young maid was so surprised by Cryste talking to her that she dropped the comb on the ground. See, it's always like this. She turned around and silently stared at the fearful girl. The maid quickly bent down and tried to pick up the comb in haste, but on the way down, she hit her head on the chair. Clumsy. Oh, that really hurt. I'm so sorry, Your Highness. I didn't mean to do that. Please forgive me. The maid's clumsy actions make Cryste giggle. Such an adorable kid. Let's just tease her a little bit. Nothing too excessive. Oh, no. Taking advantage. Well, you aren't. Why is it? It's advancing with. I didn't do that. It was advancing without me. Why aren't you a brave one, combing my hair all high like this? Sorry, Your Highness. Let's see. I swear I didn't push anything. Nothing too excessive. Let's tease her. Nothing too excessive. I'm lost. Oh, it looked like I'd missed some text, but... ... as a line of dialogue always drives you crazy. Is it because it's too open-ended, you don't really know what they're trying to convey? Or is it you think it's just lazy as an excuse to not want to have to put any kind of effort into describing what the ... means? Why aren't you a brave one, combing my hair all high like this? Sorry, Your Highness, I'm really sorry. The girl's young face looked pale as she tried to keep herself from crying. It's not proper dialogue format, period. Yeah, I get that. It's just incorrect it's just improper, period. When being particular and specific to the rules of writing. Seems I went a bit too far. But the look on the young maid's face makes me want to keep teasing her. Surprisingly for Cryste, she had a subtle urge to make her cry. Oh, is Cryste a bully? Was this what Cryste's personality was like? Resisting the urge, she came up with an even better idea. Yeah. Okay, so it's like fading out and fading back in. Did you see that? Uh-oh, we got more dots. Inner teacher writer coming out. Oh, anything doing with text. Gotta laser focus and like dissect. Proper etiquette. That's funny. Stand up. There is one thing you can do. Just do what I say and I'll forgive you. Really? Of course. Princess Cryste never lies. Oh, thank you so much. Don't be too happy just yet. Let me change into your clothes so I can leave the castle. Can you come with me too? So I'm gonna use you to get out of the castle, and I'm going to make you come with me when I do it. Even for a simple girl like her, this request shouldn't be too difficult. Oh, no, that's a bit rude. Don't be like that. Maids need to go out and buy things from town in turns, don't they? Today should be a good opportunity. I just want to see if this works. After all, I can't remember how to get to the town library. The young girl seemed to be terrified by my strict voice, but spoke up through her sobbing. Your Highness, I can't do this. It's not my turn today, and even if I was to go out to town, a guard will be following me. I see. Forget it then. I was just rambling. It would likely lead to trouble if I did this anyway. It's not so easy to leave the palace. Cryste reached out her hands, trying to calm down the maid. She's almost the same height as me, but her breasts are a bit... aren't they way bigger? Okay, don't cry. I forgive you. Thank you, Your Highness. But I still have one simple request for you. Don't worry. I won't be mean to you anymore. Yes, Your Highness. As a result of her request, Cryste had a pretty good harvest. Harvest? Within the time it would take her to finish a meal, she was able to get some casual clothes and necessities from the maid. The clothing wasn't anything special though, just a normal black dress and a pair of common shoes. She didn't worry about the clothing size since they have a similar body shape. But it seemed that the little maid didn't have such a good family background. Cryste thought all the royal maids were of noble birth. Guess not. The girl's clothes were hidden in the bottom layer of her sandalwood closet. The top layer of the closet had her precious and delicate clothing, but even her casual clothes were designed to represent an honorable royal status. This dress doesn't seem like one a normal person would wear when going out to town. Anyway, I'm not supposed to go out today. This is just a tryout, a test, to collect some information and prepare a little. So if they decided to go through with this, with it on a later day or a later time. With her left hand, Cryste fiddled with her bangs while she caught up with her other spoils of war with her right, a pen, a pile of paper. In the end, she decided to go to the library as she had originally planned. Even having decided that I wouldn't go out before, and although it's a bit rude of me, I will need to ask the maid to guide me after all. Randomly, I reminisced about my previous life as a man. I worked in a store. I made a mistake once, which angered my senior coworker, but there was no one to cover my shift, so I had to awkwardly work with my coworker for the rest of the afternoon. Memorizing the layout of the town from a cruddy drawing map the maid gave me, as well as from some faint memories, it shouldn't be too hard to find the library. Previously, I thought the castle was very ordinary, but now my only reference is from old movies set in the Middle Ages, so I can't really form an opinion. Although if I get lost, I can't really go ask the guards, since I would get in trouble. I'm feeling a bit hesitant. Sitting on the porch, Cryste casually observed what was going on around her. The carefully polished rocks decorating the garden melded with the fine gold-embroidered carpet of the porch. The coolness of the rock and the warm gold of the carpet mellowed the usual sharp feel of the stones. Many exquisite pieces of art were displayed comfortably in the garden leading into the house and placed in the corners of the porch. This place seems like it's got it all going. Like, it's elaborate. It doesn't seem to have any qualms. I wonder if we get back out into town, if we're going to see what's really going on out there. Like, what kind of problems are the common folk experiencing? Kind of isolated from all that, right? For Cryste, the luxurious atmosphere of the palace easily exceeded the limit of her imagination. So, false first impressions of the theory of how this castle was. I thought this castle would be boring. Nope! Far from boring. Her leather shoes made a thudding sound on the smooth floor. It's so embarrassing. Even stepping carefully to not arouse attention didn't help suppress the noise. Her paranoia of being constantly monitored caused her to even watch the breaths she took as she walked. Hey, stop staring at me. Yeah, you guys hidden behind your metal armor. See, if you don't do anything wrong, you got nothing to hide. You got nothing to fear. Cryste was the royal princess here and had been spoiled from a young age. She seemed to have caused some headaches among the townspeople. For her to hate people staring at her seemed to be normal. So yeah, rambunctious. Even kind of a jerk to her maid. Once she realized this beautiful girl was herself, after her spirit possession incident, it made her feel fortunate but also stressed at the same time. After about 20 minutes, she finally arrived at the main entrance to the palace library, deciding not to wander to the library in town. There were a lot of things to research about this world, but trying to memorize facts seemed inefficient. It seemed better to rely on the power of pen and paper to take notes. Ooh. Quite the library. She found a table in the library and set down the pen and ink. The atmosphere brought up memories of her college days. She's 12. I mean, not that 12-year-olds can't go to college, but... Oh, are you saying college days as a man, maybe? The Royal Library was located on the west side of the palace and had 2 floors, far away from Cryste's room. The top floor was similar to an attic, and both sides had a spiral staircase for people to go up and down. The scale was huge, but it wasn't as extravagant as Cryste would have imagined. Okay, so it either goes to beyond imagination or it doesn't meet expectations. After all, this library was just for the convenience of the palace wizards, you know, the bachelors and the aristocracy, but it couldn't be compared to the huge town library far beyond the palace. There it is again. It feels like it skipped, but I feel like it's not skipping at the same time. Yeah, it does skip, right? This is annoying. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay. It doesn't look like I am. It's so weird the way it skips. Her Royal Highness here? This is quite unusual of you. Just as Cryste entered the library, a woman immediately walked up to her in greeting. Good afternoon, Miss McKeel. Cryste gave a slight bow as the woman walked over to her, wearing an exposed dress. Her long silver hair flowed over her dark skin in sharp contrast. She seemed familiar, perhaps because she was an elf, happening to also hold the title of Court Wizard. She remembered her name, not to mention that she was also Cryste's teacher. That's a good reason to remember. Are you the princess? McKeel wrinkled her long, slender brows, looking a little suspicious. Uh-oh. Your doubt of me is very rude. I am unique to this kingdom after all. How dare you? How do I deal with her? I can't recall any specific details of the elves or palace wizards. Okay, so the way it disappears and reappears, it doesn't seem like I lost any text. It's just it was recurring text, so I'm gonna stop going backwards, looking to see if anything is missing, because it seems like it's just glitching? I don't know. I'm sorry, but I was surprised by your rare appearance here at the library. What would you be here for? We don't have any storybooks, or are you here to listen to my lectures? Mikhail's voice hinted that she was trying to tease her. My plan wasn't to come and listen to your lectures, but since you suggested it, I think I will take your advice. Just as I thought, how could your highness Huh? What? What did you say? A look of disbelief washes over her face. Did I really used to be so unmotivated? I said I was going to take your advice. After all, you have encyclopedic knowledge of the entire royal palace, don't you? Good point. This beats running through books and writing things down if you just get told what what you want to know. The effectively asking Google, right? You don't need to look up a book if you can just ask Google. We'll just ask Mikhail. On opposite sides of the line, the princess answered as politely as she could, while the wizard could not believe what she was hearing. It might not be a wise choice to act too differently from my normal behavior, especially when facing a court wizard as smart as this one. I should just be myself as I used to be, and act like a spoiled princess when needed. Good point. But it seems that you're not in the best of spirits right now, so I would like to ask for your advice later. Today, I would like to sit quietly and read a book. The princess spoke very sincerely, but the excuse to avoid Mikhail's lectures had been crafted far in advance. Since the seeds had been planted, they will always have a chance to grow. Now I can ask any questions I have to Mikhail and attend her lectures. Well, I will take my leave then, your highness. As Cryste watched her walk away, she finally relaxed the corner of her lips that had been held in a fake smile for so long. It seems that Cryste's mental age has grown exponentially since I have reincarnated into her body, given the wizard's reactions just now. But was the wizard suspicious of me? Seems I still have a lot to learn. I need to work hard to handle my relationship with others, as well as set good impressions. I didn't care about these things at all in my previous life as a man. After all, I was just a normal person. But now, being a disliked princess with every ability below that of an average person except for her physical appearance, she was such a bimbo. But complaining is just complaining. After all, I'm the princess now. I need to face these challenges one by one. Cryste held her hand to her head, trying to organize her thoughts. If all the problems I'm tasked with were sorted by priority, the most important thing would be to solve the country's food and clothing shortages. Well, even though there are shortages, no one is dying, so I don't need to focus on it too much. Wow, compassion extraordinaire. Cryste spread out the paper in front of her. Wait, how do I spell the word priority? There was no obstacle speaking the word aloud, but the question was how to form the sounds into a written word. Fortunately, the princess had accumulated a lot of words from reading her storybooks. While her brain was supposedly empty, there seemed to be something rattling around. Crack. The tip of her feather pen split. ... Sullenly, Cryste left her seat and gave the order to a passing guard. You, go get me a new pen. Being the princess, I may as well use my power to give order. Even though my lower class self had never enjoyed the convenience of royalty. The guard acted quickly, and a new pen was delivered to Cryste within the minute. But Cryste's writing speed was faster, and the new pen broke as soon as she had started using it. In order to not further tarnish her reputation, she needed to quickly come up with an excuse. Even for Cryste, who could not be motivated to do anything, should at least have been able to use a dipping pen. It must be this paper. It's completely unsuitable for writing. I just need to be more careful. This time it will be fine. There are no computers nor mobile phones in this world to learn the history, racial composition, or about the country itself. Looks like I can only use books. There should be a chronicle of the kingdom somewhere. Although it's hard to evaluate the kingdom's own history in an objective way from its own books, the palace library should have a collection of works from other countries. After all, the palace wizards and scholars need as much information as possible to have an accurate account of their own history. What, isn't like studying the stories of RPGs in order to make a new game story? I might actually be good at this. Cryste couldn't help but feel a little agitated, though. These were all just emotions. Faced with this challenge of a huge library, a strange language, and unfamiliar words, it was almost impossible to find a specific book she needed. It's a lot of books. I should let the lower-ranking people deal with this problem. It wasn't worth it for Cryste to worry about these kinds of things. She took out a new piece of paper and hastily wrote the words Chronicles and Foreign History Books. It seemed something was missing. Thinking about it, Cryste added 2 new subjects, World Map and Country Map. Seems to be enough. To learn the common facts of life here, it would be quicker to learn by directly observing people's actions. But the people in the palace were of no value to Cryste. To get a general sense, I should explore the outside world. Whoa! Okay, we're not actually there. I thought, like, she got out of the castle. Cryste only had a couple of memories of leaving the palace grounds, and she had never left the kingdom before. unlike the bird locked in the cage, which would rarely leave even if the door was opened. It seems that everyone, like the bird's owner, thought that Cryste would fly from her cage if given the opportunity. Fortunately, simple clothes were already prepared, and even though Cryste thought it wasn't realistic to leave the palace, it was still good to try. Thinking deeply, she left her thoughts on the paper by writing the Legend of Adventurer's Tale. Following this, she added one more sentence, based on real experiences, to avoid the possibility of a story being compared to a storybook. What should I do next? I don't want to bite off more than I can chew. In other words, if this is a different world, it should be filled with some elements of fantasy, such as magic, underground cities, adventure guilds. Wait, magic? Isn't Miko one of the greatest wizards in the land? Interesting. Seems that it's not quite as easy to learn as it is in an RPG, where you can learn new spells by clicking on a skill tree. That a basic knowledge of magic is essential. That's a good point. The reality of being in an RPG versus playing an RPG, right? You gotta put in the work. You can't just click a mouse, right? She put down her pen, stretched, and looked around. Several men dressed in robes quickly turned away from her. This is why I feel that my every move is being monitored. Well, as a price for peeping on me, I'll have to ask you guys to do me a favor. Cryste walked straight over to one of the young scholars wearing thick glasses. The one who turned around the slowest. Perhaps it's because it was Her Royal Highness who walked up to him, and he suddenly straightened his body, looking very nervous. Tell me your name. Yes, Your Highness. I am the junior official of the Academy. Cryste. Please, what can I do for you, Your Royal Highness? Junior official. He's new. Well, even if this guy doesn't have much of a title or any experience, he will be much better than those sneaky senior officials. I once had an experience working at my part-time job in my last life where the senior coworkers figured out how to do their job while putting in the least amount of effort. The new employees were the ones who had to spontaneously pick up after their roles. Yeah. Then Mr. Crow, please, help me find the books I've written down on my paper, and then ask my maid to send them to my room before this evening. As she said this, Cryste handed the young curly brown-haired man the sheet of paper with which she had recorded the books she wanted. For a moment, he sat there stunned. He looked like a scarecrow sitting in the middle of the library. Don't you want to do it? After hearing Cryste's question, he immediately snapped to attention. He respectfully received the paper with both of his hands and quickly bowed to the princess. I didn't mean it like that. It's just such a great honor to do a favor for your highness. I will get it done as soon as possible. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Crow. I'll remember your name. After leaving him with the paper, Cryste drifted away, and the other lucky civil scholars looked relieved. All went back to their jobs. In this world, people would usually only have lunch and dinner. If you felt hungry in the afternoon, people would usually drink tea and eat snacks. Of course, this only applied to rich people. For members of the royal family, dinner was mandatory. Even King Cain, who was busy dealing with government affairs and often didn't have time to take part in lunch, had to spend time with his family during dinner. When the sun had just set, she was led to the dining hall by Catherine. She had planned to stay in her room for the rest of the day, but after thinking carefully, even the spoiled Cryste was too afraid to skip dinner. The king has such an aura of power. Even upon the thought of her father, Cryste had an unspoken fear coming from the depths of her soul. The respect, the authority. When she arrived at the dining hall, the dishes had been set on the table and the servants were waiting for the host to take a seat. Cryste acted as usual. When the king sat down, he sat at the head of the table, the long table, the Queen Cecilia. Cecilia is quite a noble, hierarchical name. She was seated opposite to Cryste. Cecilia Damont Mainsfield. She's my mother. She's just watching her. A warm feeling rises from the bottom of my heart. Little Cryste, Catherine said you were not feeling well today. Is this true? Catherine should know. What I said this morning seemed to have been taken seriously by Catherine. Have I been sick the last few days? I have no memory of it. Whoops. Recurring excuses. I can't just say that it's no problem because the princess can't even remember what kind of sickness she has. Maybe it's just Catherine worrying too much. Princess can be seeing sick around. Sounds really sad. Hopefully I don't really get sick. Catherine, what's going on? Facing out the princess's inquiry, the maid looked embarrassed, and after some hesitation, she stepped forward. She's not feeling well. We shouldn't ask her too much about it. That's a catch-22. You want to know, but you can't ask, right? Cecilia blushed, but a few seconds later, her smile was back as it had been. Does Cryste really have some sort of sickness? But it doesn't make sense that she would just laugh it off if I'm really sick. Wait, I'm only 12 years old. Realizing her own age, she suddenly felt uncomfortable in her body. The moment she realized what was going on, Cryste felt the temperature in her cheeks rising rapidly. Man, why didn't you just talk about this with me in the first place? I just used it as an excuse to be able to get through the day with some luck, but to be ashamed for it like this in front of everybody. Cryste blushed strongly and looked at her sister and father, who were sitting next to her, and they turned away somewhat awkwardly. Even the maids behind her quickly turned their faces away from the serious side of Her Royal Highness. Well, they seemed to be good at concealing themselves, but the trembling shoulders of one of the maids had given away her laughter. Her chestnut-colored hair, that petite body, no wonder she looked so familiar. She was the girl who was combing my hair. Damn it. I'll give you a little punishment. So, Cryste, when are you going to start your swordsmanship training? Oh boy. That's a good question. Never? Her sister, Radia, interrupted the awkward atmosphere, giving Cryste some relief. Ah, sister. Okay. If it's possible, I would like to try it tomorrow. What do you think, sister? She replied with a perfect princess tone to the young girl with the same silver-colored hair. No, I'm awesome. I was not recognized at all. Although she has already formed her aggressive nature, Radia is only 15 or 16 years old. It may seem strange to call her sister when she is older than me, but I'll get used to it sooner or later. Oh, is Cryste interested in swordsmanship too? The Silent King, who hadn't said anything yet, finally joined the dialogue, and the atmosphere gradually became natural. Yes, Father, your Majesty. I don't know why I've suddenly become interested in sword fighting and magic, but I hope I can practice them both in the near future. I wasn't exactly the type of thing Cryste would say, but it was true that she had developed strong interest in them. As someone who was just an ordinary modern man the day before, she could never have imagined she would have the opportunity to learn these skills. Swordsmanship. It wouldn't call it fun, but of course she could start practicing. It's better than reading those meaningless storybooks every day. But you will feel better by tomorrow. Maybe you should rest for a few days. Please stop bringing that up already. Damn it. Well, have to pretend to be sick for a couple of days? Although Radia's attitude was usually quite negative, thinking of how Cryste was before, it was easier to understand why her attitude was so bad. Good point. So for the next few days, I will study with my teacher, Mikhail. I have no choice. I'll have to act more mature. That's really unbelievable. Everyone at the table looked at me in amazement. Come on. Today everyone seems to have been amazed by me. And if your Majesty would not mind granting me one request. After they had calmed down, she pointed at the girl with the chestnut-colored hair and opened her mouth with a smile. I want her. Thinking back to her previous life, she couldn't remember how long it had been since she sat at a table enjoying a delicious meal with others, even if it was just a normal dinner with her family, and a feeling washed over her that couldn't quite be described with words. Using the word joyful doesn't seem fitting. It was more complex, emotional fluctuation. But anyway, to be able to enjoy this life and for it not to feel strange, it was all due to Cryste's memories. Out of the reserve of the princess, Cryste was not eating as much as she usually would. Cryste didn't gobble down her food messily like before, where she could get away with it because of her princess identity. Of course, this cutlery not being the easiest to use also contributed to her low eating efficiency. This is just a small thing, since it seems I don't need to eat a lot to feel full. The more important thing is to punish the maid who dared to laugh at her master. Your Highness, what's the matter now? Come back to my room if you have something to say. This one sentence made her shut up at once, and the girl quietly followed Cryste back to the bedroom. I'm so sorry for what I did at dinner. Please don't punish me. As soon as she entered the room, the girl knelt down and apologized before Cryste had a chance to punish her. Stand up. What's your name? Thank you very, very much. My name is Sophie Serral. Serral. Oh, that sounds like the name of a noble family. Yes, it's as your Highness said, but the family has become very poor. She said it as if she was talking about another person's family, but the bitterness on the girl's face betrayed her. It was her family. Cryste sighed and reached out her right hand. Sophie didn't dare stand up. Your Highness? Do you know the words? Yes, my father taught me. How fortunate. Seems I didn't pick the wrong person this time. From now on, you will be my exclusive maid, as granted to me by my father. Any problems with this? Of course not. It's my pleasure. Although the girl answered like this, her body didn't move at all. That's not going to work. Cryste couldn't help but stare at the maid, still kneeling on the ground. Sophie, I can't feel your loyalty. How should I? The girl's face was full of confusion, as if she didn't know how to respond. First of all, the host has made an invitation. If you don't accept it, it will make your master feel embarrassed. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The other thing is, don't stutter. Make it clear what you want to say, because respect and fear are two different things. If you don't understand, take my hand and stand up from there. Some kindness showing through, huh? Oh, really? Why does it do that? Why does it skip? It seems like it's skipping the last block every time. I don't have a choice. Your Highness, there's a civil official named Sir Crow here to see you. I see. Ask him to wait in the reception room. Wait, I thought Crow was going to give the books to someone else to give to me. It was the middle of the night. Crow, with his books, was knocking at the door of her bedroom. This man, how should I criticize him? I told him to come here much earlier. No, you told him to give the books to the maid to bring to you. But when Cryste saw Crow struggling with this huge pile of books, Cryste had to rethink her plans. Oh. Okay. You really dedicated yourself. It seems like every animation change makes the text disappear and reappear. You really dedicated yourself to this task, Mr. Crow. Not at all. Since it's the request of your highness, it is my duty to complete it. Do you have any other requirements? Has he really done this because I'm so charming? I don't know if I'd put it charming. Crow's books had a lot of bookmarks and notes sticking out. Oh, really? It was clear that he worked hard to find the information. Cryste's face lit up into a smile when she saw this. That's enough for right now. Don't be so self-conscious, Mr. Crow. I'm counting on you here. The young man held his hands tightly to his sides, although he was not as intimidated as the maid before. He was also nervous. By the way, you may ask for Sophie if you need any assistance in the future. Cryste smiled and gave a look at her maid. Sophie immediately walked up to the young official and bowed to him politely. I am at your service, Lord Crow. No. I don't wish to make any trouble for Mrs. Sophie. Well, this is good. To have such an achievement in the beginning, both of these people will be very useful. Ulterior motive. With me, the princess as their backbone, they will be cultivated into loyal subordinates. More importantly, both Sophie and Crow are newcomers to the palace. Ooh, I hadn't thought about that either. So you bring in the green people so that they have no preconceived ideas of how to subvert, and you kind of assume that they're not going to take advantage of you. In fact, the other way around, they're going to be more than obliged to maintain their status with you. They know they have all the power over them. There's no more convenient way to get information on the outside world than being able to ask them. Let's go. Knowing exactly what to do, Cryste, without hesitation, grabbed Sophie's hand and headed back to her bedroom. You'll sleep here tonight. But Your Highness, you're going to let me sleep with you? Is it considered normal to sleep on the floor in this country or something? No, but this is disrespectful, and if I get caught by the head maid, I will... Sophie clenched her hands in embarrassment. So she's concerned about this. Don't worry, I won't let her find out, and even if she was to find out, it's no big deal. Anyway, this is from me, an order from the king's daughter, Cryste. I don't know if I'm being influenced by this girl's previous habits, but I feel like I need to act tough. You're about the same height as me, so you can wear my pajamas if you don't have any. Yes, I will. Obey your orders. Don't be so stiff. I'll allow you to be free when we're alone. Although it was still important that the maid realizes who was in charge. That's right. Like I said, keep them under your feet, but at the same time make them grateful. Cryste thought of the future and how everyone should be addressed by their full name or honorific title. She couldn't help but tire at that thought. I see, Your Highness. Hopefully you really do understand. You have to remember, I don't like repeating myself. Fortunately, Sophie seemed to feel a bit at home in the room. Her response was quite satisfactory. As she was talking, she plunged into the mountain of books and began picking out what to read tonight. Although she was already mentally prepared for the task ahead, she felt a bit powerless in such a difficult situation. To say it was a mountain of books is a bit of an exaggeration, of course, but it was still hard for her to decide which books she should be read first. She grabbed a piece of a higher quality parchment. High quality parchment should indicate that they contain a wide variety of information, like a complex world and national maps. However, it was embarrassing that she knew absolutely nothing about the units and scales of the world. The knowledge of her original world seemingly meant nothing here. It's true. What about a book on history? Cryste opened a biography. Why is there such a long list of citations? And the names of these people and places? I've never heard of any of them. Cryste fiddled with her pretty silver hair in annoyance. Your Highness. Sophie, confused as to what all the books were for, looked a bit worried. Oh, a new discovery. She grabbed Sophie's hand in excitement. Sophie, in your opinion, if you wanted to know something about the outside world, where would you start? A little confused, she hesitated to reply. Your Highness, I think it's better to think about what you're interested in than to think about which book would be the best to read first. What I'm interested in? So, because Your Highness is always closed off in the palace, you know nothing of the outside world. Sophie carefully organized her statement. I was gonna say, like, careful what words you use. Sir Crow brought many books, which you must have asked him to do. Your Highness's desire for knowledge is very admirable, but I think that what is written in these books is somewhat different from reality. Of course, I'm not saying your Highness shouldn't be reading books. In fact, I think reading books is very necessary, but after all, you have no understanding of the outside world yet. Rather than thinking which books you should read, it might be better to start with what you're interested in. And after that, reading books will allow you to better acknowledge the world. Oh. Cryste could not help but voice her excitement. Although Sophie claimed to have only received a basic education from her father, how was she able to convince people so easily? Is Sophie naturally good at learning things like this? I'm very sorry, Your Royal Highness. I said too much. You must think I'm lecturing you. Your Highness is much too smart to listen to my dumb advice. Ah, self-deprecation now. We now actually have her fully under control, right? No, I was just so happy to hear what you did. Cryste shook her head and accepted Sophie's words candidly. Even facing a brand new world, I'm still thinking like I would in the past. I need to quickly master the knowledge of this world, although I still don't really know where to start. It's naive to say that I've changed from who I was yesterday. And the previous Cryste was gone and replaced by another person. Actually, it is due to myself not realizing these problems and the truth of this world. Cryste couldn't help but reach up and toss her hair back in annoyance. Although she was very interested in magic and swordsmanship, these skills were beyond what Sophie could teach. Fortunately, she would be able to learn magic from Mikhail tomorrow and was already scheduled to get swordsmanship training from her sister. No idea. Cryste was acting a little different than usual. Sophie, standing at her side, had her index finger out with an awkward expression on her face. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't worry. Cryste looked up and noticed the girl's unnatural expression. Well, thank you. It's just to see Your Highness so troubled, I just wanted to give you some suggestions, or some of my personal experience. Don't feel afraid to say things like that. You are my tutor in terms of life. Why be so cautious? Alright, from now on, don't call me Your Highness when we're alone. As soon as Sophie heard this, she immediately began to panic. She didn't even know where to place her hands. But what should I call Your Highness then? Cryste, Your Highness? It's not even longer. Just call me Cryste. How could I? That would be rude. I just said you could, so it's okay. Besides, this is also an exercise for you. If you're always focused on hierarchy, it's tough to speak your mind. So from now on, you just need to treat me as a friend. Well, that's true, but you're Sophie stared at her, trying to conquer her fear. Cryste. Well done. Now I'm not the princess, just a girl next door named Cryste. Sophie placed her hands on her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Scary that just took 5 years off my life. Alright, what do you suggest? Sophie mumbled something inaudible, but Cryste chose to ignore it. Well, what do you think of this? Rather than thinking about all these complicated questions, let's take a bath and relax a little. After all, people seem to think best when taking a bath. Take a bath. That makes sense. Yes. Sophie echoed happily. You'll come too, Sophie. Yes, I'm ready to serve. I mean, you don't have to serve me this time, huh? Let's you and I take a bath together. I don't need anyone to serve me. Do you understand? I will obey. Stared into space again. Yes, Cryste. By the way, is Your Highness's body well enough to take a bath? I just told you to call me Cryste, and my body's fine. That was only an excuse to deceive the head maid. Ah, I see. Okay. So they, I was gonna say. Seems like he mean the man who's now reincarnated as the girl. Like, I don't think he said his original name. But Cryste seems like it's, I'm wondering if it's every time he dies, he goes to a new body. But there's no reference to any prior. So is this like the first time? Like, how would he know so commonly or casually to be taking advantage of the new area? Like, it's interesting how casually and instinctively he's taking the role of a new person. They walked into a large room with a giant pool as they talked. It wasn't the first time Cryste had come here, but the decor was still refreshing. The smooth walls of pure white marble, the slender path of interlocking cobblestones, and the floor of intricately placed tiles. It doesn't feel like I'm walking into a tub, it's more like being in a carefully constructed garden. It's too spacious. I prefer a smaller tub. Why does Cryste think so? Well, because the space is so big, the water will get cold quickly, won't it? Cryste held up her finger and blurted out a reason she made up on the spot. Although it was known that this tub was built with an expensive magic guide, the exact principle was too complicated for Cryste, who had little magical knowledge. You don't have to worry about this, Cryste. It's not just the water. The whole tub itself has a magical crystal that keeps it hot. Even the air is controlled to a very comfortable level. Cryste, you didn't feel cold when you washed before, did you? As she was explaining, Sophie took off her clothes. Her dress was very complicated, especially the style of her underwear. It was a bracelet skirt and it seemed hard to take off. But what Cryste noticed even more is that, though Sophie was very sexy, she didn't have any evil thoughts. Sophie's body was very thin and petite, but her chest was really something. With excellent body proportions, Sophie was one of those girls who had both prominent boobs and slender waist, plus a beautiful sheen and elastic thighs. She looked down at her own body, wearing nothing but her underwear. A vest of lace, small panties covered her white skin. Even from a picky person's perspective, she was also luxuriously beautiful. But as Cryste was simply a child, she had no feelings in response to seeing someone so beautiful. Why do I feel so overwhelmed with this unspeakable frustration? Your Highness, Cryste, why are you holding my hand like that? Did I do something wrong? Your eyes are scary. No, nothing. None of your business. And sure enough, I no longer who I was before. But how can I be myself? Although I have Cryste's memory and habits, I have to balance both of our personalities. I'm not as interested in girls as I used to be in my body, but maybe it's because my older male personality seems to dominate her mind, right? I don't understand it. Oh, why am I trying so hard to figure out this philosophical question? After all, aren't I still myself? As long as I'm still thinking, I'm still alive. Cryste had taken off the last of her clothing, leaving only a ruby necklace around her neck. This necklace was called the Heart of Eli, an important family heirloom. Because the king told her never to take it off, she had no intention of touching it. At least remember that. It's probably an important fact. Just stepping into the hot water of the pool had a calming effect. I suppose there's really nothing to worry about. As Sophie said, people can think clearer when they take a bath. Cryste, is it really okay if I come in? This really isn't what someone like me should be doing. It's okay. I'm allowing it. Well then. Sophie walked slowly down to the pool with her towel. She did not immediately sit down at the edge, but stretched out her leg and gently tempted the water for fear of it being too hot. The room was filled with warm steam. Cryste was patiently waiting for the moment Sophie finally waded into the pool. Like, why is it suddenly turning into... So yeah, this is awkward. So, not very comfortable talking about this kind of stuff out loud in front of public, you know? So, I remember it's the unit... I should be able to understand the map now. I'm 20 years old. That's a lie. I mean, she looks just like the little girl other than her adult-like shape. But yeah, what kind of porn game? What is... What? Sophie's face darkened a little as she saw my reflection. Well, you know how I look, so I've been unable to even start looking for a boyfriend until recently, and my friend's first child was born already. I'm sorry for asking you. I feel it's a heavy topic. The marriage concepts of this world seem to be different too. In this world, if you're 20 years old and not married yet, you're considered a leftover lady. And I was a virgin myself, so I can understand. Pathetic. The conversation became awkward. Yeah, this whole situation is awkward. And they were silent for a while at the huge bath. Cryste didn't know what to say. She could only keep pulling on her soft hair as she lowered her head. She didn't do this out of boredom, however. It wasn't very convenient to take a bath without having her long hair tied. Sorry, I'll help you tie up your hair. Sophie seemed to be aware of the problem as well. Ah, please. Although I don't want to serve me, I finally accepted her help. I have no knowledge of how to be a princess. As a boy, I didn't know all the common sense a girl needed. It's hard to know what someone has to go through without stepping into their shoes. Sophie, what do people do your age? Is 20 years old the standard age to be an adult? It's hard to say. After all, every family is different. As for the standard age of adulthood, they would need to have a career and be able to support their families. Oh, and what's outside the world like? Are there dangerous monsters? Are there dungeons and monsters? Well, yes. It is said that there are some areas where demons gather due to some ancient and powerful magic thing dying there. There must be adventurers trying to collect treasures in such places. Yes, there are, but this kind of thing is extremely dangerous. Yeah, well, I want to try it. Cryste liked to play RPGs. Now we're talking. Let's get on to a decent subject. With swords and magic, and she loved these kinds of novels and books. To be honest, Cryste would have expected to be a warrior, a powerful magician, although the situation isn't bad either. Never say such a thing! Sophie's sudden roar startled Cryste. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Highness, but this idea is too dangerous. I have a 14-year-old brother who ran off as an adventurer because he couldn't become a knight, and he hasn't come back yet. Ah, so young. Isn't that dangerous? Well, she's only 12, so... Less experience, no magic, and swordsmanship. Sounds dangerous to me. Sophie put down the comb and sat back in the pool. Yes, at first, Mother was very opposed to the idea, but for a poor noble family like ours, who have to both maintain their reputation as nobles and cope with the ordinary life of the commoner, it's hard to balance, and he could no longer bear it. Sparkling drops of water rippled through the pool. Cryste clumsily twisted the towel out of her hands, perhaps because she was very strong, and found a dry spot to gently wipe the maid's tears. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I'm sorry. Let me call you that now. No, I still wish for you to call me by my name. If you don't want to say anything, you don't have to. Just enjoy the warmth of the hot water. It seems very difficult for the servants to call the princess by name. Cryste hugged Sophie gently from the side. She didn't know if it was because Sophie thinking of her brother or because of the hug, but her body trembled slightly. The two of them lay in bed early in the evening, even though the bed was very spacious. Sophie leaned on Cryste. Was it because of what happened just then that they became so close? Cryste didn't know either. Sophie told a story about the magic and adventure. Although Sophie said it was dangerous to be an adventurer, Cryste still hadn't given up on the idea. She wanted to make sure she had a talent for swordsmanship, or magic. Ooh, I might actually get to make a choice. Later on, if I can leave this castle, I want to be able to challenge the invincible dragon with a holy sword or a magical staff one day. But tonight, it seems we can only have good dreams. Today's lesson with Miss Mikhail was in the study, which, while not as large as the library, also had a collection of books conveniently located near the dormitory. When Cryste got up in the morning, she found that Sophie had already put on her clothes and was preparing to help her freshen up. She probably woke up before dawn. They said a lot of things last night, and although most of it was just gossip, there were a few things that Cryste was interested in, but by the time she got up in the morning, she couldn't recall the details. Thinking of this, she told Sophie to look for Crow again, to give him a new task written on paper. Help me find a no-dip pen and a palm-sized notebook. This was his new mission. A no-dip pen. Yeah, you don't want me to go breaking more pens. We will have to wait for Crow's response. Oh, did they misspell Crow? I thought Crow had an E in it. So let's talk to Mikhail. You're very punctual today, Your Highness. Compared to me, you are... how long have you been waiting? Not very long at all, since Your Highness was giving me a rare chance for me to teach. How could I say no? If so, then I am honored to task the teacher to instruct. Here we go. Are we going to learn some magics? Her eyebrow seemed to wrinkle slightly as if she was used to the tone. Wasn't used to the tone, but then her face grew to a smile. Of course, but I don't know what Your Highness wants to know. Well, there are mountains of things I want to know, but I should ask something I'm interested in first. After all, Sophie said so. She thought for a moment and then looked back to Mikhail. I used to have some interest in magic, but I don't understand it systematically. Teacher, since you are the first wizard of a court, would you please give me some advice on this if you can? After all, she had to ask for advice and she bowed respectfully. Your Highness, please sit down. How can you bow to the wizard? Even such a small gesture from Cryste made Mikhail get up from her chair. I just really want to know. Cryste didn't think before she acted, and this respectful behavior seemed to have been overdone. Well, not acting natural. Actually, Mikhail's wizard identity should have been respected by this useless princess. But maybe this world's wizards weren't as noble as she thought. Cryste remembered that Mikhail had indeed enjoyed great freedom in the court, and even her father talked with respect when he mentioned her. The awkward atmosphere of the two lasted for a while, and Mikhail was the first to speak. Since Your Highness has the heart of acquiring knowledge, I am honored to be your teacher. As long as you have questions, I will try my best to teach you. It is my great honor. I'm a little curious that Your Highness would suddenly be interested in these things. Previously, you said that as a noble princess, you didn't need to learn such vulgar spells as long as someone will be there to guard you. Yeah, let someone else learn the vulgar spells. At that time, it was an innocent thing to say, and magic was just something fun to think about. Is that so? Miss Mikhail, do you really want to teach me? These inquiries are getting on my nerves. I'm sorry. Let's go back to business. When she heard this, Mikhail became gentle again. You said you were interested in magic. What kind of magic do you want to learn? What kind? Yes, given the fact that Your Highness has not learned any of this before, let me begin with the basics then. Please. So, does Your Highness know the source of magic in this land of Iocard? Mikhail placed a book on the table and folded her slender arms. Was it the powerful demons from ancient times? Cryste recalled the story Sophie had told her last night, but Mikhail shook her head. Not really. There's a lot of magical Morin in the land of Iocard. However, Morin is completely different from magic. For example, a blade of grass and even us elves have magic. It's just a difference in terms of power. The powerful demons die in the underground cities, but the magic factor is fabled to have been created by a god who fell to the earth and sacrificed his body. A god sacrificed his body? Yes, the amount of Morin is certain and conserved. Places with more Morin can produce powerful monsters, which return to the earth after death. While places with less Morin create weak demons and humans were able to fight them back to build villages and cities, and then the cycle repeats. So does my body have Morin? Cryste was excited to think that she could use magic like a wizard in a game. Even a little worm on the side of the street has Morn. Oh, rude. Rude. But it can't connect to the Door of Mana because the amount is so little. The Door of Mana? Yes, it's the door to the magic of the world. Mana and the Morn. The magic can be the same, but your highness doesn't need to know this because it's too complicated. Rude. To start with, the amount of Morn in a normal organism is far from enough to start magic, and even if it can be successfully launched, the caster will suffer greatly. So in the study of magic, they developed a gradual way to borrow the world's power, which became mainstream about 1,000 years ago. And the elves too? Cryste looked at her teacher's long ears and asked the question. Yes, because there are limits to the magic of both human and other intelligent races, except for the Inferno, that is. Inferno? Ah, they have more storage organs to keep it inside them and are about 100 times more powerful than a human. It is important to note that Infernos can swallow other organisms to increase their own power, so this is something that other creatures are unable to do. Or the Inferno used to call them Morn power, your highness. Do not call it this. I see. Oh, what she claims is true. There must have been many wars. It's true. Then teacher, do I have the ability to use magic? Cryste was noticeably more concerned about the status quo than the Inferno. Even facing Cryste's endless series of questions, Mikhail did not show any impatience. Only when she heard this question, her tone suddenly became serious. Ah, the question of the hour. Can Cryste use magic? Your Highness, although you are very interested in this, there is something that I don't know the answer to. Using Morn is a great skill, and most people won't be able to use it in their lifetime. You don't think I have any talent? Mikhail was silent for a moment. She sighed softly. Your Highness had no interest before, so there is no conclusion if you can or can't. Although human nobles, especially women, commonly have some talent with it, you've never actually been tested. Ah, I see. Even if you are from a royal family and you may be born with a better pedigree, it is not absolute. He's very tactful about saying this, yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Time for some swordsmanship, right? Humans generally have low Morn, but occasionally there are geniuses. 1 out of 10 people has the probability of owning 5 times more Morn as a normal person, and 1 out of 100 people has the probability of owning 50 times more Morn than the average person. If someone was to have 1,000 times more Morn than the average person, they would be the chosen one of the gods. Okay. We have some perspective and some comparisons now. Spirits can hold 10 times as much Morn as humans, but there are hardly any geniuses among them. Of course, the amount of Morn doesn't mean absolute strength, and the phase of it is also very important. So, Your Highness, you can see how complex it is to be a wizard. No, not really. All I heard were numbers. Cryste knew she had been a normal person before. She couldn't think of anything she could feel confident in with her last life. In contact with technology, you could automatically feel that you were a genius. Of course, Cryste had had that feeling before, but she had only had disappointing results later. Maybe she tried harder this time, she could succeed. From some unknown time, even this feeling of regret could be forgotten. It would be nice to be born in a different world with a special gift. I'm looking forward to feeling like I can rule this world. Right now, it feels so distant. Maybe I'm just not trusting myself or something. After all, I've gotten used to thinking like this, and my repeated failures have left me unable to clearly see my own talents. How do you test it? But even if it's unlikely for me to have any talent in this, I'm not going to give up. I will use my own magic to test you, including your magical properties, but do you really want to try? Well, it's okay if you don't have any talent. It's just a whim, after all. Cryste lowered her head a little, exposing her face as if she had accepted it all. How mature you are, then, Your Highness. Come here. Mikhail got up and stood in a more spacious place next to a bookshelf, with a wooden staff suddenly appeared in her hand. Well, what is this? Oh, pardon me, if you need to use magic through the Door of Mana, you must use a medium, known as a magic guide. There are exceptions, of course, but I'll leave those until next time. She swallowed, took a step forward. Mikhail's staff finally stopped about 10 Amy from Cryste's forehead. The master of the staff was as still as a statue. Without chanting any superfluous actions, Cryste's body became surrounded in a blue light. Morn started to gather at the tip of her staff, and a small magic circle was formed underneath Cryste. Is this good or bad? It's dazzling! Please don't move, Your Highness. As the dazzling blue light disappeared, she opened her eyes to say something but stopped herself. Your Highness, this... I'm not talented, am I? Cryste interrupted gently. I can't say that. The amount of Morn is several times that of an ordinary person, and it can open a door of mana, but your property is illusion. Mikhail eventually came to the conclusion. For all she said, Cryste had no idea what she meant, but from how she said it, she understood that it wasn't a great talent. Better luck next time, kid. Generally speaking, as long as the body had enough Morn to open the door of mana, and if it was adaptive enough to a certain property, it would be able to realize its magic with the magic guide. So maybe then? There were some people who had Morn in their body but didn't have any kind of property to adapt to. Such a person was basically considered normal, and their life was not connected with Morn. Fortunately, Cryste had her own magical property. Cryste's property was illusion. Is that partially why we got reincarnated after dying? Did the Morn inside of the man from before carry over? The magical attributes of the world could be roughly divided into these 7. Fire, wind, water, earth, light, darkness, and illusion. Most magicians would only be adapted to one attribute, and occasionally in the strong magic families there are people adapted to 2 kinds of attributes, with outstanding talents in each. As for a person adapted to 3 types of attributes, only the ones chosen by the gods would be so fortunate, and they have shown up before. The world would call them a hero or a savior. After all, even the legendary gods only had 3 attributes. Of course, as with differing all attributes, each person's skill level was also varied. Most people couldn't have opposite attributes or hold 3 attributes at once. So fire and water, you could either have one or the other, likely, right? Oh, here it is. It's explaining it now. Fire and water. Water and earth. Light and darkness. These were opposites of each other. Really? They messed that up? Fire, wind, and earth. I think they meant to say wind and earth were opposites. Fire and water are opposites. Light and darkness are opposites. Right? So let's assume that. Fire and water, wind and earth, light and darkness. These were opposites of each other. The laws of the world. As for the attribute that Cryste had adapted to, illusion was a very subtle one. It was very different from dark magic, of which is known to be evil, but it wasn't exactly good either. This kind of magic would borrow power from the door of mana with the purpose of deceiving the opponent's cognition. It was recognized only as an auxiliary magic. This magic wasn't in the minority among magicians, but throughout history, no one had ever come to fame through specializing it. Cryste had adapted to this sole attribute. Didn't really have any other magical talent. That was the conclusion. Cryste was lying on her back in bed, gently touching the red crystal necklace lying on her chest. This necklace was a powerful magic guide, as Mikhail had told her before, a unique product of a crystal called the Heart of Eli. Now, however, it was just an ironic shiny stone. I'm so sleepy. Let's go to sleep early tonight. Cryste was quick to snap out of her depression. And you know what? It's been a little while, so let's save. Chapter 2. Alright. After all, even this attribute was still better than nothing. Despite being told you don't have any magical talents, she had been very concerned about it. But I should be more mature now, for example. I can also follow my sister's footsteps and practice swordsmanship and things like that. Unfortunately, her test results of swordsmanship were even worse than the magic. Oh no. Radia. Why are you doing this, Radia? Why are you putting me to shame? Cryste, are you just going to sit there? Seriously? I'm sorry, but I'm really exhausted. All morning, she repeated the movements and paces of sword fighting, but the weight of the sword made her tired. Her hands were too tired to lift the sword, and the muscles in her fingers were sending out bursts of soreness. Pathetic. Inadequate at everything. Well, Rome wasn't built in a day. Let's end it here. As for your physical strength, you're really weak, so you should come to the training ground more often. Well, dear sister, what's the matter? Cryste pulled on the corner of her sister's dress as she turned away to return to her sword training. Do you have a magical attribute? As soon as Radia realized what she meant, she turned around. Did you go to Mikhail to check your magical properties? Well, it doesn't seem that the result was very optimistic. I'm just curious, though. What is your property? It's illusion. The amount of Morin is said to be able to open the door. Remember to call it mana. The word magic is said by those faithless wizards, so as a princess, you should remember this. As for illusion, it's not very good property, so you shouldn't focus on it too much. By the way, if you want to practice fencing, you'll have to cut your hair. Uh-oh, don't. No, not my long hair. It's like all I got going for me at this stage. With her forefinger pointed to her short silver hair, Radia changed the subject. No way. I can't accept that. Everyone says hair is a woman's life. From my woman's consciousness, I instinctively revolt against the suggestion. As Radia said this, Cryste even felt a little sickened at her suggestion. Then at least tie it up when you come back into the training ground. Everyone will judge you if they see you like this. Radia looked around at the knights, picking up her sword, and went back to training. Until the end of the training, Cryste didn't know what Radia's magical attribute was, which was finally solved by Catherine. Her elder sister was adapted to the light and illusion properties. However, she only studied the light property. As for the illusion property, she never seemed to be interested in. Well, that's the minor property. It's like the cantrips of the magical world. Why bother? Her sister, who was also Master of Swordsmanship, even had the nickname Princess of the Sword. Putting aside her candidacy for the throne, she was eligible for knighthood in her own right. That's why she's totally unconcerned about her hair. Got it. Cryste was a bit spoiled. Worried about this, she didn't want to go back to her training ground. I don't want to do anything. Over the next couple of days, her will for knowledge dissipated. Here comes the depression. Here comes the, I've got nothing going for me. I got no future. After 2 days of her doing nothing, Crow finally arrived back from his mansion, but Cryste had no patience for this at the moment. Just leave me alone. Although she knew it was childish to be angry for no reason, Cryste wasn't able to change her immature state of mind. Your Highness, this isn't good for your body. You should at least eat something. On the morning of the third day, Sophie opened the door without permission and came in with a plate of food. The smell of the food made Cryste's stomach growl. I see. I'll go and freshen up first. Yes, let me help you. After hearing a positive response, Sophie walked up and followed Cryste. Your Highness shouldn't care about little things like this. Don't worry. I figured it out. I'm sorry to have taken my emotions out on you. Sophie stopped combing her long hair for a moment, but then started again. Did my hair get messy? No, Your Royal Highness. Whether it's was your hair or any other part of you, you're perfect. Really? Of course. You are known as the Crystal Princess. Crystal Princess? People seem to have heard some great things about her without taking into account how lazy she is. Or maybe there's a storybook on her that people have read. Everyone says so. Your silver hair and red pupils, just like a doll carved out of pure crystal. You're so beautiful. Well, that's because they don't know anything. That's why they call me that. If Sophie knew how spoiled and unkind she was, she would have nothing compared with Princess Radia, except maybe her beauty. They certainly wouldn't be saying things like this. However, it must be sad that Radia was also a real beauty. Your Highness. Okay, stop saying things like this. I just want to relax today. You don't have to come with me, but I need to go for a walk. Well, Sir Crow said that what Your Highness asked for was supposed to be done today. Yeah, that's great. Please help me say thank you when you meet him. Yes, Your Highness, but... Huh? But the weather is still somewhat cold out. Please pay attention to how long you stay out. The Kingdom of Garnet is freezing. Oh, not good for the fire countries. Sophie left after she had finished cleaning the dressing tools. I knew that she had something to say, but didn't say it. I guess it was just something to comfort me. It wasn't what Cryste wanted to hear anyway. Cryste walked slowly down the long hall and through the guarded arch. Your Highness, you can't go any farther. I know. I just wanted to walk in the garden. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. It's your duty, isn't it? Please continue working hard and take these. Why, thank you, Your Highness. Cryste handed him the cookies Sophie gave to her. She took out a few of them before leaving her room, and she made sure to wrap them in paper as a gift. Cryste looked out from the tall terrace overlooking the distant city. There was no just guessing at how prosperous it was here. Most of the luxurious single-family houses in the distance gleamed with a beautiful white sheen. Because they were so close to the castle, she thought they must be the houses of the nobles. But the scenery outside the gate didn't have anything worth looking at for long. Cryste moved her arm a little and stood for so long that she was slightly numb from the chilly morning. She glanced at the guards from the corner of her eyes. How would they react to the princess just standing here? Cryste expected them to do something, but they didn't say a word. They just kept standing on either side as usual. Feeling a little bored, Cryste got up and was ready to leave. They have responsibilities. What can I do? Thinking about this, Cryste walked in the direction of the garden. Oh, not bad. Not bad. It had been said before that the palace is decorated like a garden, but to describe exactly what the garden looked like, Cryste couldn't come up with a definitive answer. Maybe there are many gardens in her original world, but for such an otaku, such a scene would only be read about in fairy tales. Unknown trees, gardens, grass were neatly arranged and carefully trimmed, while paths bordered by flowers leave space for them to wind naturally through the garden. In the corner by the pavilion, a round table looked very suitable for drinking tea. What a beautiful place. Cryste remembered visiting the garden regularly. Whenever she stepped in, it was as if all her troubles were left behind. There wasn't really a problem, per se. She was just troubled by the lack of talent in magic and swordsmanship. But even if you don't have talent, you just need to practice it more. There's nothing in this world that isn't possible. Cryste was sure. After all, being beautiful is not a bad thing. Her mood gradually calmed down as she pondered this title of Crystal Princess. Although it made her feel somewhat embarrassed, it still sounded pretty good. It's okay. It's only the beginning. The reason why I appeared in this world must have its meaning. So for now, I'll just have to go ahead with the magic exercises. Although the magic I'm adapted to is not the best, I still want to try. This is God-given talent after all. It's almost time to finish my walk. Go back to reading. Cryste patted the dust off her dress, stood up, and stretched. Your Highness? Huh? Mr. Crow, why are you here? Cryste blushed when she realized he saw her stretching and tried to turn the awkward atmosphere around by asking a rhetorical question. The young civil servant smoothed out his messy robe and gave a nice bow. I'm sorry, but because the no-dip pen and the palm-sized notebook commissioned by Your Highness have been prepared, I've come back to tell you the results. Why didn't you tell this to Sophie? This man is stubborn. Your enthusiasm is more than I can imagine, Mr. Crow. Cryste narrowed her eyes and walked to the young man not far away. Well, because I had a feeling that Your Highness may be in need of them right away, I was feeling a bit anxious. Crow didn't seem to be bothered by this slightly cold response. He smiled and handed over a paper bag. The metal pen point Your Highness requested was indeed very difficult to find, but the neighboring business group in Gilkern recently made a business mission to Rhodes, where they were able to make one. Your Highness was very lucky to get such a pen. It is said that this design had only recently become popular in Gilkern. Well, thank you again for your loyalty, Mr. Crow. I'll have to give you a reward. It's a pleasure to serve you, Your Highness, and I have something else to give you. When Cryste looked at Crow's smiling face, listening to the claim he hasn't yet fulfilled, her feet seemed to touch something soft and wet. Felt like something was licking her toes. Cryste had a bad feeling. Unconsciously, she looked down. Is it some kind of puppy? A wild dog! Cryste immediately wrapped her arms around the young man and screamed. What's wrong, Your Royal Highness? Her loud yelp seemed to attract the guards, and they rushed to the garden. Looking on at the stunning scene, their princess now tightly holding a young man, reluctant to let him go. Who are you? How dare you be rude to Her Highness? The loyal guards took out their long guns. Guns, huh? The princess must be innocent, so the man must be guilty. Aye, misunderstanding. Her Highness was just frightened by the wild dog. The young man, seeing the guards, was in a hurry to explain. The guard slightly relaxed his grip on the gun. Is it true, Your Royal Highness? Really, get out of here. I should ask you why there are wild dogs here, rather than you asking why I'm hugging this man. Yes, I'm really sorry. Cryste didn't know if it was just because of her embarrassment over getting frightened by a dog, but she buried her head in Crow's clothing, afraid to look straight at him. Crow gently stroked her head. After the guards had gone, started to comfort Cryste. They'd been repairing the corner of the garden recently. That may be how the dog got in. Oh, I thought that the dog was the gift from Crow. Repair? Well, there was some damage due to a rainstorm. So, wait a minute. That's the case. Mr. Crow, can you take me there? Of course, but why would Your Highness care about this? Well, I want to know if more things about the palace. Oh. That's not I'm not going to use it to abscond from this place. No. Crow took Cryste's little hand and went to the corner of the garden where the wall was being repaired. His palm was wide and long, and it reminded her of being held by her father when she was a child. Cryste's face got very red from the thought. Calm down. Don't think about it too much. Some unhappy childhood happenings. Your Highness, here it is. Following Crow's sight, there was a hole at the edge of the tall wall connecting to a corner of the town. That's some heavy damage. The damaged part was similar to a narrow door. A person would be able to fit inside the cavity. But the part that was connected to the outside world was very small. It's going to be rebuilt, so the broken bricks were dug out. The old holes were just big enough for a kitten to pass through. The height of the hole seemed a little low for an adult, but it was more than enough for Cryste. You know a lot about this, Mr. Crow. It's true. This project is my responsibility, and since it affects the well-being of your highness, I would suggest that the hole be repaired quicker than planned. Now, please, slow it down. Ah? She couldn't help but blurt this out, and she coughed, trying to change the topic. I mean, please pay more attention to the quality of the project so that the workers can work carefully. We don't want to have any more incidents like this. Crow bowed his head again. Yes, I will follow your command. So please continue what you were saying before. Remember what he wanted before she was frightened by the dog? Yes, the gift. He had something, right? Ah, this. This tune. This time, I don't know why I said tune. This time it was the youth's turn to get flushed, and he took a letter from his pocket and handed it to her. What is this? Although she thought of some possibilities, Cryste immediately gave up on her unrealistic assumption. I am a royal princess. How can a new civilian officer have such courage? I want your highness to know. Mr. Crow, there you are. Do you have a plan for the project? Just as he wanted to go on, a man in the distance interrupted our conversation without considering the effect. It appeared to be a worker waiting to execute his job. Is it about this whole repair work? Just by looking at this guy, it seems it can be done in a timely manner. It seems that the plan has to be implemented quickly. Just a moment, please. I'll be there very soon. Okay, so our plan is to get out of the castle, but this worker looks very competent, and we don't expect the worker to take too long on it. So we got to come up with a plan to be able to escape the garden before the project is completed. That's the gist I got from that conversation. Crow, answered the workman loudly, and then looked back at Cryste, and only now his eyes were serious. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I'll have to leave you here. Here's a letter. Just now you said you have to reward me. I'm proud to be of Your Highness' service, but please make sure to give it as a reward from this letter. Now, please excuse me. When the young man bowed one more time, he ran... I wish it didn't cut out the last sentence of every chapter. I'm gonna have to go back and re-watch the VOD or something just to see what is being said. I feel like the last frame is relatively important to set up the next chapter. In the quiet afternoon, small clouds were drifting across the blue sky. The bright sun brought to joy those under its soft rays. It's truly the proper time to have afternoon tea. How have the knights been recently? Has everyone accepted you as their leader? She was having a conversation with the King of Garnet, the man who was regarded as just ordinary by Cryste. It was rare of him to have time to enjoy tea and snacks with Radia on such an afternoon, accompanied by Queen Cecilia and the court wizard Mikhail. Hearing her father, Radia gently lowered her teacup. Yes, of course, the knights are trustworthy. Their training and discipline is impeccable. Oh, that's good. Radia learned how to handle the sword at age of 10, becoming a knight at the age of 12. Only to later study her magic attribute of light following the teachings of the bishop of a foreign country at the age of 14. Even the bishop was surprised at how talented Radia was and constantly praised her. So we have the lazy, do-nothing, has no future in magic, has no future in swordsmanship, younger sister, and then we have the just effectively as beautiful, can do everything, and is very independent and very commanding older sister. And the jealousy begins, right? At the age of 15, when she arrived back in her country, the whole kingdom welcomed her as if she were one of the warriors welcomed back after killing the devil, calling her the Princess of the Sword. She was in charge of the elite troops in Garnet at the age of 16, becoming the actual leader of the knights, even above the regimental commander in terms of power. Whenever anyone in Garnet mentioned Princess Radia, they felt a sense of pride, as if talking about their own achievements. The king brightly smiled as he heard his daughter's calm and mature speech. He had no worries, even if he was to pass the crown on to her right now. But there are always ups and downs. Radia is extremely skilled, but her sister Cryste, compared to his comfort with Radia, whenever he thought of his daughter Cryste, a pain always arose in his heart. Where's Cryste? Didn't you tell her to come here together with you today? She sipped her black tea as if she only just realized Cryste wasn't at the table. Compared to how a princess was supposed to behave, Cryste always did things like this. Mikhail stood aside and pondered. As Her Highness... Her Highness seemed a bit down after her mana test 2 days ago. This fact was true. Today's tea party was proposed by the king himself, but he didn't really want Cryste to join them anyway. However, Cecilia's expression became dark and a look of worry swept across her face as she heard Mikhail. Hopefully little Cryste is behaving well. Don't worry, Mother. She's always been the kind of child who treats herself well. If you say so. Even Radia says this. You don't have to worry, Cecilia. Yes, Your Majesty. Almost in relief, a sweet smile returned to Cecilia's face as she picked up a snack and put it in her mouth. After Cecilia's sharp response, it was hard to know how to continue the conversation. The king was silent for a while, staring at Mikhail beside him. Cryste has no magical skill. The amount of Morin she has is more than 4 times that of a normal person. I don't think opening the door of mana will be a problem, but this amount of Morin is only an ordinary level in terms of royal lineage, and we look back at previous generations. And then what is her magical attribute? As he went right to the point, Mikhail avoided his gaze and looked at Radia quietly. Radia should be the one to answer the question. Radia understood and set down her cup. Here we go. Father, Cryste's attribute is illusion. Only illusion? That's right. Only that one. Then there is no need to look forward to her talents in the field of magic. Wow. The king resumed his original posture in understanding the situation. Yes, it was only a few days ago that Cryste took the initiative in asking me to teach her fencing. What happened? It was... Suddenly, asking this question, Radia seemed troubled and hesitated for a few seconds, finally deciding how to explain it to her father. Talent is important to fencing, but it does not depend on it as much as magic does. Continual practice and exercise is the most important. Unfortunately, nothing can be determined with just one day's training. Thinking of what to say, Radia, as appropriate, supplemented her statement. There are some knights who aren't very talented, but still have strong power behind their swords. I think this is enough to explain the situation. That was very, diplomatic answer. Hearing his daughter's answers, the king smiled. He knew how shallow it was to only focus on natural talents, like from Radia's perspective. He could not help but remember when he had been younger and identified with many natural talents, but in reality, no one knew how long and how hard he had trained in secret. Okay. Although she doesn't have a lot of talents, she's at the point now where she has to take things seriously. I cannot allow her to continue doing nothing as she has. Realizing something, the king added one sentence. Although I'm very pleased that she seems to have changed her attitude these past 2 days. You mean whenever I took over her body by dying from my previous life? You're welcome. That's right. It's a good sign that little Cryste seems to have learned something useful from her trip to the library and has begun to talk to her subjects. Yes? Yes. Cecilia, I've already heard about Cryste's recent change of heart, but I'm talking about Cryste's future education. At the king's calm approach to discussing Cryste, Radia felt a little anxious. Father, no. Your Majesty, there are not more pressing matters than that of Cryste's education? Seeing his daughter's use of tone of subject had an idea of what she was going to say. It's the Duke of Lurbel. Uh-oh. Yes, there have been some rumors recently that he's been training more knights and that he's gotten a bit too close to the other nobles in the country. In comparison to this issue, I don't think Your Majesty should be thinking of Cryste too much. What a dependable daughter. She wasn't just outstanding, but at the age of 16 years old, she could already help him solve all kinds of problems. Although with just the current suspicion of Lurbel's rebellion, it was not enough to cause any fear. So we got some bordering kingdoms on the rise, huh? Ah, Radia, you really make me feel relieved. Don't worry, though. I've also heard about Lurbel. Their family has done numerous contributions to the country since innumerable kings in the past. It's unrealistic to send troops simply because of rumors. Not to mention that we will soon entertain the Sahavel family, so we'll have to discuss this in a later meeting. The Duke of Sahavel was mentioned, and the queen lightly clapped her hands together as if she suddenly thought of something. Sahavel? Now that I think about it, he's the gentleman who said Cryste was so adorable. Oh, really? I've almost forgotten, but this year he'll come with his young master. That's great. The young master and Cryste should be about the same age. I wondered if there was some kind of potential courtship between our countries. The queen's innocent statement made the other three ponder something. They looked at each other with smirks on their faces. Your Majesty, it seems that Lurbel problem can be solved. Oh, you're kidding me. And let's see what Savel thinks of it. They're not going to use Cryste as barter for peace and kingdom companionship. Really? I don't think he's going to refuse it. I was there when my mother was chatting with him at the time. Sava looked very much in love with Cryste. Ah, that's great. Then Mikil. Yes, Your Majesty? The dark elf heard the king's voice and quickly stepped forward. Just now, I was discussing what kind of education Cryste should have. You should understand now. Of course. There isn't enough time to teach Cryste all the tedious skills of how to be a proper bride, but I will not allow her to be rude in the immediate presence of the Duke of Saval and the young master. Please, but now I need to go deal with official business first. Thank you for always working so hard, Your Majesty. Father, please take care of yourself. Is it already over? Oh, yes. Why? Why is it doing that? Is it an option I have? Is it something I did with the text? Like, fast forward options. I'm not fast forwarding. I don't know. So, chapter 3 was so quick. I guess we just save here, huh? We haven't had an option yet. Don't like visual novels give you choices sometimes, or is this just basically a book with pictures? We'll find out, I guess. 2 days after she got the letter from Crow, we can use only 4 words to describe this period of time. Things didn't go well. Oh, that's true. We got the letter. Although her sister's Spartan attitude made her feel uncomfortable, she continued her lessons in the training ground to improve her swordsmanship. Who knew when Radia said, I have no time to play with you because I have important business to tend to. Please go find Mikil. She was just using this as an excuse to send away Cryste. Hey, Tortilla Flat. Something about this makes it barely hard for me to parse the presented information. It just seems like a word salad to me. Are you saying that just the sentence structure, or just the actions that the characters are taking, seem vague? Because we're actually, the way the story is you're literally jumping right into the middle of an entire world that has already been going on for millennia. So it's trying to explain things to you, or you do not like get the gist of what they're saying. Did we ever even play together? Was it always this way? Disappointed, Cryste went back to see Mikil. Even if my magic is weak, I'm going to ask her to teach me a little bit about it. However, Mikil simply handed her a book. On the cover was written, Elements in Vientiane. There's no specific book for your magical property. Yeah, because we're illusion magic. Nobody really cares about illusion magic, so no one writes a book about it. But fortunately, the system isn't very complicated, and some books mention its various properties. Your Royal Highness, if you want to learn, I will choose some fundamental books for you to read so you don't have to waste time on this today. Instead of magic, the subject today is good etiquette. Soon the place will be entertaining a guest of honor, and your Royal Highness does not want to appear rude in front of them. After a long lesson, Cryste was forced to spend the afternoon doing nothing in the world's time for 2 full days. Of course, if that was all, it wouldn't have been so bad, but the most frustrating thing was the wall repairs. God knows why the workers could repair it so quickly. Oh, there goes our opportunity to get out of here. That morning, when Cryste went to check on it, it had shrunk only to a small hole that even a little girl would have a hard time squeezing through. I told him to do it slower. I was planning on sneaking out and exploring the city, but it seems impossible now. Everyone's become so cautious recently. The guests of honor that Mikil mentioned don't seem to be nobles from this country, so I suppose this is why everyone has been so nervous lately, right? Cryste plucked a long strand of her hair from her forehead and picked up the book. Elements in Vientiane from her pillow. After flipping through a few pages, Cryste threw it back down on her bed. Learning magic wasn't easy, even if the book was only about some basic skills. The first step of mediation training blocked her from opening the door of mana. Use your mind to hold the flow of mana in the atmosphere, and then open the door and draw the necessary magic and rituals from within. It's the same kind of book that Crow found for me before, but it was too abstract, and it just made Cryste feel confused. What was mana really? She couldn't feel it. Hello, mana? If you're there, please respond to me. But there never seemed to be any response, although it must be something as simple as breathing for Mikil. How can a normal person master it themselves? Cryste felt that it was too difficult for her. However, Mikil seemed to be avoiding something recently. She was using this guest's visit as an excuse for Cryste to learn proper etiquette instead of her magic skills. But now, it doesn't help to think too much about this. Learning ballroom dancing yesterday was deadly enough. She never thought it'd be so tiring to be a princess. It was even worse than when she was a man, working 8-hour night shifts. At least then there weren't any customer in the middle of the night, and there could be colleagues to talk to. So, yeah, being a princess isn't all that it's chalked up to be, huh? Cryste shook her head and gazed in the direction of the dresser. The girl in the mirror looked depressed. Her silver hair was slightly warped. Her skin was pale. Her long eyelashes drooped from tired eyelids, and her jeweled eyes had started to lose their dreamlike color. I mean, it's not as serious as it sounds, but Lord God, please get me out of here. Oh, it's been like a week. It hasn't even been a week and you want out? There's no way to leave when there are workmen beside the wall, but the workmen seem to be working in shifts. I'll need to lure them away somehow. Cryste told Mikhail earlier that she had sprained her ankle and had to take the day off. Cryste just doesn't want to do what is necessary. Find any excuse. Although Mikhail didn't seem to believe her, she had to accept it at the request of Cryste. Yeah, because Cryste is the princess. Today is my last chance. Before Sophie spelled Sophie wrong. Before Sophie arrived, Cryste quickly began to dress herself. First, she quickly combed her hair up into a bunch and took off her a thin night skirt. These days, Cryste didn't have any reaction to seeing her body other than a slight feeling of pride. But it's not so interesting to look at myself naked. Cryste couldn't help but smirk as her eyes drifted back to the open letter lying on the dresser. It's the one that Crow gave her. Because Cryste was nervous when opening it, the writing paper was torn apart. But it was still readable. Though what it said gave her a headache since the night before. Was it complicated? Or, to you who is as pure as the moon, the first time I met you, I could not help but become infatuated by your petite and beautiful figure. Makes me anxious considering my age and identity, but I feel so lonely during the day and the night is so long. To simply see your shadow, just that was enough. But to only catch glimmers of you is no longer enough, and I am very serious when I say this. Please accept my heart, and even if obstacles block our love, we shall overcome them. I only hope that one day we can be together on the peak of a mountain enjoying the scenery together. Crow Segalo. Oh, really? Crow wrote a love letter to the princess? All I wanted was for him to get me a book to understand the world, and he falls in love with him. With well, him being the guy who died in this past life. Me. Fell in love with me, and wow. No doubt it was a love letter, just as she guessed. If you couldn't understand the obvious purpose of the letter, how dumb can you be? The writing was beautiful with elegant prose. Even the paper had a faint scent of vanilla. The first love letter in my life came from such a young man. No wonder he's a civil official. How could anyone write such a disgusting thing? What a lovely petite figure you have. What a pedophile. I wanted to put this guy in an important position. Danger! Danger! Please be sure to give the result of this matter as a reward. How can anyone ask for this as a reward? Damn it. At that moment, I felt too shy and happy. Should I have gently tried to refuse it? The only thing I hope to do is not leave him any trauma. Oh, come on. Trauma is the last thing you need to worry about, leaving him. After all, I was never able to write to the girls I liked. The behavior itself is not a problem, even if he's a pedophile. I shouldn't reject and embarrass him without mercy. Besides, his courage is certainly worthy of praise. Should I get together with him first and then think of a way to dump him? Nah, wrong. Wake up! This is absolutely not allowed, no matter from what perspective. The sun was already high in the sky as she thought about this, and a little streak of light shone through the curtains onto her body. It's time to explore the town. I can think about Crow later. This is my last chance. We're getting out of here, boys. We're leaving this castle. Cryste put the envelope and letter into the table and dived into the open closet. Sophie's dress was in here. I remember it was here. Cryste had completely stepped inside the closet trying to find the clothes, but she couldn't find them. Whoops. Oops. Oops. I accidentally used the mouse wheel. Oh my gosh, why can't I find them? As time passed, Cryste became more and more irritable. There were all kinds of clothes in the closet, but she could not find the clothes she wanted. A knock at the door suddenly echoed through the room. Make sure that's... Okay, we're good. Come in! Your Highness? Sophie, who had just entered the room, was dragged over to the closet by Cryste. Hey, where are the clothes I got from you last time? I'm sorry, but because Your Highness was in a hurry to leave last time, they haven't been washed yet, so So you were washing them? Without telling me you dared to do this? I'm sorry, since last time I borrowed your Highness's pajamas, you said I could use them any time. I mean, I really didn't know what your Highness urgently needed to use them now. Sophie looked around the room in panic. The clothes scattered on the floor warned her of the seriousness of the situation. No, I'm sorry. The sun is out and the clothes should be dry by this afternoon. The whole morning? I can't wait that long. Do you have any other clothes? I only had that one set of clothes. Usually I would have made clothes as replacements. Sophie had a hint of sadness in her voice. Made her cry. Enough. It's no use blaming you for it now, but there is one thing you can do for me. Of course, as long as I can make it up to you. Never mind that. There's one thing that you can do to make it up. Learn to use all the resources around you. Still in her underwear, Cryste thought of a good way to leave the castle. What do you mean, Your Highness? Sophie was holding tightly to her unduly short skirt with a basket of food in her hand. She hid behind Cryste with flushed cheeks. Don't be shy. You'll be all right, and you have to make up for your mistakes. But even so, this is like something a prostitute would wear. In this clothing, Sophie's belly button could be seen, as well as her shoulders and thighs. She looked really embarrassed. She was certainly showing a lot of skin. Luckily, there were some of these kind of maid clothes in the royal palace, but as to what they were supposed to be used for, Cryste didn't want to know. Small body was surprisingly attractive, even if it wasn't Cryste's first time seeing her skin like this. Her petite, curvy figure was really striking. It could be the distraction. See, we needed a distraction for the people building the wall. Not everyone is suitable for high exposure clothing like this, but Sophie's skin is fair and delicate, not to mention a little pink from her embarrassment. And then there's her bare, tight thighs. This is going to be 120% effective. Sophie seemed too embarrassed to go out on her own, so Cryste gave her a little motivation. Cryste coughed and said seriously, "What a rude servant! Your Highness?" The sudden yelling made Sophie shudder. It looks very effective. Wow, we're being devious here. We're taking advantage of her. What on earth are you thinking of? This food is a reward for the workers who are working to make the palace a safer place, and you really let me down with such a nasty idea. Seeing Cryste's cold expression, Sophie looked like she would start crying. I almost felt sorry for her, but I have no choice but to be serious. We gotta get out. We gotta get out of this castle. We gotta get out of this. So we need, even if it means making Sophie cry and putting her in a really bad situation. If I cannot achieve my goal, I will say it was just an experiment with a new uniform. Although it would be embarrassing for Sophie if the other maids heard about it. But Your Highness, I just asked the workers to have tea and snacks. Why do I have to wear clothes like this? If you don't understand, just think about it from the perspective of a man. Sophie seemed to be trying to explain something, but Cryste wasn't going to give her a chance. You think it would be better to have the cute, pure, and sexy little maid Sophie reward for them for their hard work? Or do you think it would be better for a cold old woman like Catherine to reward them? I would not hesitate to choose the former, and their work efficiency might even improve. Cryste straightened up her flat chest and educated this disobedient maid in a very serious tone. Cute, sexy, but although she looked flattered, this task still seemed unacceptable to her. Cryste slowly moved closer and whispered in her ear, "There's nothing to it, Sophie. Remember, I'm only asking this because I trust you." The sweet sound and the seductive tone was like that of a succubus. I hope it works for girls as well. Sophie took a deep breath and straightened up her waist. Yes, I will do as you say. There was a serious look on Sophie's face. Oh, it's good to have some spirit, but Sophie now seemed to be dead set on completing her mission. I feel a little guilty. So hurry up, I'm leaving. With a pat on her soft butt, Sophie jumped up from around the corner in surprise, and the workers were in full view of her. Here we go. Well, no one can miss her. Some don't look terribly impressed. Sophie's cheeks were as red as a kettle, and steam could rise from them. Everyone's working so hard today. Would you like to take a break and have a snack? Their work wasn't very difficult, but everyone was happy to have a snack. Sophie, Princess Cryste of the Free Kingdom, will forever remember your achievement. Cryste, who was hiding in the corner of the garden, took off her dress and ran to the wall while they were away. The dress was one of the simplest things in Cryste's wardrobe, and it would be a hassle to tear it here. Considering that the little hole would have to be forced through, Cryste had to push her clothing and some small pieces of jewelry through the hole first, before crawling through herself. This is tight. Fortunately, I have a flat chest. On the other side, Cryste patted off the dust that clung to her. Fortunately, the ground was dry, otherwise she would be much dirtier. But she was too happy to even think of how dirty she was. She was finally free, though only temporary. So, I'm sure this is kind of short-sighted, but how is Cryste going to get back into the garden? I feel like the work is going to tighten that hole to the point where she can't make it through. Is she going to have to come back to like the main gate and like explain why she was gone? Putting her dress back on and shaking the dust off her hair, she picked up her bag. Inside there was a small mirror, a map, a few gems to exchange for money, and a dagger to defend herself. Cryste felt like a normal girl. Anyway, it's my first time going shopping in this world, and being a girl now, I'm very excited. I can eat cake and snacks without being told I'm eating girly food. I can try on beautiful clothes. I can go to places where boys can't normally go. With a sense of relief, I feel like I can fly. On the streets of the noble residences, there were occasional glances, but they quickly turn around. Will I be discovered, or... Taking out the small mirror in her bag, sure enough, there was a little dust on her face. Without a handkerchief, Cryste could only brush the dust off with her fingers. I didn't think of that one. Cryste looked around. Up ahead, there was a lady taking her white dog for a walk. She didn't even glance at Cryste, who was dressed like a country noble. Cryste was starting to feel bored. What? Already? Just get out here. I haven't saved in a while. She took out the city map from her bag. The noble district was in front of the castle near the royal library. The prison and other facilities were also well organized around the city. The road leading to the center of town was very confusing, but it was her main destination. After all, many of the nobles had seen Cryste before, and it wouldn't be good if she was spotted. The sun was shining brightly in the middle of the clear blue sky. It beat down on Cryste, but it wasn't too hot. I have to be back before dinner, so I only have 2 hours? Have to hurry up and enjoy my freedom. The central street of the civilian area was a wide avenue, along which were a wide variety of dwellings and storefronts. Alleyways snaked through the gaps between buildings. Cryste could see passing pedestrians, noisy children, wheeled carts, occasionally a carriage passing through the road. The lively atmosphere was completely different from the lonely noble neighborhood. Along the way, Cryste became aware of people's everyday lives. There were kids of all species with curious eyes. There was a shop owner who took a look at her and turned his head around, and inadvertently, she even bumped into a few people as she looked on to the amazing sight. This is so exciting. Anyway, Cryste knew that this was not the place befitting to a lady of privilege. If she had a daughter, she would tell her to be cautious in this kind of place, but this is just for me experiencing this, so it's okay. Without noticing it, I stepped close to a shelf for one of the stores and almost walked into it. Hey, watch out, little girl. Sorry. The girl's face was flushed and she sped away. She could hear the store owners giggling behind her. It's like a countryman visiting the big city. Except the other way around. In some sense. As far as personality. Cryste walked slowly along the western street. The air was filled with the smell of soil and wheat, and the road wasn't so crowded anymore. Without realizing it, Cryste had already gone through the majority of the town. The shops here mostly hung plaques on metal rods in front of their doors, and they were quite eye-catching. That's right. Blacksmith shop should have a sign with an anvil. Wow, do they forge real weapons here? If Cryste was right, she seemed to have wandered it to smithy. After all, there is a proliferation of weapons, armor, and adventures. The girl looked curiously at the shop. The shirtless worker was repeatedly hammering at a piece of red-hot metal that had been clamped with pliers. Good job. Sparks were flying. She had only seen this in videos before. In the previous life, of course. Hey, young man, there's a lady looking at you. She was so focused on the blacksmith, she was brought back to reality by the voice that called out. The blacksmith also noticed the voice and turned around. The blacksmith was quite young, but he was very friendly. It's okay to come in. No need to bother you. Sorry for interrupting you. Time to get out of here. Although she was really interested, for some reason she also felt ashamed. Cryste sped away like a fugitive. No, there were only 2 hours left. I should be enjoying my time. Why should I run away for no reason at all? But the street seems to be used by mostly men. It's no place for women to hang out. This dress is also a problem. Alright, I should go look for a clothing store. Okay, that's it. I should just ask someone. I can't be shy anymore. As she made up her mind, she spoke to a middle-aged woman who was setting up her stall. Cryste was lucky. The woman was very friendly. Not only did she answer Cryste's question, but she also indicated the location on her map. Good, now I don't have to be worried about getting lost. Convenient. Very considerate. According to the note the woman wrote on her map, Cryste walked back toward the noble district. The ground was clean, the atmosphere was good. There were also a lot more girls in this part of town. Finally, I feel like a girl going shopping. A plaque with the words "The Moon and the Night" attracted Cryste's attention. Cryste opened the door and there was a joyful jingling of wind chimes. Sounds like a store. It's a fabric store. Welcome. What a lovely guest. The sweet voice came from a beautiful blonde woman, but she seemed to be a little different from a normal person. An elf. Huh? I'm an elf, yes. I'm also the owner of the shop. Do you need anything, Miss Lovely? In contrast to the cool image of the blacksmith, the lovely woman gently introduced me into the store. The inside of the shop was very clean and reminded me of the cool air of the sea. There's a fragrance like peppermint. Did someone spray some special spices? As for the clothes of the store, there's no rough dress of linen here. Yes, it's very close to the noble district, so the clothing here should be very fancy. But it would be rude to have such a reaction to her store, and it's not polite to make a fuss about other races. I want some ordinary clothes. Nah, what do you mean by ordinary clothes? She smiled and looked at Cryste's clothes, placing her finger on her chin. I'm sorry, I mean the kind of clothes that are cute, but not that formal. Cryste thought her dress description was rather vague, but the elf woman still smiled and led Cryste to the coat hangers. There's a lot of clothes like that. Come on, try on a few. So Cryste was pushed by the elf woman to try on some clothes. Awkwardly, there was no fitting room and only a piece of cloth covered by a curtain to change her clothes. Maybe it's because they are both women and the store owner walks in and asks how the clothes feel. But women's comments are always polite, cute, and humble, but in contrast to the colors of the clothing, Cryste's silver hair seems a little out of place. Excuse me, how can I change the color of my hair? The color of your hair? But your hair is so beautiful. It's said that the princess of this country also has silver hair. Do say. Oh no. Everyone knows the princess has silver hair. But if you really have to change it, you can do it with magic. Do you need my help? Is it okay? I mean, it's normally rude to cast a spell on others, so I would need your consent first. Please be assured that this spell is only temporary. Please try it out on me. I didn't even have to think about it. Well, I can do it for you then. What color would you like? Let's try pink first. Okay. I see. The owner took a step back and raised her right hand. Cryste felt a strange flowing sensation suddenly. This is the flow of mana. Wait. So whenever she was tested by the magician, what's her name? I've lost her name already. And she was tested to see what kind of element or attribute she had. She didn't experience the flow of mana then? Wouldn't she have? That's alright, that's alright. Just as Cryste wanted to feel his presence a little longer, the owner put her right hand down. Whoa! Your hair still looks really nice. Please have a look. The shopkeeper pushed the mirror over and reflected back with a girl with pink hair. Good job. Even my eyebrows have changed colors. Really? It looks so natural. I didn't even notice before, but your red eyes match your hair now. I would ask you, would you consider being my daughter? Sorry. Don't worry about it. It's so serious. Don't worry about it so seriously. I'm just kidding. After all, my sons are old enough to be your father. The woman suddenly smiled and laughed aloud after saying this surprising sentence. How old is she really? Is it true that elves live a long life? In that case, Mikhail, that's who I was thinking of. Mikhail might have a very different age from how she appears. It really makes me wonder how old everyone else is, but the time passed quickly. It's been 30 minutes already, and Cryste wanted to play somewhere else before time was up. The clothes are lovely. I want this, and that parachute. Cryste looked back at the black and white dress. This world has quite the taste for clothes. It's a slightly different sense than what I imagined of the Middle Ages. Alright, thank you very much. That will be 1100 epli. Ah. A cold sweat appeared on Cryste's forehead. Trying on clothes was so fun that she'd forgotten the fact that she didn't actually have any money. And the price of 1100 epli, is that expensive? Is that cheap? Cryste knew nothing about it. The elf woman looked at Cryste in bewilderment and seemed to be confused. She had been busy with me for so long, if I didn't have the money, she'll get mad. Cryste nervously took the jewels out of her bag. I'm sorry, I forgot to bring my money when I went out. Can I use these to pay? The girl's hand was trembling. The owner, realizing what was going on, didn't get angry, but smiled gently in confusion. Well, I'm not a pawnbroker, and I don't have much experience in identifying jewels. I'm very sorry. Can you tell me where the pawn shop is? Don't worry, I'll still buy these clothes. Well, miss, you look like you're in a hurry, and exchanging jewels at a pawn shop is a little complicated. If you simply want to sell them, there's a jewelry store not far from here that might buy your jewelry. Really? Please tell me where it is. The owner of the clothing store was named Angela. She said the store was close, just 2 blocks south. Fearing that Cryste would get ripped off by the jeweler, Miss Angela wrote a note for Cryste to hand over to the owner she had recommended. Although it may be a way to cheat her, Cryste somehow trusted the elf. In any case, this jewelry didn't have any sentimental value to Cryste. As a princess, she could have as many jewels as she wanted. Compared to previous life as a man where she lived a very frugal life, this kind of idea wouldn't have even arisen. Although she does not plan to become spoiled due to the different circumstances of her life, she would just be wasting her time by worrying about pocket change when she was so wealthy. Cryste may have had a lot of flaws in her personality before, but her ability to make quick decisions was quite the advantage. That is true. I will say that Cryste is deciding things quite quickly. Huh, looks like an alchemy store. Cryste was standing at the door of an unremarkable shop, wondering whether to go in. The store doesn't make a very good impression. It seems to be the opposite of the clothing store, more like the dark of the night than the moon of the light, as no one seemed to be moving inside. Cryste stepped back and checked the address several times before asking someone passing by. Yeah, this is the place, miss. Shop owner here takes in jewelry. Really? Thank you very much. No problem. The owner of the shop is often in the back room, so you can just go in. After a nod to the helpful pedestrian, Cryste pushed the door open, went in. Oh, it is dark. The atmosphere in the store was so oppressive that the sunlight seemed to get sucked away, and there was a strange odor in the air. It was more like an alchemical workshop than a jewelry store. Sorry to bother you. Is anyone here? Hearing her voice, the owner seemed to immediately put down his work, and making creaking sounds by stepping on the old wooden floor, appearing in front of her. Because of the dim lighting, it took a few moments for Cryste to see him. He was a young man of about 30, dressed in a simple dark shirt and trousers with a variety of tools in his pocket. By just looking at his cheeks and his long blonde hair, he would look about 20 years old, but the beard on his lower jaw made him look more mature. Ah, there it is, the monocle. Hello, miss. Do you wish to have an item commissioned, or are you here to sell something? I'm here to sell some jewelry. Well, please look at it first. She handed him the note Angela had written. The man took the note and scanned it carefully. Hey, are you going to confirm the backside of the note, too? What a cautious man. The contents of the note shouldn't be a big deal, but I don't know if the woman signed it. Probably? So you were my mother's guest. Nice to meet you. I'm Fire. Cryste, the family name. You don't have to say if you don't want to. Nobles have all sorts of inconveniences. I'm sorry, Mr. Fire. Did you just say your mother? She did mention that she had a son who could be Cryste's father from her age, but Cryste was almost sure that the woman was just a young lady. But when the facts were directly in front of her, she needed to restrain herself from yelling in shock. Yes, the owner of that shop is my biological mother. What a young mother. Please, don't worry. I'm not an elf. How should I prove that? I'll say that the human race is better? Mr. Fire smiled happily. That's my bad. I shouldn't have mentioned it. Not at all. I would have been curious to see such a thing for the first time. After all, it is quite rare. Well, let me take a look at the goods that Miss Cryste has brought. Oh, okay. While Cryste was still regretting her remark, Mr. Fire didn't seem to care and got the topic back on track. Cryste followed him into the inner room. Because there were open windows on both sides of the room, the lighting was much better than the main store. Although Cryste had imagined that there to be a cauldron, there was a table with a magic array covered with strangely colored stones. It's not like a jewelry store at all. Jewelry store? Is that what my mother said? Well, that's what she said. She doesn't really understand my business. That's why she would mistakenly connect my shop with those business people. I'm an enchanter, Miss Cryste. Enchanter? Cryste knew the word, but the situation seemed very different. Well, my business includes making magic guides, magic swords, or even magic lamps. Come to me if you need any of these, and I'll give you as much of a discount as I can. It sounds really awesome. Magic swords and lamps, very interesting. That's not a big deal. I'm just a craftsman. Mr. Fire laughed out loud, trying to distract Cryste from noticing his red cheeks. If this was the case, Cryste wouldn't mind asking more. When I go back, I'll need to ask McKeel about this. No such thing. This place has a really amazing feeling. I'm sorry, I've gotten a bit distracted. Mr. Fire, would you like to see the jewelry? Cryste casually took 2 stones out of her bag and laid them on the table. Borderite and white crystal. Sorry, please let me look closer. Go ahead. After getting a positive response, Mr. Fire took out a magnifying lens and looked at them carefully, one by one, then took out some other gems. Just as Cryste was about to ask a question, the gems burst into a soft light. That's what it is. Very nice color and size. Magic Guide is also excellent, and the Cordiorite is especially good in its compatibility with water. 3,000 to Ali is absolutely no problem. Cryste still had no idea about prices for these things and could not pretend to understand them in front of the merchant, although Fire insisted that he was not a businessman. The price of jewelry is not as expensive as Cryste thought, but it would be a good price for jewelry to exchange 3 sets of good quality clothes. I hope. What about crystals? Oh, sorry, I don't collect crystals here. Are they too expensive? Mr. Fire put down the magnifying lens and looked at Cryste carefully. Then he shook his head. To Miss Cryste, it might seem that this little shop wouldn't buy your crystals because it has no money. It's true that crystals are expensive. After all, there are not so many crystals in the world, but I'm just not in this business to earn money, you know. A magic guide made of crystals is special. White crystals can be used to extract mana. But in this age, everyone can just open the door of mana easily. I think you must know what I mean. As for the black crystal, these are used for dark magic. It's forbidden. Let's see. I see. This is the first... Took the words out of my mouth. This is the first time I've heard jewelry explained this way. But why am I called the Crystal Princess? Does that mean princess is useless? No matter which world I live in, there is still irony. Miss Cryste. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me sell you this quarterite for 3,000 obli. Cryste got a little distracted, but she quickly apologized and planned to sell the jewels immediately. Is there just my preliminary adjustment? As for the specific price, you might ask a jeweler to make a comparison. Although I think they will only pay about 2,000. Well, after all, I don't seem to be in a good situation for business now. That's alright. You're not going to lie to me. Cryste smiled at him. Of course. The exact price will be analyzed. I just said at least, miss. To be exact, is worth between 3,000 and 3,500 aptly. 3,000 will be fine, and the rest will go toward your tuition for learning jewelry knowledge, Mr. Fire. Burn! Oh, burn! Ow! Ow! Ow. It's not easy to burn someone named Mr. Fire. Are you sure? He asked anxiously. It doesn't matter, and time is money, isn't it? Cryste's strange speech made him laugh. You are a lovely and interesting girl. I look forward to doing business with you again. Me too. The money in the small burlap bag she received had 2 large gold coins bearing the pattern of fire and ground. These were followed by a small circle of gold coins, as well as 5 silver coins and some copper coins. Because Cryste said she needed to get as much change as possible, Mr. Fire gave her as much as he could. Cryste knew that the price of the jewelry was worth more than that, but she was in a good mood. A copper coin equals 1 epli. Cryste knew this common sense at least. And according to the analysis, a big gold coin should be 1,000 epli, and a small gold coin 500, and every silver coin 100? Elementary school math. On the street, Cryste continued to wander aimlessly. Should I buy the clothes first? No. I better do it when I go back. If you have money, you should spend it. The rich should be good customers, and that's what she planned to do. Let me guess. Q getting robbed or something bad happen. We haven't had anything bad happen, right? So something bad is going to happen anytime now. I don't know if it's an illusion, but it seems that some dark gaze has been following. Maybe it's because of the spell changing my hair color. Never mind. I should just ignore it. Anyway, she was happy with how she looked, even if her clothes were the same. She bought some snacks along the way. Cryste walked along without any rules and ate anything she wanted. The salt-baked potatoes, wrapped in paper, required only 5 copper coins, and her stomach was full. Cryste wanted to buy a beer because she was thirsty, but she was stopped outside the pub. After all, I look like this. And naturally, the bar will not sell alcohol to a young girl. Cryste had to go to another shop to buy a kebab, and then got a glass of water. She felt she had enough money to eat anything in the city, and it only cost a single gem. Hey, that's a cute money bag. Oh, miss, you have good taste. Cryste passed by a stall selling trinkets and saw some money bags and other small items. One of the brown leather pouches was painted with a red mini flame pattern, and the straps of the seal were very delicate. How much is it? Just 50 aptly. Wow, that's expensive. No, wait a minute. Wait, please don't go. It's yours for just 40. If it was that easy to reduce the price by 10 aptly, there must be room to lower it even more. On second thought, it's not worth bargaining now. Cryste had handed him a silver coin. Thank you very much, lovely miss. He gave me back 6 copper coins as change that were much bigger than the others I had before. So there are 2 kinds of copper coins? It made sense. It must be easy to get coins like this mixed up. Cryste put the money in her new bag. But just as Cryste was emptying her old bag in her new one, oh, she was bumped into and knocked to the ground. Oh, what's going on? Is it a monster? Are you all right, miss? The vendor's reaction was quick, and he helped her stand back up. I'm okay. That hurt. I'm fine, though. Cryste was rubbing her sore butt as she looked at a shadow running through the street. The hell? Are children playing tag or something? Miss, your bag. I knew it. By the time Cryste reacted, the figure had been running for quite some time. Before she could even think, her body immediately took the lead. Hey, you, stop running. Someone help me stop that thief. Back short hair, looks the same age as me, but he runs fast. I've never felt so angry. So much for my good mood. Cryste's anger had reached its peak. These shoes are conveniently good for running in, but it's still hard to run in a dress. Cryste turned up her skirt and strode across the water hole in the road ahead. Did I miss something? So, the shoes are conveniently good. No, I think we're good. Thank goodness a man on the street had stretched out his leg to trip him. Cryste waved her hand to the man to thank him, and although the thief had already gotten up and was continuing to run as hard as he could, the distance between the two had narrowed. We're going to find this guy. How far is he going to run? Ha! Cryste felt tired yelling after him. Most people won't help anyway. Wait, there are some people standing there. Guards! Mr. Guard, please help me catch that kid. I'm a noble. Yes. Her incoherent speech finally conveyed her meaning, and the two soldiers on patrol immediately ran after the kid. Cryste took this opportunity to pant on her knees and slowly follow. Dead end. Seems that your luck is over. Let me catch you. The boy in the alley was holding the bag tightly as if guarding it with his life. What's wrong with you? That's mine. Cryste was completely outraged by his behavior. Stepping forward a little bit, Cryste was stopped by the guards. It's dangerous, miss. Let us dispose of him. Oh, I'll leave it to you then. Cryste knew he wouldn't put up much of a fight, and it's not so good to cause a commotion. But anyway, what is your family name? I shouldn't ask such a rude question. You look familiar. Cryste looked at the man's face closely and saw that he was one of the castle guards. How do I answer him? Look at you, boy. How much unnecessary trouble you've caused me. Cryste glared at the boy, but he glared back with his stubborn sight. So arrogant, damn it. Miss? Nothing. I ran all this way. Please let me catch my breath. My apologies. Cryste watched another guard take the money bag from the stubborn teenager. Although I just bought it, it now had some scratch marks on it. How will you deal with this kid? Well, if he stole a large amount of gold, he will have both his hands cut off. But if he didn't steal much, he only needs to be assigned a labor job for a week or so. He's just a boy, though, and we rarely assign them to labor. So off with his hands it is, I guess! How much money did you have in your bag? Do I actually get to make a choice? Like, is this less than 3,000 aptly? Almost. Well, that's not a small sum of money. Oh, really? Yeah, the boy is bound to get the harsher penalty, but you really do look familiar. Oh, really? I can't remember. Right. My family name is Cecilia, and I have a sister who's a maid in the palace. I can get them to ask Sophie about this maid. Maybe you just look like someone I've seen before. Anyway, this money is yours. We have to take this kid to the garrison for trial, so please be careful on your return journey. Mr. Guard, please try to avoid cutting off his hands. I mean, of course he needs to learn a lesson, but... Cryste stopped the guard who was about to leave from treating the boy too harshly. Cryste didn't really want to plead for the thief, but he should not get such a disfiguring penalty. It was just a petty crime, and she didn't want him to hate her for the rest of his life. The guard seemed to understand. Good lady, I see. So please, you, boy, say thank you to the merciful young lady. The other guard who was carrying the boy tried to get him to bow down to Cryste, but he was still very stubborn. It's so annoying to watch this. Why is it so natural for him to do bad things like this? Hey, you have to figure it out. You stole something. Aha! Instantly there was a flash of white light, and a moment later Cryste found herself lying in the corner. The boy used magic. Ah, and a partner. The two guards were the same. They had been slammed into the wall and fell down into a daze. Felt like being blown away by a gust of wind. Am I bound to fall down today? Don't you feel shame when so many people bully a child? Do not mess around because you are a girl. I've been very light with you. Though if you want to resist, I do not know what will happen. Doesn't make any sense. Cryste looked up in a daze, and at the corner there was a boy with soft blonde hair. He was dressed in a high-quality black fur coat and a badge resembling a lion on the front. It's cute, but it was undoubtedly a boy's voice. The young thief snatched the bag from my hand, and I ran away while the boy was talking to me. You're an annoying bastard. Why did I spend so much time chasing him if he was to escape so easily? Why am I so unlucky? I'm so tired. I just want to sleep without... Did it again. Keeps doing that. I can't go back, right? Okay, I was wondering what, I guess hide is just to see, like, if you have a nice panorama or something, you want to see it without words, you can just hide it. Cryste, restored of her silver hair, was suddenly recognized by the guards, and the two quickly helped her Royal Highness stand up. As the three walked out of the alley, the sun was about to sink beneath the hills, and the sky was the color of indigo. As for the guy, he had long disappeared. Shenanigans are up. All over. Really, this is the worst case scenario. Now I have to deal with these two guys. About that, can you two not tell my father which has happened? Cryste gave a bright smile to the more familiar guard. However, he didn't even turn his head. I'm sorry, but this is not a trivial matter, and I must report it to His Majesty. As for your Highness, how did you get out of the castle grounds? You must also tell His Majesty. Panic arose in Cryste from his words. See, that's what I was saying. How am I going to get back? I figured I would not be getting back in a good way. Hey, don't say that so quickly. You must know that the guards will also be punished for me escaping. I was not the one guarding the gate at the time, and even if I was, I would not lie to His Majesty. Are you serious? If I was to say that it was your fault, and because of your poor job I was attacked by thieves, what do you think of the story? My only responsibility is to perform my duties. The rest is for His Majesty to decide, and I'm willing to accept whatever penalty he sees fit. You're kidding? Just like rocks cannot be easily melted, I don't think I'll be able to change his mind. Both threatening and being nice to him are useless. He's too genuine and stubborn. I know, you're a good public servant of the people. You are. And everything's gone wrong. They arrived at the castle just before the sun set below the horizon, and Cryste, like a prisoner, was standing in front of the long table in the dining hall. Everyone's tableware was already placed in front of them, but no one moved a muscle. The king was expressionless. Radia frowned fiercely, and Mikhail, standing off to the side, reluctantly sighed. The only movement was her mother wiping tears from her eyes with a handkerchief. She seems to be very worried. I suppose. I give her that. Like, for us, we were just out having fun. And time passes, and you don't see everyone flipping out. You don't see everyone worried. You don't see everyone scouring. You don't see any of that. You just go out and have fun. And then now the repercussions are before us. It's going to happen. The queen glanced at Mikhail as if she were seeking help, but Mikhail was looking at Radia. Radia was watching the king. The king slowly shook his head, stood up from the main seat. Do you have anything to say? His voice was low, like he was trying to repress his anger. What a terrible aura. It seems to be very serious. This fierceness forces Cryste to remember her last life, where she would get beaten by her father as a kid. Cryste's legs were trembling, as she was so scared that she forgot to answer. Father's asking you a question. Radia noticed Cryste was taking a long time to respond and made another opening. Radia, do not be so direct. It will scare little Cryste. You spoil her too much, mother. But Cryste went out alone, but nothing bad happened to her. Nothing happened, but still, if she's given too much protection, she'll become a useless and fat princess. Huh? Wouldn't she be cute then, though? She would be so soft to hug. The queen smiled sweetly, her hand wearing a silk evening glove. Came up to cover her lips, half covering her indifferent expression. Huh. Radia and the queen couldn't seem to find a common point of dialogue, and the king became impatient. He was so angry that Cryste could hear his forehead veins pounding. Quiet, you two. I'm asking Cryste a question. Although he didn't speak loudly, his voice had strong will. Both mother and sister closed their mouths. When the king stood up and walked over, Cryste subconsciously took 2 steps back. Will I get a beating? Probably. How did you get out of the castle? The guards weren't paying any attention. Don't lie. Don't yell at me. You almost gave me a heart attack. Shifting her head to look at the man in front of her, she realized that he had been staring at her carefully. There was a small hole in one of the walls. I was able to squeeze through it. Cryste's voice was barely audible. You're lying. There would be dust on your clothes, and the maintenance points are always guarded. Radia, did I not say that I'm asking Cryste? But father, she will be meeting with Saval's master tomorrow. She even did this. You know it better than you do. I know it better than you do. I'm sorry for interrupting, your master. Majesty. Hey, what? Saval? Who's that? Some important noble? Regardless, Radia fortunately stopped talking. So you really ran away? The king thought for a moment before speaking again. First I took off my skirt before going through. As for the guards and workers, I used something to distract them. A single lie requires countless lies to cover it up. Only now did Cryste realize the full feeling of being cocooned. Just as Cryste was figuring out how to make her story make sense, Sophie suddenly stepped forward and said something that surprised everyone. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, it is with my assistance to Her Highness that she left the castle, and her idea of fleeing came from me. She trembled in fear, yet she was full of determination. The king glanced at the trembling maid, but refocused on Cryste. Is that true? What should I do? Should I try to push the responsibility onto Sophie? Do I tell the truth and take the blame? Seeing these two options, it would usually be difficult to quickly choose which path to follow. However, things like this have happened before. Cryste knew she was not really fit to be a princess, but she would never choose the wrong path for her own sake. This is where she takes pride. She has faced many similar temptations, but has never once chosen the wrong side. So the answer is already obvious. You take the blame, right? This is not the case. It was my compulsion as a princess. I used Sophie to distract the workers from by having her wear thin clothing. In fact, Sophie did not know my motive was to leave the castle grounds at all, or her timid personality would have certainly found a way to stop me. Now it's done. All accountability falls directly on me. Feels nice to clarify what happened. It feels like my body's become lighter and my quivering legs have become calmer. Little Cryste. Huh. Her mother's expression became more complex, while Radia had a sneer on her face. Although Cryste admitted to it honestly, no one seems to have relaxed at all. Even her mother, who had been shielding Cryste, was not sure what to say. But the interrogation isn't over. Regardless of how bad your behavior is, tell me why you wanted to leave. I just wanted to see the outside world. Because there was something you wanted that you couldn't get here in the castle? No, I just wanted to learn more. That's it. She turned her head to gaze at the man who was nominally her father. Now she was completely aware of the so-called responsibilities and ideals that she had now that she's in this body, as a familiar to the world as a newborn. The king stood in silence, finally turning away. He slowly walked out of the dining hall. You are too young and dangerous to leave the castle. One day, you will have a chance to see the whole world, not just this kingdom, but from the extreme west to the far east. But you'll also have a responsibility. Seeing everyone hesitate, he waved to Cryste, indicating for her to follow him. Cryste, take a good look at this coat of arms. Everything the light touches is your kingdom. The king finally stopped. He was standing beside the wall at the end of the chamber, reaching out to Cryste. Father. Not just Cryste, but Radia, Mikhail also followed. Cryste looked up at the banner hanging from the king. Golden flames form on a bright red background. This is the Maysfield family coat of arms. Also a badge of the Kingdom of Garnet. Hey, we're getting a visual on the king. The silver hair, yep. Radia, do you remember our motto? Start a field fire with the eternal flame. Cryste was impressed with what she heard, although her memory of all this wasn't so clear. She can't feel the meaning of these words. The king still did not look back, but continued to speak. The flames were all burning before they were ignited. Some were inherently burning while some were like fires of a torch. Yet each of them had the potential to start a field fire, and so the country was born. Whenever you are in need, consider yourself a burning flame. This is the creed of our ancestors, the Maysfield family. Passed from generation to generation. Cryste, do you understand? No. No, I don't think so. The country advocates for fire, serving the inflammatory spirit of the salamander. In their eyes, to burn the world in their own enthusiastic power, that the flames are so strong that they eventually break the clouds. That is supreme glory. Even if I have no talent, can I become such a flame? Gently biting her lip, Cryste asked the man in front of her biggest doubt. The king took a long, drawn-out sigh of relief, relaxing his body slightly. Look at the candle. Cryste Rubieri Maysfield, tell me, what do you see? Just some tiny sparks. Whether it is the sparks from a small flame that sets the horizon on fire or a strike of lightning, they share the same essence. If I use this candle to set ablaze the hay in the stables, it has the possibility to be the same as the power to destroy a city, or even to destroy an entire nation. So with the dual nature of destruction and creation, humans have become wise because of fire, killing each other with fire, utilizing and controlling fire, and being engulfed by fire. We are the symbol of this power, never standing by as simple red flames. How many kingdoms have been destroyed by the power of fire? Cryste shook her head gently. Maybe I know you better than you think, Cryste. You're my daughter, destined to have an extraordinary destiny. Wherever you are, fire always with you. In the future, your fire will blaze and diminish, but it is destined to burn something. One day, you will understand. The king had only half finished his sentence when he started walking away. His last words seemed to have vanished with the candlelight. Your Highness, thank you so much for what you did back there. Back in her room, Sophie gently closed the door and hurried over to Cryste. Cryste did not stop upon entering her room, but instead pulled her dress over her head and left it aside. Don't mention it. Just don't do what you did again. Don't try to take the responsibility. If Father removed you and arranged for a maid like Catherine to take over, it would be such a headache. Cryste pretended to act cold, but she actually felt sorry for Sophie. Cryste had her go tempt the workers, and at dinner, Sophie saved her once again. She was too ashamed to admit it. I understand. Now, His Royal Highness really is not candid, but you really don't like the head maid. In fact, Miss Catherine is a very gentle person. No, I don't really dislike her. We're just not compatible. Just like the spiders nesting in the caves. Or in the eaves. Even though they are harmless, people who are scared will stay away. Even Miss Catherine would feel hurt if she heard you say that. Comparing Catherine to a spider. Sophie mumbled, somewhat troubled. It's not the best analogy. Although, of course, Cryste would not say it in front of her. Oh, would she, though? What's wrong, Your Highness? Don't worry about it. It's just when I'm talking about someone behind their back. Cryste brought her hands to her face and smothered her smile. This isn't something to be proud of. Sophie was stunned for a moment, but then followed it with a laugh, followed by more laughter, echoing through the room in waves. Happily, Cryste suddenly grabbed Sophie's hand and pulled her back. Your Highness? Cryste looked at her innocent face, saying nothing. Sophie, can I trust you? Your Highness. Ignoring Sophie's feelings for a moment, Cryste continued to speak her mind. I don't know who I can trust in this palace. And while everyone's nice, they all lived for their purpose. Catherine calmly deals with her duties here in the palace, not to mention Mikhail, but I don't know what my purpose is. But today I had an idea while we were at the table. Actually, you know, who is that Sahavo guy? Cryste faced the girl, revealing the most serious expression she could. Although the lighting coming from the candle was dim, it was bright enough for us to see each other's faces. Your Highness, guessing from the size of the banquet tomorrow, they must be distinguished guests. Sahavo is an important noble with a vast territory in Estoriltia, on the border west of Kirknees. The current leader of their family seems to have a good relationship with the king. Her voice was timid for fear of saying something wrong. It wasn't so much fear from saying this to Cryste, but an internal fear of talking about it in general. It's okay. Just say it. I'll probably understand. She slightly bit her lower lip, as if under a lot of pressure. Your Highness, Master Sahavo will very likely be your wedding partner. So that's it. How are we going to let Crow know? Crow's heart's going to be broken. With a breath, Cryste spoke her words in an almost inaudible whisper. I should have guessed from Mikhail's new lessons and the fact that this is such a large event. Even Radia, who just said that she will see the young master off to his home of Sahavir tomorrow. They really covered this up. I could see that coming a mile away. That's interesting how she couldn't. It seems that they're all unwilling to tell the truth and prefer to hide it instead. Are they afraid that I'll find some way to mess this up? They still think that this crystal princess, as they call her, is of no value? Your Highness, if you ever need my help, there is no need. It will only cause trouble. She made sure Sophie wouldn't try to follow her. She couldn't allow herself to harm others for her own benefit. Before, she wouldn't be so serious, but not this time. They have their plans, but I'm not just a child who could be discarded. Who is this father? Was this father's idea? Seems I have an opportunity to ignite my flame, but whether or not I actually try to do something about this, will it make any difference? But Your Highness, if you're forced to marry someone you don't like... Sophie sat up somewhat worried, looking down at Cryste's cheeks. One, how do we know that we don't like him? And two, I thought it was Radia's idea. Never before had I imagined that I would be able to live in a room with such a lovely girl, but from that initial feeling of awe and excitement, all that is left is a calming feeling. What kind of person do I like? I've never fallen in love with anyone before. Whether now or in the past, I've never encountered anyone like that. But you will meet them one day. Tears are welling in her eyes. She seemed very moved. Somewhere in this world there must be someone who loves only your highness and someone who you also care about. No matter what, there must be a person out there like this. Meeting them may be tricky, but they're out there, for sure. What a firm statement. Are there really people who deserve to love like this? Whether or not this will be her fate, Cryste didn't understand, didn't want to go out into any detail. This was undoubtedly an issue for her. Different challenges arise at different times. Sophie, do you love someone? Seeing her expression, Cryste could not help but guess. She said she'd never had a lover because she looked so young, but why was this so important to her? What are you talking about? Judging from this reaction, it seems there is someone. No. Sophie hurriedly shook her head, while her cheeks turned a deep red. You can't say who it is. Temporarily setting her troubles aside, Cryste's face lit up with a slight smile. There are flaws. Sophie, pretending to ignore Cryste, was firmly clutching her hands together. Hey, tell me their name. Cryste smoothly laid Sophie down on the bed, but she still didn't want to say anything, so Cryste had no choice but to give her some motivation. Stop it, Your Highness. There's no one. Tickle torture. It seems that we're still reluctant to tell the truth. Okay, stop. I'll tell you. I'm right. She relaxed her hands. In a lot of situations, tickling will get the job done. Fair shoulders, slender waist, flushed faces, one undressed girl on top of another. What? It's not what it looks like. It's just, I'm just a bit worried about it, so I hope Your Highness doesn't misunderstand me. Just hurry up and tell me. Don't keep stalling. I know you're being shy. Just completely understand. No, not at all. Don't say that. Come on, be honest. Do I tickle you again? Is she gonna say that she's in love with her? Is that what she's gonna say? Staring at me like I'm about to step on her with cleats, Sophie has a cute face like a frightened deer. It's really interesting to pick on this girl. It's Sir Crow! Her confession blew Cryste's mind. Wow. I didn't see that one coming. Crow? That's civil servant? He's a gentleman. Gentleman? If she thinks so, Crow might be a good fit. People don't generally look down on him, even though he has glasses and is kind of a nerd. But he seems to be the type who likes young girls. Cryste remembered the love letter she threw into her drawer this morning. But at the thought of telling the truth to a pure girl like Sophie, how could Cryste say this to her? And so if Crow and Sophie become lovers, is this not a double benefit? This guy can not only let go of his dangerous ideas, but also make Sophie happy? And Sophie, with her large breasts and childlike figure, looks like the perfect fit for Lolita control. Cryste looked at the girl from top to bottom. Hey, are you really 20? And in answer, she burst into tears. Don't cry, I'm just asking casually. And because of my looks, I know I'll never be liked by such a gentleman. Just think about it. Seeing Sophie suddenly fall into depression, Cryste felt a little helpless. She had no idea a girl's mood could change so fast. Don't be discouraged. Everything will be fine. Let's go tell Crow you like him. No, I'm not ready. And the sky's already dark. No problem. He's overseeing the wall repairs, and now that dinner's over, they should still be working for a while longer. It's just... If you hesitate, love will slip away. I got it. Sophie seems determined to make a decision, while still nodding. Cryste was relieved. How terrible. It feels like I'm pushing a daughter. No, like pushing a sister to get married. Then won't you put on something nice? What? Sophie left the room in a hurry. She looks nervous. She even forgot the proper etiquette. But Cryste didn't mind this slightly rude action. It was one of her goals to support Sophie. After repeatedly confirming Sophie had left, Cryste opened the drawer and quietly pulled out the love letter. It was dark when they arrived in the garden, but the workers hadn't left yet. Out of fear of being recognized, Sophie had hid around the corner and wouldn't come out. Considering how afraid Sophie looked, Cryste didn't force her. After asking the workers on duty, they told Cryste that Crow had gone back to the library. It is said that Crow usually heads back to the library to read when it gets dark. Sophie, how do you feel? Feels like my heart's about to jump out of my chest. Oh? Sophie dragged along after Cryste, making the library seem very far away. Your Highness, let go. Let's go back. You want to go back now? What? We're already here. But I really can't go any further. As soon as the two were about to go into the library, Sophie seized Cryste's dress in desperation. Let go of my dress. But what if he refuses me? Don't worry about that. You'll never find out if you don't ask him. After all, you can just give up if you're rejected. I'm still nervous. What if Sir Crow refuses to talk to me after? Don't be mad at me for this, but if you won't go in, I'll have to call him out. Hey, is Mr. Crow in here? Cryste gave a loud greeting. No, I don't want... Sophie tried to refuse, but her voice became a whisper. It's already too late. Listening to the footsteps growing closer, Sophie stood there anxiously, almost in tears. Are you calling me, Your Highness? Just as Cryste looked at the nervous maid, the man in spectacles appeared. The library was a bit cold at night, and the young civil servant was wearing a thick robe, giving him a strong look of nobility. Good evening, Cryste, Your Highness, Miss Sophie. Sophie was whimpering softly. When did Sophie start to like this kind of guy? Cryste was curious. Don't worry, you're fine. I'm here. What does Your Highness need? There's nothing for time being, but isn't it possible for us to just hang out together? Your Highness? Cryste deliberately put on a shy look, and Sophie looked uneasy. It is an honor, but Your Highness seems to have something to say. You're as smart as you look. You flatter me. His bow deemed a bit exaggerated. Having said that, Crow seemed to be acting more mature than usual. Someone could immediately pick him out as a newcomer among the civil officials, but now he almost looked like a reliable man. I'm not happy to give Sophie to him so easily, though. A little bit of play is not excessive, right? Cryste pulled out the letter. My purpose for coming... I legit think you're saying my name whenever you see Your Highness. What do you mean? Like you're talking your real name? Is your real name similar to the word Your Highness? Cryste pulled out the letter. My purpose for coming to see you is simple. I've been me. That's interesting. You've been helping me these days, so I think it's about time I repay you. Clasped his two index fingers together and froze for a moment, and then an expression of shock grew over his face. Really? You'll allow it? I'm a bit shy. Thank you very much. I, as Crow Seglo, swear I will be loyal to Your Highness for as long as I live. Well, that's really, what did he just say? Loyal? As he was finishing his sentence, Crow pulled Sophie's hand aside. Sophie's eyes swirled like a vortex in her head, having no idea what was going on. Wait, this letter is... you've already seen it. I'm really sorry I had you deliver what should have been my own message. Crow? The maid lost her ability to think for a moment, leaving her stuttering like a broken tape recorder. Please forgive me, Miss Sophie, but I cannot wait any longer to be your lover. Oh, so that letter wasn't for... It wasn't for Cryste, it was for Sophie. Can we be together forever from this point on? What? Sophie wasn't the only one who had no idea what was going on. What is this? Cryste looked at the scene that had developed into a hurricane and suddenly looked back at her love letter. The first sentence is indeed, to you who are as pure as the moon. Wait, isn't it strange it doesn't mention the recipient's name? But the love letters aren't that formal anyway. She flipped the envelope over and Cryste finally saw the line where it was torn apart. To beautiful Miss Sophie. Ha! If this is from the original letter, he liked Sophie all along. All along it's been from the one Sophie loved. I'll ask you one question. When you gave me this letter, why didn't you tell me who it was for? Cryste's anger was bubbling up. And knowing Your Highness, I was certain you would open the letter anyway, so I just wrote her name inside. What? How can he talk like that to me? However, the two standing in front of their master have stepped off to the side, lovingly gazing into each other's eyes. Well, I guess this all worked out, huh? This is Mr. Crow, your confession is too sudden. Do you not feel the same? How could I not? Well, enough of that. I can't stand looking at this any longer. To show this in such a public place, I can only imagine what passerby will think. Both with their love-struck eyes, aching from wanting to blink. Even the surrounding air has become glittery. They've completely forgotten that there are others around them. Whatever. It's fine. Cryste shook her head and walked away without a word. After this event with Sophie, the next day with Catherine went to dress Cryste. She wasn't as resistant as usual. How are you feeling, Cryste, Your Highness? Not bad, but it's tiresome to wear these tedious clothes. Oh, that's a really nice dress. The main dress was a striking red on white, while the cuffs and neckline were gorgeously embroidered. To finish it off, a sparkling crystal tiara rested gently on her head. The color and glamour of the dress were endurable, but the corset and skirts were really uncomfortable and hard to move in. Please be patient. Today is a very important day. We're going to meet Saravel's prince, I guess? The voice of the maid was without its usual cadence. It seemed she wasn't enjoying this either. She deftly curled up in an elegant roller at the tip of Cryste's hair. Catherine, what happened to Sophie? I feel a bit upset that I set them up at such a busy time. 3 maids were working on Cryste's outfit, trying ribbons embroidered with jewelry in her silver hair before asking how she was doing. At first, Cryste was very excited to try on many different things and change her style, but later she realized that she was being too bossy and just accepted what she was wearing. Cryste, Your Highness, Sophie doesn't have any experience with large banquets like this. Making a mistake with your clothing is not an option, so your request to be served by her would have been rejected by His Majesty anyway. That's just an exaggeration. You know, that's it. It's really starting to bore me that you keep bringing up my father's authority. I'm very sorry, Your Highness. Even as she apologized, she kept her poker face. Cryste wasn't very good at dealing with these kind of people. I find it interesting how this story references things that don't exist in the world, like broken record, poker face, although I can't say poker does or does not exist in this world, but, you know, tape. I think they mentioned a tape recorder earlier or something. So it kind of mixes your knowledge as a reader with the world that it exists to try to bring some kind of relevance to the interactions of the people. Waking up early in the morning, it must be the afternoon by now. I'm feeling hungry too, but we're not allowed to eat anything until the grand banquet. Forget it. I'm just being impatient. Your Highness, I'm basically done now. Is there anything you're not satisfied with? No, not at all. It's so beautiful. How could I complain? It's true. For most girls, their biggest dream would be to wear such a magnificent dress, to attend the palace banquet, meet the handsome prince. This dress suited Cryste very well for how extravagant it was. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Come in. It wasn't hard to guess who the visitor might be on a normal occasion, but this time, especially easy. Cryste, Your Highness, today you are exuding the same blessed glory as the heavens. The whole party will be drawn to your beauty. Mikhail bent over in a formal bow and walked into the room. You seem very polite today, aren't you? Also very well dressed. Mikhail wore a style of dress that Cryste had never seen before. It must be the style of another country. Presumably the style of the Dark Elves, but it was still mysterious and beautiful. Actually, I like that dress. The green and black, those are 2 of my 3 favorite colors. By wearing exquisite clothes like this, you can't grab the limelight of the masters on important occasions like this. That is the rule for being a servant. This would seem ironic coming from anyone other than Mikhail, who could turn it around into a lesson. Finished, she waved to Catherine and the others. They stood on a line, ready to head over in an organized manner. Your Highness, you haven't forgotten what I taught you, right? The pace of ballroom dancing and how to act at the banquet. Mikhail came closer, pressing gently at the empty chest of Cryste's dress. What are you doing? Don't move. Your chest looks a bit empty, although you've added a bra insert. It looks slightly unnatural. Let me adjust it for you. Although Cryste was unwilling, Mikhail had a very serious look, so Cryste felt she was forced to allow it. I'm afraid I can't step out without wearing clothes. Don't worry, young master. Hasavo will lead you to your new home. You shouldn't behave so strongly, so showing a more feminine side will be beneficial. The purpose of keeping secretive a few days ago has suddenly become obvious. The young master Sahavo will lead me to my new home. It might have been from Mikhail's fingertips touching her delicate chest or what she said about this strange boy, but at this moment Cryste's heart jumped in her chest. Everyone was tense and prepared for this, so how could Cryste stop it? How can I go along with this? How can I clean up this mess? So I'm getting Cryste is not enthusiastic about getting married off. Tell me, Mikhail. Cryste opened her eyes. Even though she was self-willed, she wanted the others to comfort her. What do you mean? Her sight swept across Cryste's neck as if to see if the jewelry fit the dress. This is why I have to marry the young Master Sahavo. Mikhail paused at that moment and slowly moved away, gazing at Cryste. Her neat eyebrows pointed slightly upwards. You never asked about it before, so I thought you didn't mind. Didn't mind? How could they think this? Just because I didn't know about it? It was not until last night that Sophie mentioned it to Cryste. But what she didn't know was that everyone had already discussed it, deciding the results to spend a huge sum of money on a host a banquet to promote their marriage. Although she felt she didn't know everything, Cryste had a bad feeling. Because you didn't tell me anything. She took her anger out on Mikhail. This situation is really ugly. Cryste knew she should not take her anger out on her, but why didn't no one say anything? Am I worth nothing? Her tears were out of control, and when they finally stopped flowing, Mikhail took out her handkerchief to carefully wipe them away, so that the makeup would not all wash away. It's like a merchant handling their highly priced items, both carefully and gently, but not with much warmth. Your Highness, there's only one reason why we didn't tell you. This is a very important event. It even endangers the security of the kingdom, the peace of our people. Telling you about this was considered risky. If you escaped the place today and not yesterday, the entire kingdom may have been threatened by strong enemies in the future. Cryste was speechless for a moment, understanding that you're a pawn to the greater end. The kingdom's security, people's peace. Suddenly the topic rose to its point. Of course, Cryste didn't fully understand it, but did the king really have these considerations in mind? What you want is such a simple and boring thing. Are you satisfied, your highness, Cryste? The dark elf's face was still expressionless, but her green pupils were watching her. I told you everything now. You should fulfill your responsibility. Her eyes seemed to be saying this. Didn't seem to be a request or a deal, but a fact set in stone. Cryste realized that she had seen this the wrong way all along. She had been too concerned about looking for her so-called talents and goals that she forgot about her obligations. Because they can live a luxurious life provided by the people, they must give up their body and mind for their safety when necessary. This is the obligation of being royalty. What kind of person is he? And there's only one thing that can be done. Hearing this question, Michaela smiled softly. Her smile was warm, but also showed that she didn't expect Cryste to dispute her duty. Of course, it is up to His Highness to personally confirm. She held out her left hand. It's almost time. Do you need me to be with you? Please. Walking in this complicated dress is a bit difficult for the long journey ahead. Garnet. A teenager standing on the steps of the hall gently whispered. Although it was his first time visiting a foreign country, he didn't feel very excited. He was just following his father. When they arrived in the city, they were treated with the highest standards of hospitality. This palace belongs to the royal family of this country. He didn't forget this. And now this magnificent party was prepared for his own family. The venue extended from the spacious hall all the way to the garden. The magic lights illuminated the area as brightly as if it was day. Long tables almost overflowed with delicacies and fine wines. This teenager was used to staying home, so he was a little nervous seeing this scene. But kept quiet, both quiet and well-behaved. The kid from the streets? Father. As the king talked to his mother, the Duchess, he spotted the opportunity to pull on his father's sleeve. This man, who barely looked 30, Duke Savile, turned around. What's wrong, Noel? Noel? Oh, nothing. Noel shook his head, swallowing the words he wanted to say. Duke Savile smiled and stroked his son's golden head. Are you nervous? Teenager nodded silently. The banquet was both gorgeous and lively, but had a very formal air to it. Just noticing the atmosphere of the waiters, it could be seen that this wasn't a grand event for everyone to enjoy. Don't be nervous. His Majesty's king is a very wise king, and my friend. Your friend? Yes, so relax. Duke Savile patted his son's back, and once again walked up to King Hang. Lauren, what are you whispering to the young master? The king looked at the timid Noel. He's just a little nervous. It's his first time seeing such a grand scene. Well, he's a lovely and quiet little master. If only Cryste was as refined as him. Ah, the burn! Oh, throwing it right in the face. No discreetness there. You know, first impressions go a long way. When it came to his daughter, the king could not help but sigh. For the Duke to see the king talk about his daughter like this, he could not help but feel a bit sorry for him. Even if there are some downsides with Her Highness Cryste, you should look on the bright side. You have 2 lovely daughters and a young wife, and all of whom are patiently waiting for your death. as opposed to expediting his death. At this sentence, the Duchess looked at her husband with a dissatisfied expression. Ah, Lord, do not say that in the presence of a beautiful lady. It seems so. The two joined together in a daring laughter. Noel wasn't sure what they were talking about. It wasn't due to what they were talking about. After all, he's 13 years old and is very talented. He just couldn't understand the two men putting on fake expressions and making unnatural jokes. They had said they were friends, but they don't seem to fully open up to each other, although their relationship doesn't seem to be bad. My father usually acts very seriously. It's been a long time since I've seen him joke like this. He followed behind his father like a lost puppy. In the banquet hall, the nobles were wearing their most beautiful clothes, and with a smile they bowed their heads as the king passed by. They walked directly to the center of the party, occupied by a few handsome men and beautifully dressed ladies. As they saw the Duke and King approach, they stopped chatting and approached gracefully. I'm really sorry, Lauren. It seems that Cryste is still getting dressed and hasn't been able to meet young Master Noel. It's not easy to find a lady as beautiful as cute little Cryste. She cannot be rushed. Oh, is that Her Highness Radia? After the greeting to the king, they looked around to see a beautiful lady approaching. The teenager looked on at her, and from her mouth came a clear female voice. And in her armor. I was like, is she going to have like a beautiful dress and be all noble? Nope, armor. It is our sincere pleasure to host your visit to Garnet, Elder Sahabl. I apologize for not dressing up for this occasion, but I am really not suitable to wear a dress. So rather than causing everyone's displeasure, Radia's graceful manner, and whether it was its ceremonial aspect or its elegant wording, even Lauren could not help but nod in praise. Yes, Her Highness Radia is undoubtedly a splendid knight, but what about our protagonist today? On this topic, the Duke looked to the silver-haired girl walking over and then to his son, nervously half hidden behind his mother's dress. When she noticed everyone focused on her, she seemed overwhelmed, but she took a breath and composed herself. It's nice to meet you, Sir Sahabl. Her long crystal-like hair glowed with a silver light, and her red dress slightly swayed. It was dazzling, but was also as flirtatious as a kitten. Noel had never seen such a beautiful girl before. He hid behind his father, his face a little red. When he noticed, Lauren leaned over and gave him a little push. Noel, say hi to Her Highness Cryste. Don't be rude. Yes, father. But the tension is different now. I can see that she's also nervous. It's a pleasure to meet you, Her Highness Cryste. I am known as Noel Iscaro Sahabl. Introducing himself, he wasn't sure what to do next. Should he wait for the princess to stretch out her hand? His face became even more red at the thought. However, she didn't greet him as he had imagined. His first good look at the girl revealed an expression of great surprise. Then, without saying a word, her eyebrows turned inward and her face became a frown. If anyone was to see this, they would think she was looking at her worst enemy. Uh-oh. What's wrong, Cryste? Young Master Noel greeted you. But father, I'm sorry, I was just lost in thought for a second. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. My name is Cryste Rubier Macefield. The girl responded coldly to his greeting. Noel wasn't too concerned about it, but the adult seemed to be a bit embarrassed. Yeah, leave it to Cryste to kind of not be that, polite and knowledgeable of these things. Then Mikhail walked over. Originally, she didn't intend to join the greetings, but upon seeing the princess as her royal teacher, she naturally felt obliged to make up for her mistakes. Long time no see, Aunt Sahabl and our young noble Master Noel. I'm honored to meet you. Oh, Miss Mail. I feel embarrassed every time we meet. Please, I cannot allow a noble such as yourself to bow to the lowly me. After all, today is the stage for the two young people. Let's let them talk, Her Highness Cryste looks a little nervous. I agree. I wasn't inconsiderate, Miss Mail. Then, Lauren, let's walk and talk. Ha ha. Kane, aren't you going to talk about your glorious deeds in the presence of both the queen and her daughter? The two pulled away from the crowd, smiling as they left, leaving only Noel and Cryste to facing each other. Cryste stared at Noel for a second, carefully scrutinizing him from head to toe. She then leaned over to the table to take some food to eat. What's going on? What's wrong with this princess? Noel wasn't sure what to do. Instead, he walked to Cryste's side, took a plate, and symbolically took a few pieces of fruit that wouldn't stain his clothes. The girl next to him didn't even glance his way as she continued eating. Well, what's wrong? You're choking? She desperately nodded. Noel hesitated for a moment before reaching out and patting her back. You, maid, give her a drink. Yes, 1 second. Noticing the state of the princess, the maid was stunned for the second, but because of Noel's instructions, she hurriedly poured a cup of juice and handed it over. Noel handed her the cup, and Cryste curiously chugged the drink. Ha! Why did you eat so fast? Although he was nervous, seeing this cute girl, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's not like it was because I just met you or anything. I haven't eaten anything today. She took out her handkerchief to wipe her mouth. Not only does she act strangely, but she says strange things, too. Why are you angry at me? Noel didn't understand why she put up this attitude, so he talked carefully for fear of provoking her. Cryste glared at him as if to say, do you even have to ask? Simply unbelievable. She seemed to think for a moment, trying to calm herself, then held up 3 fingers. 3,000 apiary. Huh? What is she talking about? What does money have to do with anything? I'm so confused. You owe me 3,000 apiary. I don't remember owing you any money. After all, this is the first time I've visited this kingdom. It doesn't matter if you didn't take it, but you were still the one who let the thief escape. What a waste of a precious day of freedom. The guards even told my father, and his anger was at its peak, so... The young girl was hitting him mercilessly with a topic Noel didn't completely understand, but she was so serious and angry that Noel felt as if he owed her something. I did not bring any money with me, but I could have my father pay you later? Surprisingly, upon hearing his reply, she became more angry. What a cheap thing to say. When I was in the city, you used magic to blow me to the ground. Now you won't admit it? Maybe you don't recognize me in this dress. Well, then look at my hair. Can you imagine it pink? Pink hair? Blowing her to the ground with magic? Noel had no memories of any of this. In fact, when he first entered the gates, he and his father were welcomed into the palace by the knights of the royal family. For the whole journey, he was only talking with his parents in the carriage about the customs of the capital. I'm sorry, I really do not know. When I entered the city, I was in my father's carriage. Nothing happened on our way to the castle. Cryste seemed to be very disappointed, and her entire face became gloomy and cold. So there may be some kind of doppelganger thing going on, where the person who actually bothered or knocked Cryste to the ground, although I thought it was him, it may actually not be. Enough! I don't want to talk to you anymore, you liar. I've never been so angry. What an evil boy. A fraud, pretending to be pure and innocent. At the end of a long banquet, Cryste was finally able to return to her room, closed the door slightly tightly, and collapsed on her bed from exhaustion. Your Highness, if you sleep like that, it will crease the dress. Oh my god, why did you become Catherine? When did you become Catherine? No, I don't dare, but it would be a shame to ruin such a beautiful dress. The talk at the banquet was mainly about Cryste's engagement with Noel, and Cryste gradually became more and more angry. Naturally, Cryste's attitude with Sophie was harsh, which caused the little maid's eyes to become watery again. Looking at her, Cryste felt as if she had bullied a poor and lovely little animal. After all, no matter the mood, Sophie was still the best maid. Then, help me take it off. Yes, Your Highness. Cryste stretched out her arms and stood up straightly from the bed. She removed the clothing that was on her sleeve and arms, then the main dress, and finally decorated her hair. Cryste was careful in removing the dress as if she would break it. Once the dress was removed, she relaxed her waist with a sigh. This thing is torture! Cryste couldn't imagine how the European ladies in the Middle Ages could dress like this every day, wearing these kinds of clothes to have a skinny waist. Even looking at the dress now gave her goosebumps. She even tried to loosen it because it was so hard to wear and it made her waist hurt. Your Highness, why do you hate Noel so much? He looks like a lovely boy and seems to be very popular. Finally, you ask this? Ha! So you're just like a little girl who doesn't know the real world. Cryste gave a cold smile and raised her finger. You can't judge a book by its cover. Yes, I admit that he's cute, almost like a girl. And he is a little taller than me, and I almost felt eager to hug him when we first met. But the boy is a good liar. I hate guys like him. Just like in my previous life, Noel's acting just like the kind of girl that would be deliberately try to be close to you, asking if you have a girlfriend or something. Tempted by her words, your heart would be beating, and you would say that you don't before thinking. It was just like that now. I bet he would say he wants to spend the rest of his life with me. Does he think all girls are foolish? Damn, I hate these kinds of guys the most. Bastard. Liar. Who would even regard you as a backup boy? Your Highness, what's the matter? Why are you crying? No, nothing. I just hate someone who knows how to be a good liar. Well, I wouldn't like that either, but Master Noel looks very intelligent and nice. You don't understand. People are not as simple as that when they seem on the surface. I'll fill you in later. Tears were streaming down Cryste's face. Cryste could not help but remember from her past life the first girl in the university who had flirted with him. He had fallen desperately in love with her, realizing that a girl's feelings are the greatest drawback for a man. I feel like I was always treated like a clown. Okay, I don't want to think about it anymore. Now I'm 1,000 times more lovable than those whores, and I will never be like them. Your Highness, are you really okay? Your body's shaking. You feel cold? I'm alright. I'm going to take a bath. Okay, I'll get the bath ready for you. Sophie said and walked out. The delay. Cryste had to take off the white stockings and the lace vest by herself before Sophie came to the big bath. These days, only the royal family could use the bath, but before the males and females would take a bath together. Males and females taking a bath together? Father's a really lucky man. Oh, Sophie, let's take a bath together again. After Cryste entered the bath, Sophie was hurrying to follow. I could see that she was not quite ready for the work of a maid, and sometimes she's clumsy, but she's still very lovely. I'm so sorry, Your Royal Highness. I'm late. You didn't meet Crow on the way here, did you? Hearing this, her cheeks became bright red, and she shook her hands in panic. No, I didn't. I mean, although we did meet, I didn't waste any time. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't blame you. I wouldn't dare interrupt you two lovebirds, but when you do show your love, you need to consider the time and place as well as other people's feelings. It's not like Your Highness said. Well, who knows? At this, Sophie looked a little annoyed, so Cryste didn't continue teasing her. Your Highness looks much better than before. Yes, it's not easy to be angry while taking a bath. The blood pressure would make me dizzy after all. Sophie hesitated before slowly stepping into the bath to sit beside Cryste. It seems that Sophie has become much more relaxed recently. Before she would have said something like, I'm a maid. I can't do that. And didn't care if she couldn't talk to me freely or not. Is it because we tried to protect each other when we caught sneaking out of the palace? No matter what caused it, it'll be nice if it was to stay like this, even for just a few days. Hey, what Your Highness said before was interesting. What exactly did Your Highness say before? Master Noel was like a different person? Cryste had always thought of herself as a humorous and tasteful person, but had never been good at expressing it. Don't remind me. Being angry will make you feel dizzy while in a bath. Sophie, isn't that what we just said? Sophie whispered a reminder. No, I'm both calm and angry now. Well, I should tell her about what happened the day I left the palace. To the young girl who leaned over to listen, Cryste spoke in detail about the event. She started with the clothing store, the trade with Mr. Fire, and then explained how she was wandering around, eating snacks. Finally, she got to the part about the haggling for the money bag. Sophie's expression conveyed that she was only half listening. Everyday life like this must be boring for her to hear about. It's true, this is like the best day of Cryste's life, getting out of the palace. But when Cryste finally told Sophie about the thief and getting help from the guards, only to be interrupted by Noel, Sophie shook her head wildly. Your Highness, you're sure you haven't mistaken him? No way. Those clothes he were his absolutely. The black fur coat, the lion's badge, no one would dare dress up in the clothes of his family. But Master Noel only arrived at the palace today. He must somehow have snuck out of the city yesterday. Sophie shook her head and continued to express her thought. You said he was wearing his family's clothing, didn't you? It's a bit impolite to say so, but I don't think the city guards would allow such a prominent guest to enter alone. What about with magic? Since there's magic that can blow me to the ground, it can't be difficult for Noel to fly into town using it. Cryste had to admit that Sophie had a good point, but she thought that there must be other ways that he could enter. Sophie did not answer immediately. She seemed to be somewhat concerned with Cryste's reply. At least she swallowed and spoke carefully. Your Royal Highness, people can't fly. Good point. Huh? Even if someone had amazing magic or great athletics skill, according to what I've heard, they are still unable to fly. If people could, wouldn't it be meaningless to have the wall guards? A spy could then easily enter the palace by flying high into the air and then landing in a shadowy corner. Good point. Sophie's words were like a morning bell. Cryste's mind was full of confusion. Really? Is that really the case? As if suddenly losing her strength, Cryste leaned against the wall of the pool. At the party, Noel wore the same clothes. Does he really have no memory? But it was obviously him that I saw. It can't just be an illusion, can it? But if it wasn't for him suddenly appearing, my purse wouldn't have been stolen by the thief. Now, I'm convinced. It's better not to think about it so much, Your Highness. You've been very tired just thinking about the Sahaval family. What an angel the child is. It was not for the purpose of being cute. Or for any other purpose. She was genuinely concerned about me. If she was the one I was engaged to, I wouldn't have even have a single worry in my mind. But we are both girls now, and she has a boyfriend too. Crow, you're in my way. I've been thinking too much, and I'm starting to feel dizzy. I was even thinking about something messy. Well then, I'll find that guard and the Duke of Savo himself to confirm it, and I'll apologize to Noel if it's confirmed there was him. Your Highness, you're very mature. Worthy of the title Crystal Princess of the Kingdom of Garnet. Don't call me that. I'm starting to get hot. I'm getting out. Let me help you change your clothes. Thank you. She was finally starting to feel a little better. Cryste hummed the theme song of a game she was good at in her previous life and asked Sophie to help dry her while she was stretched out her arms. I've never heard Your Highness hum that song before. If we have time, I'll teach it to you. Oh, that would be an honor. Just as the girls were chatting with each other, the lights suddenly darkened. What's going on? Did the power go out? Of course not. This world doesn't have any electricity. Cryste blurted this out instinctively. Be careful, Your Highness! Before she could feel the softness on her chest, she was thrown to the ground by Sophie. The unstable magic lanterns suddenly regained their brightness. A shadowy figure appeared in front of Cryste. Because she was lying on her back, she saw him very clearly. No! The girl's screams echoed throughout the bathroom. What's going on, Master Noel Sable? Unsure what was going on, Sophie was eager to move away from Cryste. Fool, are you going now to show my naked body to this guy? Cryste hugged the little maid's body tightly. Don't move. I'm sorry. She almost jokingly used Sophie as a shield, but despite her apparent calm. Was it that Cryste was trying to hide her girlish instinct? Betraying her calm, her cheeks, her ears, or even her neck were flushed a delicate red. Facing such a scene, a golden-haired boy in front of them just glanced at them before moving sight away frigidly. I'm a bit disturbed, little princess. Huh? Cryste wondered if she heard him wrong. You wish for me to say it again. I didn't realize it before, but not only are you short, you also have a flat chest. What? He dares to be so arrogant after he appears in the wrong place at the wrong time. This is so unforgivable. Not only did he not apologize, he's staring back at us with his harsh look in his eyes. This is a warning. Don't even think of marrying me. I hate you. Got it? That's it now? Don't bother me again. Cryste gasped and was speechless for a moment. Rage flowed through her like fire. Wait, what are you doing? When the boy reached his hand into the basket of her clothes, Cryste struggled to say something finally. This is a warning. The boy quickly picked out her clothes and left in a gush of wind. What? What's wrong with this guy? Your Highness. Sophie quickly took out a towel and wrapped it around Cryste. I told you this bastard was a liar, pretending to be a pure little thing. Now you see for yourself. Your Highness, please calm down. I'll go and find your clothes first. No, I have to report this. I'm going to complain to Duke Sable himself. Yeah, he's quite the innocent prose and distinguished, but down inside, he's a little brat. By the next day, right before dinner was ready, she was waiting in the corridor leading to the dining hall. Your Highness, this isn't such a good idea. Sophie was at her side, holding a rope. She looked scared. Noel has been with my father and the Duke of Sable all day long. Although Cryste had been invited to meet with them as well, Sophie was too afraid to let her go because she was afraid that Cryste would get so angry. She would start beating Noel. It's fine. It's a rare thing for the timid Sophie to do. It's not easy for her, even for my own sake. But I have to tell him before dinner anyway. I mean, you can discuss it with Duke and His Majesty after dinner. No way. They might both be busy afterwards. It would be useless unless I say something at dinner time. But it wouldn't work if you block Noel from entering the dining hall. No, I want the boy to confess, and then I have to ask the Duke, to cancel the engagement. Well, doesn't Noel want the engagement cancelled anyway, so that's a win-win. Your Highness, although I can understand your attitude yesterday, even Master Noel cannot make this decision. Sophie seems frustrated. Of course, Cryste knew it wasn't that simple, but there was no other outlet for her anger. Of course I won't beat him in front of my father or the Duke. I'll beat him while he's alone, and then wait for the boy to cry to the Duke while I pretend to know nothing about it. That's good. That's it. Your Royal Highness, why are we hiding behind this stone pillar, and why are you giggling? Be quiet. Get ready, Sophie. He's coming. He's alone. Your Highness, I still don't think this is a good idea. Do as I say. Remember to tie him up with that rope. The boy's magic is quite strong. Why do I feel like the bad one here? His pace was brisk, but the plan was simple. Cryste hurried behind the pillar, like a hunter waiting for its prey. Tap, tap, tap. His footsteps drew closer. Her heart beat faster and faster. I'm going to count from 3 to 1, and then we rush out together. You hear me? Don't make any mistakes. She whispered in Sophie's ear, wondering if it was because of her sensitive hearing that Sophie's face turned red and nodded vigorously. 3, 2, hold. Good. For this distance, he shouldn't be able to react quickly enough to use his magic to counter us. 1! Cryste rushed out to push him down, but her hands only passed through the air. How can... He's not here. It was as if he was never in the corridor. How is this possible? But there was no time to think. After this brief moment of reflection, Cryste lost her balance. I don't even have time to protect my face. Damn it! This is going to be terrible! She closed her eyes instinctively as she fell. Huh? She was supposed to fall heavily on the ground, but then she felt the warm touch of someone catching her. Is it Sophie? But at that moment, she opened her eyes, and the person who appeared in front of her was the one she just tried to ambush. He stared at the girl in his arms with a smile on his face. Are you playing hide and seek? You bastard. It felt good to be held in a warm embrace, but the moment she realized who was holding her, she could barely control her anger. Stay away from me. Your face is too close. Too close. Under the delicate eyebrows of the boy, as long as girl's long lashes, his eyes looked cleverly at Cryste. What a thing to do with your cute face. Your Highness, are you alright? Sophie poked her head out from behind the pillar. From the very beginning, she wasn't in favor of the raid, and the only person who had rushed out was Cryste. She backed out. She couldn't go through with it. I don't know why you're angry, but Cryste, the most important thing is that you're alright. Who said you could use my name? My title? You better say it well. It's your Royal Highness. Let me down. You're still holding my waist. Let me go now. Oh, sorry, but please don't squirm around. You'll fall. After a great struggle, Noel put her down gently. Cryste patted her legs and back without saying a word. But his lingering touch still left her uncomfortable. What did I do to make Cryste, your Royal Highness, angry? I always feel that you hate me. Noel frowns after seeing the disgust in Cryste's eyes. Yeah, I think there's some kind of doppelganger thing going on. I don't think he's actually the evil twin, so to speak. You know why? You stole my clothes as if you were trying to embarrass me. Or were you doing something nasty with them? It's obvious you're just a teenager. I can't believe you've done such a thing. Noel once again seemed to have no idea what's going on. What the hell? It's the innocent response again. Even if I don't mention the incident in the alley, I can't believe you arrogantly said what you did, and now you pretend nothing happened. But then Sophie took my arm and came close to me trying to say something. Your Highness, maybe Noel really doesn't know anything about it. How could you say that? Come on, Sophie, open your eyes. You were one of the victims last night. You saw it too, the guy's face in the bathroom. Well, Your Highness, actually, it wasn't clear that it was Master Noel. Whose side are you on? I saw him with my own eyes. But Your Highness, just shut up. Shut up and say something. Sophie's sudden comment made Cryste upset, while the boy seemed to be thinking about something. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but you're a little too angry. Why don't you listen to Master Noel? Whoa. Cryste looked at the nervous Sophie, and at the thoughtful blonde boy. Somehow Cryste felt uncomfortable. Originally, she thought there was some real friendship between girls, but Sophie joined his side immediately. There is no difference between this and the guy with no experience with girls trying to talk with them for the first time. I'm not in the mood, and you don't have to serve me tonight. Oh. Uh-oh. Are we losing faith? Are we losing good faith with Sophie? Cryste ditched the maid who was pulling her sleeve and headed for the dining hall. What am I doing? Just as she turned around, she felt her cheeks getting hot. Thinking carefully, Sophie didn't say anything wrong. So then why am I having a temper tantrum like a child? I just feel like I'm right. As long as I urged him to clarify it, even if he denies again, I can go to the Duke for further clarification. The Duke seems like a gentleman. He seems to like me, but I was hampered by a moment of anger which disturbed my sane idea and made me impulsively do all these unnecessary and stupid things. As a result, Cryste had become like she was before, a spoiled princess. Suddenly, Cryste wanted to go back and apologize to them. No, just apologize to Sophie. And at least let her know that she didn't mean it. But no matter how much she wailed it, her feet kept striding forward as she walked into the dining hall. They were having dinner together at the same table. Her father and the Duke talked about a lot of things, even asking Cryste some questions. Although Cryste answered them, she didn't pay them much attention. She thought she had heard them talking about something important, like wedding, and Cryste was supposed to reject it, but she became speechless after being stared at by her sister. After dinner, her father said that he wanted to talk more with Noel, and the boy stood up. But as he was about to speak, Cryste took this opportunity to escape. She didn't care about making an excuse for leaving. She just had a strong desire to return to her room, to let herself cool down. I haven't saved in a while. It had been about an hour since Cryste argued with Sophie. Soft sigh dissipated in the thin cloud in the cool air. The breeze brushed his cheeks and gave his hair a slight rustle. The moon quietly hung in the treetops as his father and King of the Garnet were discussing other matters. No one understands why I worry with the little princess, and even if they were only pretending not to know, it's not a big deal to them. What just happened in their eyes is simply the play of children. Except for a certain petite maid. Master Sable. Noel turned his face into a soft smile when he heard her calling. Just call me Noel. Thank you for coming to talk to me, miss. May I have your name, please? No, Master Noel. My name is Sophie, and I am the maid of Her Highness Cryste. I'm really sorry for what happened today. Look up, Miss Sophie. There's nothing wrong with you, but Cryste seems to hate me. The voice of the young boy grew gloomy again. It's nothing like that. There must be some misunderstanding between Her Highness and Master Noel. I don't think Master Noel is someone deserving of hatred. The maid suddenly took the boy's hand. Because of Sophie's earnest speech, Noel was left speechless. Master Noel? No, it's nothing. It's just that no one's ever told me that before. She opened her mouth slightly in surprise, but immediately withdrew her expression and smiled. How could it be? Master Noel looks so handsome and smart. Truly? Of course! Oh, well, thank you. Although he was happy to be trusted by her, he felt confused by her praise and wanted to know what was going on. If Cryste could only be as understanding as Sophie, then even if I couldn't ease the misunderstanding, she might not be quite as hostile to me. But it's impossible. After dinner, she escaped like an outlaw, as if she had a deep aversion to talking to me. Cryste did not seem to be a spoiled princess, but during the past 2 days, every action she did was aimed at him, and he even knew it better than anyone else. Well, can you tell me why Cryste is so angry? Noel spoke to the only one who was willing to listen. Of course. It's a great honor to be able to help Her Highness and Master Noel. Sophie gave a gentle smile in response to the boy's serious face. Both Master Noel and Cryste was so adorable. The image of the two smiling and eating together was so romantic and beautiful that Sophie could not stop herself from thinking about it. She thought she came here to help them. Sophie made up her mind silently. Master Noel, let me begin with the day before the banquet. Yeah. Cryste said I owe her 3,000 Apri. What's that about? As a result of the banquet, when Cryste immediately became angry upon seeing Noel's face, while at the same time offering no explanation, it's the same as now, leaving Noel wandering alone. But if you count the maid, there are 2 people involved this time. Somewhat unreasonable, as I have said to Her Highness before. On the day Her Royal Highness escaped from the palace, she met a thief while shopping, and as the guards were just about to catch him, Master Noel used magic to knock Her Highness and the guards to the ground. In the end, the thief managed to escape and stole Her Highness's money bag. I didn't do that. Yes, I believe you, Master Noel. After all, the time it happened doesn't match up, but that's not the entire issue. It's just the beginning. Is it? She still won't listen to me. Sophie was a bit embarrassed. Well, it had something to do with last night, Master Noel. May I ask you some questions? The boy nodded his head in acknowledgement. Did you really not go to the big bath last night to steal her clothes while Her Highness was out of the bath? Even the girl who had confided in Noel was now confused. Though she did not see the boy's face clearly, the voice was somewhat similar. Even with the use of illusion magic to change her appearance, there are limitations. Such a strong man transforming into a teenage girl? Of course I wouldn't do such a thing. I would obviously be aggravating. The boy quickly shook his head to deny it. Yes, the cold voice of that guy was different from Master Noel now. So she's kind of giving off airs that she's the more level-headed one and able to kind of discern that Noel's probably not responsible. Was it? You've given me an idea. It's not. No, my father has forbidden it. It couldn't be. Master Noel? When she saw him lost deep in thought, Sophie called out to him. Noel blushed after realizing he was off in his own world. Oh, sorry, that was rude of me. Miss Sophie is still here. It's alright. Master Noel, you're so sweet. Don't say that. Anyway, can you take me to the bath? What are you going to do there? Her Highness, if she found out, would be furious. I know that, but I might be able to verify my idea by looking at it. So there's somebody potentially with illusion magic going around, some hostile person. Although Sophie wasn't sure, it was still better than doing nothing. Sophie nodded, so let me lead the way. Please. They talked a lot about Cryste on the way to Bath. Sophie didn't want to misunderstand her master. She knew the girl she served was not the useless and spoiled princess everyone thought she was. Chatting with Cryste often surprised her. It was almost like talking to a man who faced a lot of hardships. Interesting. Picked up on that. Certainly her maturity was not consistent with her innocent face. Although Cryste often gave her difficult tasks, she seemed to really care about her, not as a servant, but as a friend. For a princess like this, if you would measure what she said in terms of love and hate, then the side of love would weigh more than hate. She didn't want the princess to marry someone she disliked, but when she saw that Noel was actually a handsome gentleman, Sophie felt even happier for her master. She wanted to clear the air and make them happy. Sophie clenched her fists as she thought of this. Here we are, Master Noel, Sophie said as she stood before the doorway of the bathroom and bowed to him. To prevent a recurrence of yesterday's events, I'll go ahead and see if Her Highness is using it. Oh, thank you. Then the maid gently opened the door and checked inside. Noel looked at the door before squatting down and looking at the ground as if he were looking for clues. Footprints had been cleaned away and there was nothing left. Master Noel, the bath is not in use now, so please hurry. I'll stay here at the door, and if Her Highness comes, I'll explain everything to her. Thank you. Other than these 2 words, he couldn't think of anything else to show how he felt. If he didn't find any clues, it would have been too much trouble for Sophie. As he stepped into the royal bathroom, the warm steam hit against his face, a little too hot for his winter clothing. Noel fanned the wind with his hands, using magic, and tried to stay as cool as possible. Magic is fine, but mana is not something easy to use. He looked at the floor and noticed something before stooping down. This is... Miss Sophie, do you have any order for me, Master Noel? Hearing the boy's call, the maid hurried in. The young man was looking down carefully at the stone floor. Wasn't the room here cleaned like outside? The room here is cleaned by water cleaner launched magic guide. It happens about twice a week. Of course, the water in the bath has changed every day, so there should be no mistake. The boy muttered something, and suddenly, as if he had found something, he bent down. Ah. Sophie tilted her head suspiciously. In fact, Noel had no such speculations at first, because from common sense the probability was so low that it would be unimaginable. But now he shook his head, intending to accept this unimaginable idea. After all, these little white hairs were enough to explain what was going on. As Noel stood up, his blue eyes lit up. I think I figured out what's going on, so let's explain it to Cryste now. Wait, Master Noel. Before the maid finished, the boy ran out eagerly. A beautiful young girl could be seen from the balcony of the castle that night. The girl's half-open sleeves were stirred by the night wind, and her silver hair flowed freely over her back. In the dark night sky, the moon and the stars shone like fairies glowing in the forest. Sneeze. Even on a mild night, it was a bit too chilly to wear thin pajamas, not to mention stand on a balcony of a room with the wind blowing. Do you need to be like this? Please wear some more clothes. Her small sneeze broke the dull atmosphere of the two. The little maid behind her did not try to force her, but her voice conveyed her concern. The girl shook her head gently and smiled back. It doesn't matter. It looks better, and it's my responsibility anyway. I'm not going to stop you, but please don't let anyone worry about you anymore. I'm sorry. No, if all you say is true, then you don't need to apologize. But I mean, you were really distressed. The maid tilted her head so lovingly that Cryste could not react to her suddenly questioning. What do you mean? At that time in the hallway, everything I said... Her slender brows wrinkled slightly as she sighed, but said nothing. I'm really sorry for what happened. The maid, who realized she touched the soft spot of the princess, smiled sadly and made a quick apology. No, I should be the one apologizing for it. The conversation lost its focus, and the two returned to the atmosphere of silence, even though they both wanted to continue talking. Quiet night, they were left in silence. They both wanted to say something to each other, but neither one knew what to say. The girl in front of the guardrail looked upon the kingdom from the balcony. Everything was dark and silent except for the occasional call of a small animal, but it only made the two feel more lonely. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to save. It feels like a chapter is ending soon. So if I save, I might be able to reload and try to read the final words that come up. What a quiet night. I wonder if there will ever be a city where its light cuts through the darkness of night. Cryste seemed to be talking to herself rather than asking a question. Sophie leaned over and looked at the city with her. Yes, there are places that shine with dazzling lights even during the night, where pedestrians walk the streets without torches or anything. That sounds like a place from a fairy tale. The maid shook her head. It's on the far side of the world, but it's really a place. If there is a place like that, I'd like to see it with my own eyes. Unfortunately, it's not really that interesting. Really? The people there are very cold. Finishing the conversation, the two returned to their silent state again. Looking over the city from the castle, it was so dark that they could only see the sky. It would be great if I knew flying magic. Humans can't fly, but they can become infinitely close. In the girl's mind, there is a man who can do this. Could that man's name be Noel? The man who she had a close relationship with. As she thought of this suddenly, she was blinded by darkness. Get down! She hastily called out, but then a gust of wind blew the two of them from the balcony into the room. Just before landing, Cryste managed to hold the ground with one hand and diffuse the impact with a graceful backflip. Whoa! I thought she wasn't that skilled about things. After confirming she was alright, she hurried to where the maid was gently thrown against the bed. Nothing serious. What a relief. Uh-huh. Well, I've never heard that the princess of this country was so athletic. See, I just said that, right? Why are you doing this? In the beautiful pupils of the young girl, a trace of sadness shone through. I told you. I hated you. I didn't try to get closer to you. The boy sneered and approached her. But the engagement has been relieved. The boy grabbed the collar of a thin nightgown and rose her high up into the air. Don't relax just yet. My father's getting more and more excited about the wedding. The wedding will absolutely happen. What do you think is going on? I swear that I feel like it's getting close to the chapter's end, so I'm going to save considerably. Well, maybe not that much. The sound of a tear hitting the floor. They poured down from his angry face. Why do you hate me so much? Despite being raised in the air, the girl with her silver hair was very calm and relaxed. She just stared at the young man in front of her, slowly lifting her hand and placing it on his head. Don't touch me. The boy released her at once, taking a big step back as he shook his hands in disgust. Why is this happening? The young girl's heart raced with confusion. He hated her, but he still attacked her again and again. Unreasonable, just unreasonable. It's because you want your way and you brought everyone so much trouble. Even to our family, to our father, so it's clear what to do next, even if it ends our relationship. The determined girl walked slowly toward the boy. Perhaps he didn't expect this girl to have such initiative, but the boy found himself forced to retreat. Finally, he reached the balcony railing. So, what are you going to do? I was going to ask you the same thing. I mean, how much longer are you going to pretend, Sylvie? What? A sudden showdown. Who told you that name? She didn't know whether his contorted expression was from panic or exasperation, but he was now on the defense. The girl sighed as she saw this. Then her wristband began to shine, and her silver hair was restored to its original length and color. Although the illusion on his clothes was still wearing off, it was enough to show the new identity. The boy revealed his identity. He slid down the railing in exhaustion. Then she revealed her identity as well. The two eyes. The original you. So it's like that. Realizing that she did not need to keep pretending, her voice changed from a slightly husky teenager to a girl's immature voice. So Noel is actually the illusion of her? She's pretending to be Noel? Well, I'm Cryste. The maid who was knocked out suddenly sat up at the bed, and short silver hairs scattered about the room. The short white hairs found in the bathroom were not Cryste's hair. The thought made Cryste's cheeks turn red. But looking at the girl's white wolf fur cloak, he was certain that he was right this time. She had been disguised as an almost exact clone of Noel, even wearing the thick fur cloak into the warm bathroom, copying one of their most formal dresses. I told you it was a doppelganger. Investigating the bathroom was only to find some clues that was going on, knowing that Cryste was still very angry. It was found that the perpetrator was using his clothes and an illusion spell to look exactly like him, so he planned on Sylvie's appearance, and for Cryste to be disguised as Sophie and Noel to be disguised as Cryste. Cryste to be disguised as Sophie, and Noel to be disguised as Cryste. Then later, although convincing the silver-haired princess was not easy, Cryste believed him in the end. As the maid Sophie said, Cryste is not just a wayward, spoiled princess. Using illusion to disguise a person's gender is actually a very difficult thing to accomplish. Fortunately, he looked somewhat cute himself, and his immature voice only needed a little imitation and prior training to disguise. But this isn't important. Noel looked at Cryste, and she showed a sweet smile toward him. Finally be trusted by her. What a feeling. Sylvie, go and apologize to Father. Why should I? Didn't he tell you to stay in the mansion? You've not only snuck out, but also played with the engagement. Don't criticize me. Why would you defend that girl? So, is this Noel's sister? Wearing boys' clothing, the girl cried out loud. Wearing boys' clothing, the girl cried out loudly. Sylvie's teardrops hit the ground and formed a small puddle. Ooh, that's quick and serious. As his younger and almost identical sister, The two grew up together. Even their parents had a hard time separating the two. When they were young, they played together every day. They learned magic together. They practiced fencing together. Sometimes they would even change clothes for the servants to guess who was who, with the feeling that they should always be together. However, this outgrow of affection naturally changed with age. So she's sad he's moving on with his life and gonna be leaving her the bond of brother and sister. Around them, people always said, "Oh, miss, you must be tired of playing with young master every day," and "Oh, you are brother and sister, you can't take a bath together." Master Noel needs to learn the way of the sword. You need to learn how a girl should behave. For most of their lives, it had been hard to stay together. Not only that, but well, no one knew her pain except Noel. But it was enough. At least it was to Sylvie. But after she read the letter from the King of Garnet, it became unendurable. Are you kidding me? My brother will soon belong to someone else. Even if she was ordered to stay home, even if she was forbidden to follow them, she did her best to keep up. But there were many hardships on her journey, sneaking through a foreign country, using magic to get by the guards, among others. That is, hardships that others wouldn't praise you for accomplishing. However, the thought of having her brother back by her side and leaving this princess none the wiser. So Sylvie became Noel, tried to get on Cryste's bad side so that Cryste would reject Noel to end the engagement, so that Sylvie could have her brother forever, in her mind. I get it. As long as this could stop the marriage contract between that good-for-nothing princess and her brother, he will be able to return. Sylvie firmly believed that her efforts had finally led to this day. But now, her dearest brother was standing farther from her than ever before. The girl's fragile heart in this desperate moment quietly collapsed. She turned and jumped out into the night, wanting to float like the wind off to some unknown place. But suddenly, there was a tearing pain in her wrist. She looked back and found Noel pulling her back. Looking at him, Sylvie grinned sadly. Why are you still holding on to me? What do you mean, why? You're my sister. How could I just stand here and watch you fall to your death? Brother, you know that my wind styles are excellent even from such a high point. That's not the point. How can you be so stubborn? People can't fly? Brother, don't talk anymore. Pulling you up, I didn't expect it to be so tough. As he said this, another hand joined in. A silver-haired girl also started to pull her back. What are you doing? What does it look like? I'm saving your life. But from how I treated you, it would be better for you to think of me as dead, so not to hinder things any further. She said this with an icy tone in her voice, only to stimulate Cryste's nerves. Although her mind told her just to let go, let her die and move on, but her hand gripped the girl more firmly than before. I don't have a strong interest in being part of a murder. If a girl with such troubles became a ghost, how would I be able to continue living here in the palace? Especially if the other girl here is still so lovely. Her arm, I'll bring her in slowly. Exhausted, the two finally pulled her away from the ledge. Perhaps due to the sense of tension that hung in the air, all three lay gasping on the floor. For Cryste, she would usually be planning to beat this girl for all the hardships she brought upon her. But she could only look at her hanging tears, and Cryste lost the effort to even start. Exhausted. Welcome to Garnet, Miss Sylvie. This seems to be the only thing to say in this situation. Since I've just saved her, is she really my enemy? There are still a lot of apologies to be made. Such as with Sophie, Noel. Causes so much chaos to blame others. I'll have to be more careful in the future. What a weirdo you are. Looking relieved, Sylvie said gently. Well, maybe she's right. Cryste recall. There we go. That was what I was waiting for. Alright. Now we save here. Now we load this one. Save here. See if we can finish the story, because it keeps skipping on me. Also, you know what? I might be able to go to config, go to text, go to slow. Maybe it's having max. Maybe if I tick it a little below max, it won't advance on me. Maybe this is like, I don't know. We'll slow it down. Okay, that didn't change anything. Okay, load here. Let's slow it way down. Let's turn that off. Let's do that. Cryste recalled the day when she surrendered the thief in the alley, but I'm going to speed that up a little bit. But her efforts were wasted by this girl. She surrounded the thief in the alley, but her efforts were wasted by this girl. Obviously, there are more important things than this, and it also seems so simple now yet. Cryste recalled the day when she... Oh, anyway. Good night. What? You're already asleep? Hey, by doing this, I'm able to advance it at my leisure. So, I think I found a good way to. So let's try something out. Load. Let's try one more thing. Sorry for breaking up the story, but I want it to be fluid and seamless later on. So, I think this right here is what was messing it up. I think we can go back to where we were. Cryste recalled the day when she surrounded the thief in the alley, but her efforts were wasted by this girl. Obviously, there are more important things than this, and it all seems so simple now yet. Anyway, good night. What? Okay, I think we found a better way to advance the text without missing anything. Cryste, you always seem to be reading really difficult books. The teenager sitting next to her was looking down at his own book, but swiped glances at her from time to time. When Catherine heard what happened from us three next morning, she calmly reported the situation to my father and the Duke of Sahagel. The Duke was very, very angry at Sylvie when he learned the truth, but the problem was addressed after some discussion with father, and in the end, nothing unpleasant happened. He is certainly a very understanding Duke. Sylvie was to stay in the palace and be treated as a guest, on the condition that she would be continuously monitored by the Duke and the Duchess. But the question of Noel's biggest fan was if she would try to make trouble again. In the end, although her personality was extreme, she didn't look stupid. Other than this, the marriage has almost been completely confirmed, and Noel's opinion toward it was the same as Cryste had imagined. Absolutely no objection. And based on how Cryste had completely misunderstood Noel, she was in no position to object. She had no intention to object to it anyway, though whenever she opened her mouth, she was immediately silenced by her sister's sharp gaze. Does she not trust her to not say something that would jeopardize this? The grown-ups who had finished discussing the matter slowly left to do their own things, leaving Cryste and the young master to spend time together reading books. Cryste? Oh, sorry, what did you say? Looking away from the book in her hand, Cryste found Noel blinking his big eyes across the table at her. Well, I mean, the books that you read seem to be really tough. I just flipped through them randomly. She's really cute. It's almost like looking at a kitten. Hey, Noel, did you have your hair cut? I'm just taking care of my hair a little more than usual. I'm afraid that because of the situation with Sylvie, you'll still have a bad impression of me. Don't worry. I haven't taken it to heart, and you don't have to go to this extent just for me. Oh, wow. Noel went out of his way like this just because of what happened between his sister and me. This feeling is so heavy. A heavy, gentle feeling. Really? I mean, it's the least I can do. But you love reading history books, Cryste. Cryste unconsciously gazed at the thick chronicle in her hand. Ah, he's right, yeah, really. This kind of book is something most children her age would never even think of touching. But whether I truly enjoy reading it or not, I would have to say I do. The history recorded in these books is mainly focused on foreign stories. No one would hate reading a storybook. But how to put it into an expression? Fools learn from experience. I prefer to learn from the experience of others. Cryste, that was amazing. But how to put it into... of course. This is a famous quote from a minister-president who gave the speech Blood and Iron. Is there a person like that? That's not the point. The meaning of the sentence is to not restrain yourself by doing things limited to your experience, but to also take into account the experience from our ancestors who built this glorious world. Oh. Noel nodded, pretending to understand. Cryste stepped talking to him and continued flipping the pages of her book. She looked back to what she was reading. Known as the Kingdom of the Wind, it's a place guarded by many gods. Many gods? Are these the gods? Cryste had always been interested in the books that had ambiguous accounts of the gods. But anyway, are there really gods in this world? Mikhail once said the source of mana is from a god sacrificing its body, so which of the gods was the one who sacrificed his body? Actually, I'm going to go back to speeding it up a little bit. Config. Now that I know how to prevent it from advancing, I can turn that on when I need it. Noel, do you know anything about the gods? Looking at the boy across the table, Cryste peeked her head out of her book. Gods? He seemed unable to form an answer to the question. Should I ask it in a different way? Noel, in your kingdom, do you have a belief in any gods? Well, that's what you mean. Of course. It said that the territory of Sestocia in Kilkern is guarded by a goddess named Glasket, and even among the most beautiful gods, she is the most beautiful. Although her power is supposedly quite weak, the heroes that have been touched by her can regain their full strength, even within 1 second of their last breath. Because of the goddess's graceful heart, a gentle wind always embraces the land of Sestocia. Noel said this with a touch of pride, as if he had received the grace of the goddess himself. He seemed to talk directly from his inner faith. So everyone in Gilkern believes in this goddess? Noel shook his head. As you know, Cryste, even the goddess was once a human, being there and is only one god that can be worshipped by the Church Nefertiti. He's in charge of keeping order in the land. The god who sacrificed his body to create mana? Yes. Cryste remembered hearing that name before. She remembered that Radia used to study with the bishop of that country. The city was named after the god of order. What? You didn't know that, Cryste? Noel was surprised that Cryste didn't know this common knowledge. Cryste lowered the chronicle that half covered her face. I didn't care about it before, but now I know. Cryste, you're so funny. I'm not sure what's so funny, but it seems you know a lot of things. Can you tell me more? Yes, of course. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. Compared to most people, Cryste only had a vague knowledge of the common sense of this world and just a general impression of some basic facts. It certainly doesn't make it any easier to read the thick chronicles. There are a lot of ambiguous words and complex adjectives in the books which constantly challenge her reading level. It has proved impossible to improve her language ability in such a short period of time, so clearly it would be much faster to obtain this knowledge from Noel. Yeah, like I said, ask Google. Like I said, like 3.5 hours ago. Cryste pulled out a notebook that Crow had prepared. Back to the previous topic, there are many gods in the world, but most of them are promoted from ordinary human beings. Oh, okay. However, these kind of people were born to be different from ordinary people. No matter if they were nobles, thieves, slaves, even some people, all of them had strong endurance and a destiny bound to cross a bumpy road. Only after extraordinary trials that ordinary people cannot even imagine, they were allowed to ascend to their place among the gods. The creatures with these qualities were called... They were called many things over the ages, like Fula's True One, God of the Vote, the Promoter, the Conqueror of Heaven, and so on. The origin of these names were from people of Fula. They were strong, but most of them were extremely arrogant. They looked down on everyone. Their only goals were to pursue strength and to increase their reputation. Noel held his hand to his head and said solemnly, "Ah, that's so awesome. Can I become a person like that? Although my power hasn't revealed itself yet, maybe I'm actually hiding a strong power, which will eventually allow me to become a candidate to become a god. Oh no, I'm so excited now." The boy in front of her shook his head. It's impossible. Huh? Even you think I have no talent? Yeah, I was like, what? Noel, that was a bit rude. Even if I have no talent, you should at least support my imagination. Cryste stared hard at Noel. Perhaps Noel realized what he had said was the wrong thing. He waved his head immediately. I don't mean that. It's just not possible for there to be another true one in the existence anymore. Oh, not possible? Well, 300 years ago, there was a huge battle between the warriors and the devil that ended up with the warriors losing. There was no way but for the gods to personally descend into Earth and to defeat the devil. Unfortunately, they had to lend their power directly to the warriors, which resulted in a lot of restrictions forced upon the gods and their specific strengths. That's why the gods are now unable to use their strengths to their full extent anymore. Not to say the devil's stronger than the normal god, of course. So the gods were defeated? I would say they were neck and neck, although it's told in many different ways. But for the last few hundred years, there has never been another true one. Some people even regarded them as legends. Well, at least these things are regarded as legends rather than historical stories. I feel that we've gotten a bit off track. Chris just wanted to learn some history and why they all sounded like fairy tales. It doesn't seem that legend and history are completely non-related, but according to the Chronicle, Garnet is the kingdom guarded by the fire salamander, and that should be the case. But now, let alone these legendary creatures, Cryste has not even seen so much as a shadow of a monster. Although it was peaceful now, it seemed safe to the point of being boring. Cryste thought that if she had the power to protect herself from the demons, she wouldn't be restricted from leaving the palace. As Cryste thought of this, she suddenly grabbed Noel's arms. Noel, do you know magic? Cryste was impressed by the magic he used to change his appearance to another person yesterday. Yes, indeed. I know a little bit. Noel suddenly became hesitant and his face turned red. Is it physically uncomfortable? In fact, I'm only adaptive to illusion. Can you show me how to use it? Mikhail wouldn't teach me anything. So Cryste focused her most sincere look at Noel, but Noel just lowered his beet red face. You just accidentally touched my chest. Noel turned his head slightly to hide his embarrassment. Cryste finally realized why the young boy was acting so shy. Though she herself felt a little shy, she felt strangely cheerful. It's a dangerous idea, but I'm already becoming addicted to his reaction, and it's hard to stop. Cryste nuzzled Noel's arm and said a little louder. Please teach me. Well, I'll teach you. But let's go somewhere with a little more space. His nervous response was more interesting than I thought. Thank you so much, Noel-sensei. He put away his book quickly. Hey, washboard. The voice of a girl who happened to be Noel's biggest fan sounded out behind Cryste. The voice created through illusion of magic. Cryste directly left the library without turning her head around. Well, find somewhere with a lot of space. Cryste was uncertain about the word space. After all, the whole palace was spacious to her. Eventually, she took Noel to the training ground. Considering the fact that her sister was the knights would practice here daily, it would be better to not be noticed by anyone. Thankfully, her sister came over just to say hello to Noel. After noticing Cryste, she seemed to understand something and backed off with a wave of her hand before disappearing off. It's strange. I thought she would come over and rant about why we were on the training grounds. Cryste's mother was always gentle, and her father was always busy and didn't have any time to take care of her. So, from her memory, her sister was one who always disciplined her. But since she had been studying abroad and had no time for Cryste, this seemed to be what led Cryste's lazy and spoiled attitude. In other words, if Freddy had stayed in this country, Cryste might not have turned out like this. Blaming her sister now. Cryste? Cryste came back to reality after she heard Noel calling her name. Sorry, I was a little distracted. I think too much about the past, Cryste, sometimes. This body's owner is Cryste, not someone else. Only Cryste can decide who she is. I see. So the casting requires a magic guide. Cryste, are you ready? Noel shook the bracelet on his wrist. The bracelet had a sapphire set in it, the same color as his gleaming eyes. And just like I have Ruby. It's the same color as my gleaming eyes. Cryste learned about this from Mikhail before. The core of the magic guide is a gemstone that is vitalized through the use of magic. Depending on the size of the gem and the different nature of the magic, there are different advantages and disadvantages to different types of gems. Some people encrust them in gold to make rings. Others wield staffs to support larger gemstones. As for the method of making the magic sword, it seems to be a little different. The opportunity, I can ask Mr. Fire at his shop. But my magic guide... The girl opened her collar a little, revealing the pendant that was hanging around her neck. Look, this is it. A ruby cut into an exquisite shape was shown to Noel in her hand. Cryste didn't know why, but whenever she looked at it, it was as if it was on fire. I see it. Oh, Cryste, your clothes. Looking at Noel's face, red face again, Cryste realized her unladylike behavior. What? Why are you looking at me? Although she was only showing a little of her chest, Noel's reaction was so lovely. To Cryste, she was profiting more from this than he was. But Cryste had to say something as a lady. So Cryste closed up the clothes around her pendant quickly. Well, it seems that we have everything we need. Cryste, you said, hello, Estrella VTVer. How goes? Playing a visual novel, as you probably could tell. Well, it seems that we have everything we need. Cryste, you said you only had the illusion property? Yes, Miss Mikhail used magic to test me. Okay. Noel lowered his head and said softly. Hey, what's the matter with you? Are you also going to say this attribute is useless? Because I only have the useless illusion property, you're not going to bother teaching me? Nah, the more she thought about it, the louder her voice became. Cryste was boiling with anger. Nah, I didn't mean to say that. I just feel a little weird. The young man has hastened to defend himself. Weird? Yes, Cryste, your magic guide is not something people can casually buy as ordinary jewelry. You wouldn't be able to find something like it even if you searched through 1 or 2 cities. So? Noel's explanation didn't satisfy Cryste at all. I apologize, but if you're speaking in another language, I apologize, but if it's Spanish, I do not understand. Sorry. How can I explain it? How fast the magic guide can connect to the gate of mana and how much power it can gain from it depends on the size and nature of the magic guide. The gem in your magic guide isn't very big, but it seems to hold a very large amount of power, maybe even equal to a large magician's staff. Makes me feel uplifted to even just glance at a magic guide that has such strong magic power. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Then do you have an excellent magical quality? Cryste's patience was nearing its end. Just get to the point. No, nothing like that. Although I have adapted to wind, water, and illusion properties, I'm just a beginner. I've heard that Sahabal's young master was a talented young man with a number of talents. It was mentioned in the book Various Elements, and even Mikhail mentioned it. Humans cannot have opposite attributes at the same time, nor can they master more than 3 attributes. Only demons and the warriors and specific gods can have 4 properties. Does Noel have the best talent among human beings? I'm not such a strong man. My wind and water properties are not very strong. Seeing the young girl clenching her fists and keeping silent, the boy said so quickly. What, trying to cover up how great you are? What? Trying to cover up how great you are? Although he seemed to be concerned about Cryste's feelings, he wasn't able to calm her nerves and feeling of uselessness. Seeing him try, Cryste was about to give up. So this weird thing you were just saying is, what am I doing? I'm playing a visual novel. Cryste emphasized the topic again. What I'm trying to do is, I'm on a quest to try to beat every Steam game. And so I randomly was assigned this visual novel to play. And so I'm going to play it to its completion. And after I'm finished with this visual novel, I'm going to move to another Steam game. Cryste emphasized the topic again. Cryste, the gemstone in your magic guide would be optimal for the fire property, but your magical property is... Noel hesitated. Oh, that's what you mean. Cryste's pendant was originally worn by her father, and he told her to never, ever take it off. But why? Cryste was confused. This magic guide called the Heart of Eli can't just be a symbol of luxury, can it? So much was still unknown. It's almost like everyone knows illusion magic. Oh, I should probably tell you something first. The word illusion is rarely used these days. People usually call this just mana. Just mana? Because this property doesn't directly use mana, it's a camouflage that's created by the power coming out of gaps in the door of mana. Spells like this are called mana. Really? It makes me feel even less useful. What about magic as a whole? Magic is the power that must be applied using the elements. The great magic can also be applied in larger scope and with bigger effect, which is often difficult to use through personal power. I see. What you just said, Noel, must be true, and you explained it much more clearly than Miss Mikhail. Cryste didn't mean to be stingy with her compliment. I gotta save. Okay. Although Mikhail talked about this earlier during the classes, it's obvious that Noel's explanation is much more straightforward than the rigid one of Mikhail. I'm really not that good at explaining it. It was very easy to make him shy, but just because of the young girl's praise, Noel's face turned beet red again. It seems we've gotten a bit off track. I don't think it will be hard for Cryste to learn this kind of magic, but what's really difficult is opening the door of mana in your body in the first place. Yes, although I've read a lot of books, I've never really gotten the hang of it. Someone said I had to train through meditation or something, and I should view the flow of mana with my mind. I have no concept of this at all. As I just said, I tried it a few times, but they all ended in failure. The use of meditation is so you can better communicate with mana when casting spells. The boy scratched his head, signaling that he couldn't help any further. I'm not the best at explaining the process of how to open the door of mana, so why not just let me cast a few spells so you can feel it? Okay. That sounds good. She stepped back a few steps, following Noel's instruction. The boy held up his hands, closed his eyes a little, and then his bracelet shone. Wait a minute. It seems like I can feel something flowing. This wasn't a new feeling to Cryste. She had felt it before in the elf shop. But this wonderful feeling fades away along with the shining light. The next moment, Noel had turned into 2 copies of himself. Oh. Whoa, that's what I said. Whoa. Noel, there are 2 of you. Now, how did you do that? The 2 boys in front of her smiled at the same time. Cryste couldn't tell the difference. Were they identical? Cryste froze in surprise, not realizing that this property called illusion could do something like this. You fool. It's just an illusion. The one on the right is the real one. Oh, sister, your words. They hurt. Did Radia come and see? From the voice, Cryste knew immediately who it was. What a cold attitude. Her sister only ever spoke to her in a strict tone like this. She patted Cryste on the head, but Cryste still felt hurt. Are these physically strong guys completely out of their control for strength? Radia saw through Noel's illusion at once. Oh, it's the Princess of the Sword. Yes, the one on the left is my mirror image. Upon saying this, Noel waved his hand, and the Noel on the left dissipated into thin air. It's not a big deal. So, Cryste, you should have noticed Mana's presence just now. Just remember, pay a little attention to the difference between the real person and the mirror image, according to the flow of mana. There seems to be a feeling of a soft wind flowing through my whole body. That's right. It's probably Noel's spell that guided you. Try it with that feeling. Go with the torrent of mana and find the door. Well, it's a very abstract concept, but I think I can do it after feeling it just now. Cryste took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She recalled what she had just felt, feeling different wind in the air. I feel it a little bit. Whoa. There was a familiar fluctuation gradually seeping through the air into her body. It's as if you can feel more mana with this comfortable wind. The world began to change as Cryste realized that it was mana. The flow became more and more like a stream, and then became like a river, and eventually it brought her into the sea of mana. Go with the torrent of mana and find the door. Cryste thought of her sister's words suddenly, and so her consciousness began to move toward the source of mana's flow in this strange world. Strange above her, the flow of mana was becoming more and more turbulent. That must be it. Cryste wasn't going to give up, but as the girl struggled to move on, a huge figure blocked her path. Oh. A giant dragon. No, it wasn't exactly a dragon. It was covered with bright red scales with a tall back and thick scaly skin. The giant lizard stood at the source of the blue flood, and as it breathed, it blew out a scarlet glow. Cryste stared in awe at the huge creature, until the world suddenly disappeared. When she opened her eyes again, everything was back to normal. The clatter of the knight's armor with swords flooded Cryste's ears as if nothing had happened. Are you okay? Just as Cryste was about to fall, the boy gently held her back. She was a little dazzled from her vision. I'm fine, okay, but I saw it, the so-called door. It was so shocked. Maybe my spirit is too weak. Don't worry about it. Now that you've seen the Door of Mana, you can practice the magic training according to the instructions in the book. Really? Well, if it's just illusion, it's very simple. Think more about how you might use mana to change yourself. It's a little more difficult to use other forms of illusion, but that's enough for today. Noel was so relieved that Cryste was getting the hang of using magic that he forgot to explain how she should follow the study guide. But she felt that it was a good start. She was so surprised to see the lizard for the first time, and it would take a while to learn how to properly use the Door of Mana anyway. Oh, so was that like the salamander, the guardian of the fire kingdom? But Noel's obsessive concern made heart beat faster and rendered her speechless. Cryste shook her head in a hurry, trying to get the feelings out of her head. Looks like your relationship has gotten pretty good. What are you talking about, sister? Why are you spying on us from over there? Why didn't you just come over here? Radia felt funny seeing Cryste angry at her. Why didn't you... When did I say anything earlier? What a slow reaction. I thought you knew what you were doing and using the excuse of practicing magic to get closer to Noel, but it turns out you'd rather pay attention to such useless magic. I must say, it makes me a bit disappointed. What are you talking about? You've been determined to make this marriage work this entire time, but you don't care about the real happiness of your sister. What a sister you are. Radia completely ignored the look of protest from Cryste and turns her focus on Noel. Master Noel, it looks like you're interested in Cryste, and that's the best thing ever. No, it's not like that. The boy blushed suddenly. But Radia didn't stop there. Don't worry about it too much. Cryste will be your wife sooner or later, and you'll be glad to be together with a useless girl like Cryste. I don't want anything to happen that shouldn't happen before you get married, but now it seems that I'm overthinking the situation. Could this sentence be understood as a concern for her younger sister? Why doesn't there seem to be any warmth in her voice? How could something happen that shouldn't happen? Her rant was absolutely terrible, and she mentioned the most annoying things. Cryste was so angry that her face turned red. No, and I think the feeling of Cryste herself is more important. Even Noel felt that her sister's words were very negative, but his shy and stuttering counterattack gave no impression of power. Well, then, let me say something else. The illusion you just did was pretty good. No. Your Highness would tell the difference right away. Even though I could tell, it's still very high level of illusion. If you did that on a chaotic battlefield, not many people would be able to differentiate. Really? Actually, I've heard that Master Noel was a real genius. Whether it's in fencing or magic, that you were really talented. I wonder if we could have a competition. Competition? Good. Since we're already at the training ground, you must feel like moving around a bit. I know it's a bit rude of me, but I'm curious how the future prince would perform in a battle. Well, but I'm just a little concerned if you would be able to protect Cryste or not. It's simply a sister's protective instinct. Is anyone listening to this? There's a girl here ranting away and using her family as an excuse. As long as the price is right, you think you could just sell off your sister at any time. Although Cryste thought this, she was afraid to say it out loud. Radia's presence seemed to want Cryste to keep quiet, as if she was her natural predator. Although their mother was very gentle, Cryste wondered how Radia could have developed such a cunning personality. As she was thinking, Noel and Radia started to head towards the training area. He's taking her up on it? Even if Noel didn't want to compete, he couldn't turn down Radia's offer. Cryste wasn't even going to try to go against it, and she was also interested in the fighting levels of both of them. She's never seen a sword fighting contest yet. Cryste found a clean-looking stone and sat down. Looking around, it wasn't only Cryste, but even the trained knights stopped what they were doing. Putting on the spectacle here. Is Her Highness going to fight that kid? I heard that Sahaval's master was very skilled. Isn't he just a kid? How could he be a match for Her Highness? The knights were chattering and talking to one another. Were they fools? They talked quietly, but their conversations were still easy to hear. At that moment, however, Radia raised her arm to them and opened her hand. Shut up and watch. She didn't raise her voice, but no one dared to continue talking. They stood up straight, one by one in a row. After Radia confirmed that they stopped talking, she smiled at the opponent in front of her. Something's about to go down. I'm sorry for their rudeness. Please don't mind them. No, it's completely fine. In fact, I'm also surprised to have a chance to compete with Your Highness. I'll make sure my headset dies out. Noel wasn't trying to be flattering, but his posture was slightly tilted, revealing his tension before the battle. Radia was still very calm. Radia and Noel stepped forward, bowed to each other, carrying their wooden swords, and then set each other up. As everyone held their breath, Noel moved first. It was just as Radia exhaled, that Noel stabbed toward her like a bolt of lightning. Ah! Radia seemed to be a bit surprised as she saw Noel's action, but she quickly regained her calm. The next moment, her body shifted away from Noel's blade and counterattacked with a slice from the backhand of her sword that could probably have cut his head off. The sword drew a graceful curve in the air. It seemed unimaginable that Radia could cause a normal wooden training sword to have such an amazing power. Noel bent his knees and swiftly dodged the blade, cutting the air over his head. His opponent's ability to flawlessly use his timing to her advantage was beyond anything Noel could have imagined. It was almost impossible to find an opening for a sneak attack. Noel wondered if he would have another opportunity to attack again. He slightly moved his strength to his right hand and stabbed his sword toward the girl's chest. Ah! Just after Radia deflected Noel's offense, Noel shifted his arms and followed with continuous slices. But the knight didn't choose to dodge attacks. Instead, she used a series of offensive attack skills, like cutting downward to defend the fast sword attacks. Cryste thought Noel's continuous attacks from left to right was clearly a simple and unpretentious move, but with the attitude of trying to tear you down. Defend and then strike. It turns out the situation was as he had imagined it. Though reluctant, Noel had to admit that his opponent did know how to handle his attacks. Looking at Radia's breathtaking vigor, Noel seemed to give up on the confrontation with Radia. He stepped down on the ground hard, and as she was about to strike him down, he jerked back unnaturally. The ground where the boy was just standing is now a deep scar. Did Noel use magic? Cryste narrowed her eyes at the crowd. She thought this unnatural movement speed was certainly uncommon. Noel took a step back to steady himself, as both of them returned to their spots with the original battle distance between them. It's unsightly of him to use magic, even if it was forced upon him by Radia. I would say that he should have given up earlier. The knights whispered to each other, with only the older knights keeping silent, as if they already expected the result and just relaxed their bodies. Noel sighed and pressed his sword against the ground. I lost. Your Highness is as good as they say. Ah, you give up now, Master Noel? Some of the knights immediately began to laugh loudly, but they turned to the other knights, who had expressions that seemed to say, why do we have such idiots in the middle? Radia did not even turn her head to the other side, but went straight to the boy. Master Noel, your strength was incredible. I didn't expect you to react so quickly. The strength of your magic and your sword even remind me of the Hazel Bush legend from my childhood. I'm sure there will be few people on the continent in the next 10 years that could battle with you. Your Royal Highness, I don't deserve such praise. Even if I continued to use magic, I wouldn't have been able to win. This battle indeed ended up with your victory. Listening to him, Radia stretched out her hand to Noel. It's inappropriate of me to say so, but it would be nice to have a chance to use my personal sword, Don Lucifer, to train again with you. Aha. Noel looked embarrassed but still smiled and held her hand. Seeing that the event was over, everyone scattered around and went back to training, but Cryste was still sitting on the rock. They only fought for a few seconds, but what just happened was so amazing that it should have been recorded with amazing background music. You mean like the background music that's going on right now? She had even never seen such an incredible battle in her whole life. Everyone was in suspense from even the first second. Well, that actually makes sense that Cryste hadn't seen that kind of a battle, because Cryste hasn't done much of anything. Cryste recalled being obsessed with key fighting and UFC in her past life, but the live battle with the wooden sword had much more profound impact on Cryste. Okay, so I take that back then. Cryste is, whenever he died in his past life, he's pulling on the memories from that. I desperately want to learn how to use a sword now. I want to fight just like them. Cryste's heart was pounding in her chest, and her body was getting hotter and hotter. Radia patted Cryste's head as she looked on in a daze. Although this political marriage was just for the sake of both of our family's interests, this guy is really an outstanding person. So, Cryste, you shouldn't have any complaints. Go back and rest. Oh, and Cryste, it's better we don't talk about this at dinner. We wouldn't want to embarrass anybody. Cryste was a little depressed since Radia was right, but she still thought that Noel, who had been able to dodge all of her attacks, had a great talent. It was a little strange for her to say, but just then, Cryste had a vision of the young man protecting her every day with his swords and magic. Cryste's face immediately turned red at the thought. From across the training ground, Noel seemed embarrassed to smile and wave at her. Is it embarrassing to lose? It doesn't matter. You're handsome enough. I hope Sylvie's actions aren't still on your mind. Please don't let the delicious food get cold. The food on the table is different from usual. No, I should say the food is more fancy since the Duke of Sahavo arrived. The dishes on the table look not only delicious, but they are arranged and mixed very elegantly with other foods. From Cryste's point of position at the table, there is a spread of cream stew, honey ham, pancakes, walnut soup, grilled chicken, cheese, oysters, and so on. In addition, everyone also has a silver cup in front of them, filled with a bright red wine. She didn't usually drink because she was so young and the king didn't push her, so she had an excuse to refuse it. Enough, Lauren. You've been talking about this all day. I don't care. Radia used to be such a lively little girl as well. That's incredible. But your majesty, now that her highness is not the little girl of the past, it is a little disrespectful to mention these jokes in her presence. No, I don't deserve your praise yet, my master. I don't know if she's feeling shy from her memories as a child or because she just drank a glass of wine, but my sister's face looked a little red. Cryste had no idea what could cause such a generous girl like her sister to be caught off guard like this. The dialogue of the older generation was always mainstream like this at the dinner table. Since they were only children, they could only say yes if asked by a question by them, as is the custom. Being unable to say anything and not wanting to overstep her place before starting to eat a delicious food, Cryste could only sit quietly in her seat and watch everyone's reaction. Feeling bored, she looked around and accidentally hit Sylvie's leg, who was sitting opposite from her with her foot from under the table. Oops. She didn't look like a tomboy anymore in her skirt. Her light golden hair softly hung around the neck, and her different colored eyes, which were previously covered by the illusion, gleamed colorfully. How should I say it? She's really cute. I don't know if Sylvie was reminded of something, but the young girl turned her face away awkwardly. Well, it makes sense that she wouldn't be overly satisfied with me. But she didn't make me more trouble. You shouldn't be angry with me, when the one who caused this is sitting in the main seat. So, when is the wedding of Her Royal Highness and Noel? The conversation between the two fathers seemed to get a lot better after the events with Sylvie were over, and the Duke's sudden turn of words made Cryste nervous. Lauren, you can take her back with Noel right now if you don't mind. I would have taken you seriously, Your Majesty. The king never lies. The king never tells a lie, you know. After a drink, the two men kept talking, getting increasingly more excited. But Cryste couldn't even pretend to laugh. What the hell are they talking about? Why do I feel like I'm some local product and they just casually discussing my refund policy? Even if you're drunk, don't say this out loud on a formal occasion like this. Boiling with anger, Cryste also picked up the glass. Although it's her first time to drink in this world, the taste of wine wasn't bad. It seemed to have a lower alcohol content than the wine of her last life, but with its sweet and refreshing taste, it could be drunk as an ordinary beverage. Your Majesty, I'm very moved by your sincerity, but it is not a good idea for Her Royal Highness. Ah, if the Duke thinks it's a bad idea, just ignore me and just regard it as the mumblings of a drunk man. Oh, I didn't mean that, Your Majesty. Marriage is still a little too heavy for young Noel. I think it's better to set the date next year, when the spring embraces the country. And in our custom, there will be a big celebration during that season anyway. Ah, that's a good idea, Lauren. I've heard your country called the country of the wind, especially by its western people, and that is full of energy. It's good at developing new things, and it's good for business travel. I don't wish to boast, but from the lands of the rising sun to the place of the rising moon, there is no place that the merchants of the country of the wind have not traded. Oh, and that reminds me, there was a caravan arriving here with us. It is certain that in the new week on the holy day, they will bring celebration to this great city. After hearing this, Noel seemed to be a little impatient, and as he watched Cryste, he tried to say something. Father, why don't I take Cryste to the city? It will be very interesting. Noel's advice is really seductive. I'd love to go out, but it's been just a few days since the last thing happened. Noel turned to look at his father, and the Duke seemed a little embarrassed, but he did not look like he wanted to refuse the suggestion completely. Is it possible? 2 children running around on the streets seem a bit dangerous. What do you think, Lauren? I think Noel's suggestion is a good idea, but it makes sense for your Majesty to be concerned. Oh dear, wouldn't it be wonderful? The one who could say such happy words could only be woman. One woman. You don't even have to look at her to know it was Cryste's mother. Yeah, I figured it was mother. She smiled and clapped her hands, shocking everyone suddenly. Cecilia. But it would be dangerous for them. That's all right. Let Mikhail be the escort, okay? What? Oh, please. Please take care of these children, Miss Mikhail. The dark elf was suddenly stunned by her name being called, and she turned She turned to her king for help. If your Majesty does not object, I think Her Highness will need to go out and breathe sometimes. After all, this could be a learning experience. How could everything be in my favor all of a sudden? Is it my birthday or something? Well done, Noel. When Cryste arrived at the dining hall, she had never imagined anything like this could happen. Mikhail gave Noel a thumbs up sneakily, and when he saw it, he scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Just in case the ending of this chapter is coming up. Even her stubborn sister seemed to soften up after hearing Mikhail. The king touched his forehead with his forefinger. Now that even Mikhail is supportive, okay, Cryste will be allowed to leave the palace next week on the holy day. Thank you very, very, very much, Father. Cryste was so excited that she blurted this out. But don't wander off and stay close to Miss Mikhail, okay? Yes! Now the world of real emotion has surrounded me. Your Highness. What's wrong? Nothing. You started humming a new song, but it was really nice. Oh, you know me well, Sophie. Of course. Back in her room, Cryste hummed a song as she tried to pick up the clothes to wear the day after tomorrow. Previously, I was going to buy the dress from the elf shop, but unfortunately I was unable to Sylvie. I didn't expect to leave the palace again so soon, so I'll be able to apologize to her. She has a really good taste in clothes. They were all very beautiful, so hopefully I'll be able to visit her a lot in the future. When did I begin to care about dressing up? I think we're going to change the config now. Your Highness seems to be in a good mood. Is it because His Majesty allowed you to go shopping outside of the palace? Sophie asked while picking up the clothes that had been thrown around the room by Cryste. That's not the only reason. Your Highness... Huh? Is it because the engagement with Lord Noel is finally determined? What are you talking about? Cryste was so surprised by her response that she was almost yelling. Don't joke around. Even if he's cute, he's at most just a gentleman. He's a man and I can't fall in love with him just like that. I don't feel it's necessarily to say that I can only like girls since I was a boy in my last life. After all, I'm a beautiful princess now. But I don't know how to deal with these complex emotions. In my previous life, I was just a boy who never had any opportunity to fall in love with a girl. Now suddenly I'm engaged. Would I be able to fall in love with this boy named Noel? Cryste couldn't quite understand. But if things stay like this, I will be his wife in a year. This is something that no one can change. In the palace, the decision of the king carries an irresistible force. When my father speaks as the king, it's impossible for anyone to go against it. Now, no one is against the marriage, so it's not something that can be changed by someone simply being unwilling. Plus, there's nothing wrong with Noel at all. I'm not upset about it. Perhaps it's more accurate to say that she was glad that Noel was not some old fat man who preyed on little girls. Father didn't do anything wrong. He just did what was best for the country. Maximize the resource in his hand. I would have done the same if I were in his shoes. But I can't be the queen unlike my sister. It was only recently that Cryste had a clear idea of her position. Your Royal Highness. I'm sorry, I'm just so excited. Cryste quickly apologized when she came back to reality. No, I should be the one apologizing. It's okay. If I was to say something, I would say that I'm pretty happy. After all, Noel's so cute and obedient. His twin sister's a little tricky of her, but she won't make any more trouble. Huh? Her perfunctory response did not satisfy Sophie, but Cryste suddenly reached up and squeezed Sophie's cheeks with her hands. Hello, don't be sad. Smile, please. Your Highness, don't do that. Just laugh, because I had no friends before. I had to get everything done myself. At first it was okay with this, but I realized I just cared about what I was interested in and nothing else mattered. But I was wrong, so wrong. It is hard to live alone after all. As I get older, the loneliness only grew more intense, and gradually I started to lose my motivation to live. It was only then that I realized family and friends were truly irreplaceable, but it was already too late. Your Royal Highness, I can help you anytime to do anything. Cryste looked carefully at cute servant in front of her. Really? Maybe I should give you a reward. But I didn't. For you to say this is enough. As for the reward, how about I give you the day off? On the holy day, why not grab Crow and come out with us? Ooh. Really? Your Royal Highness? She seems to be quite happy. It would be great if we could all hang out together. Cryste never felt that her words were so sincere and pure. It is said that those who possessed this trait were mainly from the western Sestotia region. Rumored to be protected by the goddess of the wind, they were naturally fond of traveling and doing business. They would drive their long carriage with the 16 horses to travel across the continent. They would also cross the Sea of Fog, of Nefriti, or to the Pal to sell their goods. The long carriage pulled by their strong horses was both their shop and their dwelling place. Maybe it wasn't close to the next chapter. This is the ideal life pursued by the people of the country of... During their long journey, they would meet many different people, such as like-minded businessmen, mercenaries, travel performers, and bards. So when their big caravan came to town, it was like a festival. There are so many people in the street today. Oh, sorry, I didn't look where I was going. On the second time of leaving the palace, it's just like leaving a prison cell into the great freedom. The sky in the town did not bring any depression in her mind, unlike the feeling she got when looking outside the palace. Windows and scent of the air and the soil was so fresh. You don't have to apologize for that, Your Highness. It's a lot more lively than usual today. Inside the shop, the dark moon in the night, the pretty elf was helping me change my clothes while telling me stories of the people from the country of the wind. The world is filled with stories and legends of every land and its people. So fascinating. It's so different from my previous life where I was always at home or at work, where I was never able to hear stories like this. However, with this world's lack of entertainment, everyone, regardless of their status, are able to meet with each other every day. There are no cold machines, no convenient tools, but at the same time, it's not boring. Maybe it's just the fresh feeling of the moment, making me want to enjoy the moment more. Hey, hurry up. I don't want to spend the whole day here. The curtain, which Cryste had been used as a screen, was suddenly pulled up by Sylvie. Cryste was still dressing herself when suddenly her body was completely exposed to the public. What are you doing? Seeing Noel turning around quickly, Cryste immediately grabbed the curtain and covered up her body. Her body seemed to move subconsciously. Everyone here is a girl. Not at all. Noel is a man. Fortunately, Crow felt that the atmosphere in the shop wasn't suitable for him, and he was standing outside. Hearing this, she pressed her lips together and turned her head around in anger. You'll be his wife sooner or later, huh? I didn't say that was the problem. What's with the attitude? At least I'm a princess, too. Oh, can you please hurry up, please, Your Royal Highness? Although she was still angry, but in the principle of treating the child well, Cryste only gently pulled on the curtain, did not continue to argue with Sylvie. Just a minute. Wait a minute. Are you kidding? I haven't got my clothes on yet. I can't get out now. So why did the Duke allow Sylvie to come out with us? Even if she begged for your approval has given me this trouble. Because Cryste wasn't allowed to wear her ordinary clothes outside of Sophie's outfits was too simple. First stop was here. The elven shopkeeper seemed to understand who we were after seeing Miss Mikhail, but she didn't seem concerned about who I was before. As she finished her thought, she had finished changing into her chosen dress. Right. It was the dress she wasn't able to buy because of the petty thief. The black and white stripes in a little girl's style, the rosy red headdress and the neckline embellished with fine lace. Cryste thought of just how cute the dress was. Perfect, Your Highness. I think it's great too, so I'll take it. I have cash to pay for it today. Cryste was satisfied with her taste. Did you enjoy shopping, Your Highness? Your new dress is exquisite. Thank you, Mr. Crow. No more compliments needed. Can you help me pay for the clothes? She was naturally happy to be praised, but she felt a little uneasy when she saw Sophie, whose face had turned dark. Cryste hasn't seen Crow for a few days, and she didn't know how their relationship was going. Sophie wouldn't say anything, and every time she would blush and avoid the question. Considering that Sophie was incapable of expressing dissatisfaction, Cryste decided to give her a hand. Cryste turned her head and suddenly looked at Crow with a quizzing look. Sophie is also very lovely. Why do you say it like that, regarding Sophie as some attached product? No, I'm just telling the truth. What? This confused expression, and now he's scratching his head as if he doesn't know what to say. There's nothing to hesitate about. Your Highness, don't force Lord Crow. Cryste doubted she heard her incorrectly. Don't worry, Sophie, I've always thought you were cute, and there's no way a man would be able to withhold a compliment to someone he loves. Lord Crow. I'm an idiot to worry about their relationship. After that, they went to some other shops, including the blacksmith shop, so she didn't dare go in last time for Noel to attach magic to his dagger. He was pleased that their price was lower than any of the other shops he visited. When they went to the bookshop, Cryste flipped through some of the books in the corner, and after reading them carefully, closed them again. Terrible. Why are there books like this here? No wonder there was a number of female guests at the bookstore, and Cryste thought it was just her fantasy. Let's just imagine that I've never come here. Growing tired of browsing the shops, they decided to go to the market to see what they had originally come out for. The trade booths from Sestotia. It seemed that the pen Crow bought from Cryste came from these people's hands. It was Noel and Sylvie, however, who seemed to have disappeared. As Cryste was about to ask, Mikhail suddenly looked away. Cryste followed her gaze and saw that the two were coming back to them through the crowd. Sylvie's cheeks were red, and her brother pushed her in front of Cryste. Hey, Sylvie, apologize sincerely to Cryste. Apologize? Was it for what she did the last time I was in town? I don't take it seriously anymore. The girl leaned forward, Cryste with a red face, her hands hidden behind her back and her eyes looking down at the ground. For what I did before, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were Princess Cryste when we met in the alley. Oh. What happened? This spoiled little girl is apologizing to me? Can her vocal cords even form the word sorry? Please don't keep silent. Here you are. This is for you. She whispered, handing over a money bag similar to the one that had been taken from me before. I suddenly see how cute she really is. Thanks. Cryste took the purse, but realized it was a little heavier than it should have been. When she opened it, she found a ring. That's great! Noel said something suddenly. What? She was allowed to come out because she had promised to buy a present for Cryste. Wait, so she gave me a ring? The young man lowered his eyes and a light red rippling appeared on his pure white cheeks. He hesitantly, before touching Cryste's hand, said, "This is an engagement gift." I saw that coming. It took almost all of Noel's strength to say it. Well, I know you're shy. Perhaps she was moved by his emotion, but Cryste blushed as well. Thank you. I will cherish it well. But which finger should I put the ring on? Sophie looked at Cryste as if she thought of something and respectfully helped her put the ring on the finger of her left hand. Congratulations to your highness. Thank you. Watching them smile as if they were protecting our appearance, at least except for Sylvie, who didn't smile at all. Cryste grew more shy and wanted to leave quickly. There is a market square just over there where the custodians should be gathered. There are a lot of people here today, so please keep up with me, your highness. Just as Cryste was almost washed away with the crowd, Mikhail grabbed her arm and pulled her close. I could hardly breathe in the crowd, but Michael was so slim. Oh, what's over there? Flames? The square was lined up with temporary shops where many buskers were performing. One of them, dressed in a strange suit, was standing on a large ball and spraying fire into the air. This world also has clowns performing magic like this. Is he using mana, or is this a simple technique? She watched him until the show was over and everyone threw change in front of him. The clown stood gracefully in front of the fountain and bowed to the audience. When Cryste was about to leave, she stopped by a voice behind her. Please wait a moment, lovely and kind lady. Someone calling me? Yes, that's right. The clown bowed again. That's funny. There's no doubt that I'm lovely, but how can you say that I'm kind? I laughed. He probably saw her fancy clothes and was hoping to get a little more money. I was never very interested in sweet words like this in my past life. You might have talked to me for half an hour sincerely before getting me to sign some messy contract. Yes, good question, little lady, for it is well known that the Garnet royal family are very virtuous. What? The wise King Cain, Princess of the Sword Radia, the Iron Queen Cecilia, yes, and you, little crystal princess with a valuable magic charm, your royal highness. What a weird guy. His smile made Cryste feel cold. What really dropped Cryste's spirit was the moment he bent down. His right hand, which had been holding the posture of a bow, suddenly flared up. That's the magic guide. Be careful, Cryste. Get out of there, brother. Your Royal Highness! Noel rushed over to Cryste without thinking, followed by Sylvie. Just noticing what was going on, Mikhail hesitated for a moment. But then Cryste was engulfed in a ball of darkness. She couldn't see or hear anything. A severe headache overcame her and made her almost lose consciousness. When the darkness finally faded away, Cryste had no idea where she was. Interlude. People frantically ran through the market square as a creature that can only be likened to a clown descended from the void in front of her. Pitch black miasma spread out, engulfed the trapped princess, the duke, the sister. Several tall red fire lizards knocked at the ground with their sharp claws, smelling the air with their bright red tongues. It's the devil. The devil is in town. Guards! Guards! The crowd scattered and fled in terror. Hearing the shouts, the guards rushed in. But before they could see these so-called devils, they were scattered among the crowd. Mikhail, however, was standing right in front of this clown, staring him square in the eyes. Her highness was lost because she had acted in time, and she shook her head and worried. Wouldn't you run away as well, Lord Sorceress? The clown, with his ridiculous expression, stood silently in the middle of the road, watching the crowd as the fire lizards ignited the empty shops. There was no reaction from Mikhail in response to this evil clown. She simply brought her slender fingers to her jaw, thinking carefully. No wonder she's a scholar. She can still act so normal in such an urgent situation. Can I ask a question? She lifted her head and raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't care how many stores the devils destroyed, or how many civilians died behind her. She was intrigued by the sudden appearance of this clown in front of her. Ah, it's an honor to be asked a question by such a big sorceress. What do you want to know, my lord? The clown smiled and bowed to the great wizard with a funny, exaggerated gesture. Mikhail wasn't interested in responding to him, though. She just wanted some clues as to why this was all happening. I've been thinking, and I have a basic idea, but there are still some uncertainties. For one, who taught you that spell? She curved her finger slightly inward, and suddenly a long staff materialized from the void. Well, what have I forgotten? Alas, so I'll just have to clean up you and these reptiles, then return to my study to slowly ponder this issue. So you're pretty confident. Even if I'm not the best battle mage, I'll have no problem dealing with one or two petty bandits. Huh. What an idiot. Already coming to a conclusion. The Dark Goblin's name is Mikhail, the Court Wizard of Garnet. Her hypotheses are usually quite accurate. As a simple adventurer, she didn't have many great achievements besides becoming famous from studying ancient languages to discover new battle formations. From this fame, she was given her title from the Wizards Association. But even if she is a famous magician, she's still just a magician. After all, magicians are just a bunch of nerds who read books and play with magic formations, as well as being interested in ancient languages. They do not usually dash to the front of the battlefield. Usually they will wait and prepare their most powerful spells, so even petty roadside thieves could threaten their lives as surprised. And sometimes they stupidly try to improve their magical abilities. Yeah, like this great, dark-skinned magician right here. The clown narrowed his eyes. His right hand hidden behind him was stirring. Your magic guide is not that useless. I'll show her. Ha! What a beauty you are. But I don't know how much longer I'll be able to say that. What do you mean? This is what I mean. They turned around quickly to see the clown throw out a chain from his hand. An iron ball was connected at the end of the chain, covered with menacing spikes. A most terrifying weapon. Even if it hits you just slightly, it will grind away your skin and spill your blood. No matter how beautiful the person is, she will be ground into a disgusting pulp. Oh, I really wanted to use my flail on that princess with silvery white hair. It would have turned her into a beautiful bloody flower. She wouldn't even be able to recognize herself with her own blood splattered brightly across her cheeks. What a pity that I was ordered not to do anything bad to her. Such a pity. Well then, I'll just have to use your blood instead, beauty of a great wizard. Ah. Suddenly Mikhail's giggled under her breath as the flail froze in the air just as the thorns were about to feast into her brown skin. She didn't even blink her demonic eyes. The clown stepped back hastily. What's the matter? The so-called devil didn't even have a tremendous amount of momentum from the start. It seems the reptiles around him will be more dangerous. Although he should be praised for casting this kind of magic at his level. Mikhail had not only fought against foes able to make better flails, but also put them to better use. From these experiences, she knew that this clown was unable to use the same kind of transfer magic. But because he's so well prepared, she wanted to know who. Logic like this does not allow for any errors. Thing is, who would want to do this to the princess? If it was just a lewd pedophile, they wouldn't have put so much effort into this. Mikhail was thinking hard. Where did they transfer Cryste? And for what purpose? The princess had no value other than her physical appearance. There is no need to use dark magic to kidnap her for political purposes. It would only make people laugh out loud. Even among the restless nobles, there is no one psychotic enough to do this. And there are only a handful of possibilities, including the most terrible one. Ah, I see. This must be the worst case scenario. I must tell His Majesty at once. Worst case scenario, in a way, like, is Cryste actually the next chosen one and nobody knows it? Did something happen? I clicked multiple times and it didn't do anything. Let me take a look. We want to forget about this clown and deal with what she thinks is going on. But Mikhail sighed as she looked at the market lit up in flames. I would be immoral to just leave it like this, filled with monsters running around. Okay, I'll help you then. As she thought about helping the townsfolk, she raised up her staff. As she thought, Lao! A word is softly intoned. Ooh, we're getting a bunch of animations recently. Between the sword fight, between Noel and Radia, and countless fireballs fell from the sky. No, they can only be described as meteorite in terms of this scale. A fireball blazed toward the clown, who was lucky enough to jump ahead with a comical pace. Where he was just standing was a deep crater. Is that burning fire? The clown screamed comically. Burning fire, the primary spell of a great magic, of rune magic. How's this possible? How can a fire lizard be affected by this magic? Of course it works against them if it's powerful enough, and I really haven't gotten used to using water magic. I don't think this place would have been cleaned up quickly anyway. Although she could have used a field of magic spell, but that kind of weaker combat magic isn't really suitable for defeating... She has to cut it off. Summoning these fireballs, she tried to dissuade the enemy from continuing to fight her. Mikhail hoped the enemy could understand this. I don't have time to play with you, so why don't you tell me your master's name? I don't fully understand what you guys are doing, although I have an idea. You are overconfident, big magician. The clown raised up his right hand. Cold air began to slowly gather in his hand, gradually manifesting into a sharp spear of ice. There was no way this woman could have even come close to winning without her staff. Her barrier, or the burning fire, must have been increased by the magic guide. This woman is nothing but a weakling who doesn't know how to hold a sword. He was convinced of his own conjecture, and his magic flew out, tearing the air with a blast. The ice, similar in size to a knight's spear, aimed at the heart of the black goblin at a very close range. But Mikhail didn't even try to dodge it. At the moment the ice touched her body, it did not go through, but instantly shattered. The magic she used looked extremely powerful, but she didn't even take a step back. The collision of light and ice between the two sparkled dazzlingly. The trump card of the clown ended suddenly, just like a crystal shattering on the ground, reflecting the 7 colors. What happened? She just dissolved my full force of magic in a flash of light. What the hell is going on? His thinking gradually became slow and his sight blurry. Looking down at his palms, they had become dyed red with the blood spilling out from his chest. Light? What on earth are you? Sound faded into silence and the clown's body fell to the ground with a dull thud. She breathed a sigh of relief. The magic she used was banned. It shouldn't have been used on him, no, not on anyone. But without realizing it, I lost my patience. Now that he's dead, I can't get anything useful out of him. Never mind, I'll pay more attention next time. Just passes it off like, eh. The guards worked together to wipe out the remaining foes. Several people appeared to have been injured, but they should survive. But now, what happens next? I should give the job of saving Her Highness to the maid and the civil official. It is unrealistic to save her as it is now, after all. I don't even know where she is. I'm afraid I don't even know where this corpse lying on the ground in front of me. Now, there's something more important than the life of Her Highness. Okay, one thing at a time. Mikhail nodded her head slightly and left the market square without looking back. Ominous. Chapter 8. Alright, so I feel like this might be a good place to stop after almost 4.5 hours. So I'm going to save. And we'll pick this up in the next time. Whew. So it's interesting. It's interesting. We've gone quite a bit of different events that have occurred. I think something is going on and then something else comes up. So as far as like the back and forth, it's an interesting story. It's interesting enough. The princess doesn't have many memories. I mean, there's multiple ways that it could have happened. To have a person die and then be resurrected into another body, it's different. I haven't really heard that one before. To utilize Sylvie was pretty fun, where the sister was trying to prevent the brother from moving on, so the brotherly sisterly love. That was neat. So what's happened to Cryste? Well, we'll have to find out next time. So,